Chapter 48. Beating them at their own game. Chapter 48. Beating them at their own game, Li Jianheng had a nightmare. He dreamed of that rainy night at the Nanlin hunting grounds, where the branches slapped at his face harshly as he covered his head and dodged frantically. The horse he rode galloped wildly onward. Li Jianheng wanted to clutch the reins in fear, but Xiaojie suddenly turned around and grabbed him by the collar to toss him off the horse. "Suan, save me!" Li Jianheng pleaded on his knees after falling to the ground. Suan, we are brothers. Don't leave me here." Xiaojie's expression was grave amidst the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder. He faced him and said callously, "Knock him out and hoist him away." Li Jianheng watched with his snot and tears flowing as Qinyang approached him. He could not help but feel so frightened that he moved backward and brandished his arms as he bellowed, I'm the emperor. How can you treat me this way?" Li Jianheng's back bumped into someone. He turned his head and looked back to see Emperor Xianda stooping over to grab hold of his wrist. He immediately called out, Imperial brother, save me!" Emperor Xianda tightened his grip, his fingers digging into Li Jianheng's flesh. He coughed blood and said in a frosty voice, "He who saves you today can kill you tomorrow. Do you understand?" Li Jianheng struggled painfully, but he could not free his arm no matter what he did. The rain from the above suddenly turned into drops of something sticky. Li Jianheng touched it. His palm came away full of blood. He looked up, and a head tumbled down from the darkness with a thud. With an inscrutable burst of strength, Li Jianheng pushed and kicked himself free from Emperor Xianda's hand. Gasping, he crawled up from the mud and trembled as he kicked the human head aside before crying and shouting at the black shadows around him, "I'm the emperor. I'm the son of heaven. Who wants to kill me? Who?" "Your Majesty." Someone called him softly, "Your Majesty." Li Jianheng abruptly opened his eyes. He stared at the golden roof absent-mindedly and murmured, "Who wants to kill me? Who wants to kill me?" The Empress Dowager wiped away the sweat for Li Jianheng with a handkerchief and bent over to say, "Jianheng, Imperial Mother is here!" Jianheng. Sorrow overcame Li Jianheng. His mother had died early, and Emperor Guangqing had never once looked at him in the eyes. In all the years he had indulged in carnal pleasures, no one had ever called him Jianheng. "Imperial Mother!" Li Jianheng choked with sobs and cried out, "Mother!" The Empress Dowager turned her head slightly, as though she was wiping away her tears, and said, "You've been out for the entire night. I was truly afraid. If you're still in pain somewhere, you must tell me." Li Jianheng looked at the Empress Dowager and noticed that she was still wearing the ceremonial robe from last night. She must have been here watching over him the entire night. Li Jianheng immediately propped himself up and saw the gray hair on the Empress Dowager's temples. Both her eyes were slightly red, and she looked so much more haggard. Li Jianheng felt warm inside. He wiped his eyes, held the Empress Dowager's arms, and said, "I'm sorry to have worried Mother. I'm fine." Hai Liangyi was kneeling outside, where he had also been keeping watch for the entire night. He knew that Li Jianheng had already woken up when he heard sounds of speaking inside and could not help but feel relieved. A moment later, the palace maids entered with light movements to wait on Li Jianheng and help him wash up. The Empress Dowager personally held the medicine bowl and tasted it herself before feeding it to Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng finished up the medicine. He still did not look too good, but his complexion was much better than last night. He put on his boots and walked out, where he saw a still kneeling Hai Liangyi. Greatly touched, he stepped forward to help Hai Liangyi up and said, "Secretariat Elder, I'm fine." Hai Liangyi almost could not stand up. Li Jianheng did not want him to continue keeping watch and consequently dismissed him along with all the major officials kneeling outside, leaving only Kong Qiu, Zinyu, and Fu Linya, who had been investigating all night. "What have you found out?" Li Jianheng asked impatiently. "Minister Kong, tell me quickly." Kong Chiu kowtowed and said, "The Ministry of Justice has been investigating through the night. Our investigations show that the eunuch assassin was named Guisheng. He was assigned by Fuling, a female official of the Imperial Food Service, to assume the duty of tasting the dishes at the feast of 100 officials." Female official. Li Jianheng wondered in astonishment. "Why is this female official trying to harm me?" Kong Chiu replied, "The reason is unknown." Li Jianheng said anxiously, "You didn't find out after investigating for the whole night?" Kong Chiu exchanged glances with the other two men. After a moment of silence, he said, "Your Majesty is unaware, but Fuling, knowing that she can't escape the long arm of the law, has already consumed poison to mute herself. She's now awaiting her punishment." Understanding suddenly dawned on Li Jianheng. He said, "She's a female official in the palace. Why would she do such a thing? She must be afraid of letting something slip under heavy torture. So she consumed poison first to make herself a mute. There must be an instigator behind this." Kong Chiu said again, "Your Majesty is wise. My two colleagues from the Chief Surveillance Bureau, and I think so too. Hence, we dug deep into this woman and discovered that she still has an aged mother who resides in a remote corner alley on Donglong Street. Although her dwelling is small, it's not something a mere female official of the Imperial Palace can afford. This humble subject continued investigating and discovered that she was indeed not the one who bought the house herself. Instead, it was a human broker of Donglong Street who let her stay there on credit. Li Jianheng was intimately acquainted with Donglong Street, and Kong Chiu's words immediately roused his doubts. He said, "Since it's only her and her widowed mother in the family, then in all likelihood, there'll be nothing of value she can put up as collateral for a house." Kong Chiu said, "Exactly. I find there to be many questionable doubts in this case. So I summoned the human broker over to question him and learned that it was on account of the Imperial Army that the human broker let her have the house on credit." Li Jianheng's heart skipped a beat. He was on tenterhooks as he paused for a moment before asking, "What does this have to do with the Imperial Army?" Kong Chiu said, "This was what Yuan Lu, a 6th-grade judge, one of the Imperial Army's judicial office, specifically told the human broker. Although Yuan Lu and Fuling aren't betrothed, there are long-standing rumors of an illicit affair between them." Li Jianheng suddenly rose and asked, "Does Viceroy Shao know?" Kong Chiu knew that he was on good terms with Shao Chia. For a moment, he could not tell if he intended to protect Shao Chia or was planning something else, so he could only answer truthfully. The Viceroy pleaded to be unaware of this matter. Li Jianheng remained rooted in place. His expression underwent a few changes before he eventually said, "There are many people in the Imperial Army. It stands to reason that he's not in the know about this. Don't disclose or make this matter known first. You may withdraw for now. Summon Han Cheng and Shun Zichuanin. I want to reward them." Standing on the hardened snow, Shao Chia kicked the door to the torture prison open. The prison guard within had already gotten news of his arrival, so he hurriedly led Shao Chia inside. Fuling, only 23 years of age, was locked up within. Because of the torture she received, she was now sitting motionlessly on the hay with her bun all disheveled. Shao Chia stepped through the cell door. Qinyang took off his cloak for him. He was so tall and imposing that the sight of him caused Fuling to tremble out of fear the moment he strode through the door. Shao Chia was actually very dashing. He gave off a complicated vibe that was a blend of frivolousness and ferocity. As a result, he could be either a frivolous young master or a glacial lord of the Azura. Two, he changed his mask freely, and once swapped, even his bearing would change to befit the occasion. Right now, he was a noble young master who was just passing by this place. Shao Chia first sized up the cell. He bent over slightly to look through that narrow window and saw that it was still the prison's high walls outside. He could not help but lose interest. Retracting his gaze, he straightened up again, then turned his head and lowered his eyes to look at Fuling, who was on the ground. Fuling clung to the wall, feeling as if those eyes were filled with innate contempt. Female official of the Imperial Food Service. Xiao Qie said. Fuling did not raise her head and merely stared at his boots. Chunyang carried over a chair for Xiao Qie to sit. He propped a knee and looked at the top of Fuling's head. Yuan Lu has a wife and concubines, yet he still risked the suspension of his waist token to arrange a residence for you. How gorgeous are you that he could even be coaxed into abandoning his own life. Raise your head. Let me see. Fuling shrank into herself and did not respond. Xiao Qie leaned back and said, He's old enough to be your father and you're still willing? Becoming a female official is different from becoming a palace maid. When you are released, you could at least be married to a descendant from a proper background. Yuan Lu is a 6th grade official of insignificance, and a military ruffian to boot. He has neither affluence nor influence. Are you too blind or too infatuated to be choosing him? The prison cell was quiet. Let's not talk about Yuan Lu for now. What could you possibly have used to coerce Guisheng into assassination? You don't have money either, so the instigator must have been someone else. You're now a mute, a scapegoat whose fate has been decided early on. Your master is a brilliant manipulator to use the likes of you all he can and kick you aside after. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. But since you implicated me, Xiao Suin, in this mess, then do you think you can just die easily like this? Xiao Qie chuckled. I don't think so, lady. Chunyang turned around and nodded to the prison guard behind him. The clanking sounds of chains and shackles rang out as Yuan Lu, who was filthy all over, was dragged out. Yuan Lu stumbled towards Fuling and snapped, You bitch! To think you'd bring me down this way. Fuling trembled and crawled along the wall towards the other side. Yuan Lu grabbed hold of her ankle and said dismally, What am I to you? I treated you so well, and this is how you repay me. Fuling's tears would not stop as she was pulled back. She kicked Yuan Lu and let out a raspy, glottal scream. Yuan Lu tugged at her and said, When your elderly mother was critically sick, I carried her on my back to see the physician. I gave you whatever you wanted. You not only deceived me, you even want to drag my whole family to die with you. You despicable woman. The shackles made a sound as Yuan Lu, who had lost control of himself, was pulled back by Chunyang. His arms were still outstretched as he said with a ferocious expression, I will not let you off. I will never let you off, even when I become a ghost. Xiao Qie looked again through the small window where he sat and saw a piece of the sky the size of a square, CUN3 outside. There was no snow today, only pale clouds piling up in the sky. He was indifferent to the drama of grudges being played out before him. Yuan Lu sat on his heels on the ground as he bawled inconsolably. He then crawled toward Xiao Qie and kowtowed to him while begging, Viceroy, Viceroy! Forgive me this once. I'm begging you. I was bewitched and blinded by lust. I'm willing to slave it out for you like an ox or a horse as repayment for this favor. Xiao Qie looked at him. I'm not the one who holds your life in my hands. Spare me your begging and go beg her instead. Kowtow to her for the sake of all the young and old in your family. Consider it a repayment of the debt you owe your wives and sons for seeking the momentary pleasure of an affair behind their backs. Yuan Lu then turned to Fuling, begging and kowtowing, Let me off. Can't you just let me off? I have nothing to do with this matter. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. My whole family of 8. I don't want them all to die here. Fuling shed tears but did not look at him. Yuan Lu's tears poured in torrents. Genuinely afraid now, he kowtowed until his forehead bled. He said, Fuling, 1 night of husband and wife is worth 100 days of gratitude. Even though we have yet to be married, the sentiments of these past years are still here. I'm begging you, please don't pin this on me. I'll be your son, your grandson in my next life. Please let me off. I wanted to give that residence to your elderly mother as a show of filial respect. How could you? He was sobbing so hard that he almost choked as he struggled to continue. How could you take it and threaten my entire family's lives with it. Do you not have a heart?" Fuling hoarsely uttered something with a pained expression as she kowtowed to Yuan Lu too. Her mouth opened and shut as she mouthed words that were clearly sorry. Yuan Lu moved forward on his knees and held Fuling by the arms. The blood streamed down his forehead as he cried sorrowfully, "I don't want your kowtows! I want you to explain this clearly. I don't want to die. Fuling, don't ruin me." On seeing this, Xiaoqie commented, "Plotting an assassination will not land you a sentence of execution by decapitation. It's fine if you want to die, but it's such a pity for your mother to be this old and still have to endure the tortures. Do you not know the kind of place the imperial prison is? Being skinned and flayed are all possible outcomes if she were to fall into the imperial bodyguard's hands." Fuling looked up and wept. Xiaoqie said, "Did your master not communicate this to you? I'll make sure this case doesn't end quickly. Another day of delay is another day of punishment. For you, for him, and for your mother. You can keep taking the tortures until I'm satisfied. Then we can say our goodbyes." Fuling sobbed hatefully at him. Xiaoqie remained still and merely looked at her as he said, "Isn't it said that you should look who the owner is before you beat up a dog? Now that you've bitten me, Xiao Suin, then we shall all suffer together. I'll whip you until your skin flays and your flesh is torn, until you'd rather die than live. Let's see who will succumb first. Chunyang, drag her elderly mother over." Chunyang answered and exited the prison door. Fuling suddenly screamed, but her throat was already damaged, and the scream sounded like the cry of a beast at the brink of desperation. She charged towards Xiaoqie and pounced onto the ground, using her fingers to scrawl out characters. Xiaoqie leaned over and watched for a while before saying, "Give her paper and a brush. I want this to be written down in black and white." Fuling was taken away by Chunyang to sign her confession, leaving only Xiaoqie and Yuan Lu in the prison cell. Seeing that Xiaoqie was about to leave, Yuan Lu immediately grabbed hold of the corner of Xiaoqie's robe. "The Viceroy," said Yuan Lu, "it's all good now. Does that mean I can—" Putting on his cloak, Xiaoqie turned his head back and said, "When did you take up the post as a judge at the judicial office?" Yuan Lu hurriedly gestured with his fingers and answered, "The 3rd year after the Viceroy was appointed." Xiaoqie said, "If so, then you're with me." Yuan Lu nodded his head in a panic and said, "I'm Viceroy's man." Xiaoqie was now feeling somewhat vexed after having stayed up all night. He held onto his blade and used the sheath to push away Yuan Lu's hand. He said, "My men don't have this much clout to get Donglong Street's human brokers to sell to them on credit. All the newly bought estates by the Imperial Army need to be reported, but you didn't. Apart from this residence, you also have farmlands outside the city. You're faring pretty well for a 6th-grade judge. Do you really not know who's feeding you?" Tears and snot flowed as Yuan Lu burst into tears. "I've been deceived. I shouldn't have coveted those bits of things. Viceroy, Viceroy. But I didn't betray the Imperial Army." Xiaoqie slightly stretched his neck that was becoming sore. Without sparing him another look, he said, "How old is your son?" 4 years old. I'll take care of him for you." Xiaoqie said expressionlessly, "And yourself after this case concludes." The moment the prison cell door slammed shut, Yuan Lu collapsed limply to the ground. Xiaoqie stepped into the dark and damp prison hallway. As he listened to the wails behind him, he received the confession statement from Chunyang. He had only just strode out of the prison's main gate when he saw Gu Jin rushing over. "Young master," Gu Jin said, "Fuling's mother is dead." Chunyang furrowed his brows. Fortunately, master didn't enter the palace this morning. Otherwise, Fuling would be left without misgivings, and we wouldn't have gotten our hands on this confession. A stack of papers. Xiaoqie flipped through the confession statement under the light. Fuling didn't even see the other person's face. "We can't snare anyone with this alone," Chunyang said, At least the imperial army is in the clear. Master, will you go into the palace and present this to His Majesty? Xiao Jie looked at him and asked, Why must the imperial army be in the clear? Qinyang and Gu Jin were both dumbfounded. Xiao Jie sneered, If I'm to be the caged beast, I should act the part of being besieged by others. They're in such a hurry to splash dirty water on me. It's not enough. I'll not only take this dirty water right to the face, I'll even roll in the mud. The filthier, the better. Let them vilify me so that they can pull off their unified front and be the accomplished ones pulling the wool over the public. If they can even trample upon the imperial army, viceroy this easily, then His Majesty ought to be suspicious and afraid once he returns to his senses. It's only recently that the Hua clan is done for. Whoever wants to be the new faction will be just asking for death. Chapter 49. Cold Glint. Chapter 49. Cold glint before Xiao Jie entered the palace. Shen Zichuan already had an audience with Li Jianheng at Mingli Hall and was conferred the title of a 5th grade 1 Judge 2 of the Imperial Bodyguards. As such, his waist token was replaced to a gold-plated bronze token embossed with a Xieji 3 amidst patterns of clouds, and with the words guard on one side and Emperor's entourage on the other. Having only received some rewards this time, Han Cheng was inwardly unhappy. He knew that he had been used by Shen Zichuan as a stepping stone, but he also knew that Shen Zichuan was now in the Emperor's good graces, so he must not let ill will form between them. Back at the office hall, Shen Zichuan's comrades all came forth to congratulate him. Shen Zichuan responded to them one by one. When Han Cheng saw that the men had more or less dispersed, he said, This is the first time you're wearing a gold token. There are matters that you're still unsure of, right? Shen Zichuan humbled himself and said, I'll still need your excellency, the commander-in-chief, to guide me. Feeling flattered, Han Cheng said, This gold token for guards must be worn at the waist when you are on duty, and should not be shown externally when you are on break. Those who are part of the Emperor's entourage usually still hold a post in the 12 offices. You can't behave like you used to. You have to be more prudent with your words. Although you have carried out missions in the past, it's different now. For future missions, if it's an arrest warrant, don't be in such a hurry to initiate the arrest. You have to head to the Office of Scrutiny for Justice and let the supervising secretary there affix his signature. If it is a local order, then you will have to leave Kudu for said place to investigate the case. Before you leave, you have to make a trip to the Ministry of Justice and Chief Surveillance Bureau to sign off on it. With modesty, Shen Zichuan listened to his teachings. When Han Cheng saw that his attitude was respectful and was no different from how he was before his promotion, he could not help but to feel an urge to foster this talent. He continued, In the past, the Eastern Depot lorded it over us. Each time we see the Eastern Depot eunuchs, when we head out, we have to bow down to them and fawn on them. But now the 24 yamen is vacant and unattended, and the Eastern Depot is all but dismissed from office. They are the ones who should bow on seeing us now. There's no need to play nice to the eunuchs. However, there is one thing you must remember. That is, although the imperial bodyguards take orders from the emperor, we still need to have dealings with the 3 judicial offices. Most of the time, when we go elsewhere for field work, it's with the censor from the Chief Surveillance Bureau. Everyone's functions and authority seem detached from one another, but in fact, they still need each other. So when you are out on missions, you must maintain a good relationship with the officials from the 3 judicial offices. Never lose your temper at them. If you unwittingly leave behind pent-up animosity, you'll have a hard time with your future assignments. Shen Zichuan already knew these matters by heart, but he listened intently as if this were his first time hearing of them. Lastly, Han Cheng gave him a favor and told him, If you need a new batch of manpower, go to the duty records room and choose from the book register. After thanking him, Shen Zichuan stepped out of the door and walked along the corridor to make his way outside. He was not in a rush to head to the duty records room to choose his men. When he walked out of the palace gates, Xiao Jie was sitting in the horse carriage waiting for him. Shin Zichuan paused in his tracks and was about to turn around. Xiao Chia partially lifted the curtain and said unhurriedly, "Now that you've gotten a promotion and a raise, you wouldn't be too stingy to treat me to a drink, would you?" Shen Zichuan saw Ding Tao and Gu Jin standing on either side of Xiao Chia, glaring at him like tigers watching their prey. So he scoffed a breath of cold hair and answered calmly, "I wouldn't. I was just looking for you." Both men went to the courtyard that Xiao Chia had used to invite both of their Sherfu for a meal. The inside of the house had been cleared of tables and chairs. Small screens were used to partition out seats on all four sides, and there was a simple but exquisite table with curved ends 5 in the middle. It was a very suitable place to have a drink and a chat. It was hot in the room. Both men took off their coats. Xiao Chia sat cross-legged in a casual pose, whereas Shin Zichuan sat on his heels in a dignified fashion. Xiao Chia laughed and said, "When it comes to our bearings, you look more like the gentleman of noble birth. Did Ji Gangsherfu also teach you all these?" This had all been beaten into him by Grand Mentor Chi's ruler. 6 instead of answering, Shen Zichuan asked, "So why were you waiting for me by the palace gates today?" Xiao Chia looked on as the maidservant served the wine dishes and waited until she closed the door before saying, "Weren't you looking for me? You first. I noticed that you didn't enter the palace to seek an audience with the emperor. You were busy working the entire night last night. I presumed you were at the torture prison." Shen Zichuan took a few sips of tea, first to warm his body, then continued, "Fooling was an easy one to investigate, wasn't she?" "Indeed." Xiao Chia poured wine for himself. "She was such a breeze to investigate that she doesn't seem like the kind of person you should use. Not only does she have an elderly mother, but she is also soft-hearted. Someone like her with so many weaknesses to exploit is the easiest to manipulate, but also the most likely to change her tune." Shen Zichuan smiled and said, "You're right. If it were me, I'd surely not use someone like her. But Shen Lanzhao..." Xiao Chia stared at him as he drank, taking a moment to moisten his throat before saying, "Even if you did use this kind of person, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm human too." Shin Zichuan took the wine jar from Xiao Chia's side. "I still have some feelings." "But you've reserved none of those feelings for me," Xiao Chia lamented. Shin Zichuan poured wine slowly and said, "Same goes for you. I reached out to you repeatedly." Xiao Chia said with a genial expression, "But you turned a blind eye to my efforts, and even hardened your heart to fight it out with me, no? Even if you reach out, but only give me useless information." Shin Zichuan set down the wine jar before looking at him and continuing, "Then wouldn't this alliance be too cheap of a deal? So you turned around and allied with Shi Hongxian." Xiao Chia scoffed. "What is he that he's even better than your second young master?" "Second young master was more impressive when he beat me down." Shin Zichuan said, "You can't blame a capable man for taking up the top position. How could I bear to blame you?" Xiao Chia asked through the steam from the pot, "Are you annoyed that you couldn't trample over me last night?" "No." Shin Zichuan answered with a smile. "Sometimes your gaze is truly very ruthless." Before Shin Zichuan could reply, Xiao Chia continued, "But of course a little ruthlessness gives you flavor." Shin Zichuan restrained himself for a moment before retorting, "Then you have very special tastes." "You're not lacking either." Xiao Chia made a double entendre. "This is the first time I've met someone who likes getting bitten." Back to the topic. Shin Zichuan diverted the course of conversation. "Why were you looking for me?" "To have a drink." Xiao Chia downed the wine in his cup. "And to have a little chat while we're at it. The human broker on Donlong Street has a backer. However, we each minded our own business, so everyone has lived in harmony in the past. But now that they are framing this on me, I'd naturally have to investigate the one backing them." Shin Zichuan scooped a portion of the dish from the pot. Xiao Qiye said, "How strange that my investigation only led me to Shi Hongxian. When we were here the last time, you even went out of your way to tell me that the 8 great clans would ally together to deal with me. But then you turned around and trampled on me together with the 8 great clans. After thinking it over for a long time, I still couldn't figure out what your motives were. But as soon as I reversed the course of events, I understood." Xin Zichuan ate the fish like a cat did, neatly and beautifully. Without raising his head, he merely mumbled an "aha" to indicate that he was listening. Xiao Qiye twirled the wine cup on the table and continued, "I should have rearranged and put your scheme to trample me before alliance with the 8 great clans. That way, everything would make sense. Your aim was not to bring me down at all. You incited Shi Hongxian and urged him to ally with the other clans. But you also leaked news of it to me. You wanted me to react and use my authority of office over the 8 great training divisions to convince the other clans not to ally with Shi Hongxian. What do they call it? The art of political maneuvering? 7 using words alone to sow discord within and to sabotage the potential alliance of the 8 great clans is but a trivial issue. Leaving bad blood between them from the subsequent fallout is the real prelude to the great task that you truly intend to undertake." Xin Zichuan glanced at him and asked, "Did you come up with this just from finding out that Shi Hongxian was one of the backers of the human broker on Donglong Street?" "Some clues are like spider webs and horse tracks," Xiao Qiye said. "You can't wipe them clean. When Shi Guin was held in the imperial prison, Shi Hongxian sold out the former's life in exchange for an official position. Now that I think of it, that should have been your suggestion too. Otherwise, Shi Hongxian wouldn't heed your advice so readily." Xin Zichuan wiped his fingers with a handkerchief and thought for a moment before saying, "The one who can make him listen to advice readily isn't me. I initially thought that you were in a hurry to be promoted so that it'd be easier for you to investigate the case of Zhongbo troops' defeat." Xiao Qiye poured wine once more and continued, "Who knew your appetite would be so great? What good would it do you to divide the 8 great clans? You are well aware that Kudu is surrounded by the 8 great cities and that they have far outlasted the Li clan. You've seen Hua Xiqian's rebellion at the hunting grounds and how big of a case it was. Yet the Emperor Dowager has still emerged unscathed. How can you harbor the delusion of using the power of one man to break them up and oust them from power? Pry apart this mist of Kudu and take a good look underneath. You'll see that they have already been standing tall for several hundred years with their roots deeply entrenched underground." Xin Zichuan's chopsticks came to a complete stop. When he sat upright, it felt as though he was about to launch into light, intellectual conversations. He was not angry. In fact, he was very composed as he said, "I'll only ask you one question." Xiao Qiye paused for a moment before saying, "Go ahead." Xin Zichuan spoke. All along, the Xiao clan and Hua clan have been holding each other back. Owing to the Nanlin hunting grounds incident, the Hua clan started to show signs of decline, while the Xiao clan got the upper hand. But did you win? Xiao Qiye gripped his wine cup tightly. It was already dusk outside, but the lamps in the room were still not lit. Xin Zichuan's seated shadow before the window appeared frail. He said, "You've quickly come to the realization that it's not just the Hua clan you are facing. Perhaps in the beginning, you could still console yourself that they only want the 8 great training divisions. But you only have to think of the 6 prefectures of Zhongbo to understand that what they want is far more than this. There isn't a decisive ruling on the defeat of Zhongbo yet." Concealed in the dark, Xiao Qiye stayed silent for a brief while. "And yet you're so sure that they are the ones who did it?" "This is a bad debt," Shen Zichuan said. "We've gone through the case regarding the defeat of Zhongbo again and again with the intent to ascertain whose fault it was. But in fact, this was never a matter that a single person could control. Furthermore, there was one thing in the defeat that no one could quite figure out even to this date." Xiao Qiye stated, "Why?" That's right. Why? Xin Zichuan affirmed his words. Bayantia defeated the frontier and entered our territory, and everyone's morale and spirit took a beating. The tens of thousands of lives lost in Zhongbo was only a temporary issue. The dilemmas that followed also include the loss of years of taxes from the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua, the resettlement of the population, the redistribution of the farmlands, and the rebuilding of the massacred cities and towns. The state treasury could not bear this burden, and so Zhongbo became the national debt. The most difficult part was the restructuring of the garrison troops. Without sufficient manpower, Zhongbo will be defeated once more. How much longer can the reinforcements from Libei and Qidong last? This directly concerns the safety of Kudu. Did all these questions not pass through anyone's minds before the Zhongbo's troops' defeat, or was it done precisely because these were expected? Perhaps the 8 great clans were not the main instigators, but without their power and influence, this sort of thing could not have been done either. They are always involved each time there's political unrest in Dazhou. The turning point for Hua clan's rise to power began 25 years ago while Emperor Guangqing was on the throne. To fortify her power, the Empress Dowager killed the crown prince, a virtuous talent who observed propriety. But 80 years ago, during Emperor Yong'an's time, the clan who held sway over the imperial court was the Yao, a prestigious clan that produced 3 talents. Even the Grand Secretariat was known as the Hall of Yao. Then, there was the Shi clan who became the key to Dazhou's granaries when Jueshi opened up Yong'e Harbor 100 years ago. Making use of this opportunity to claim the Gulf Saltern of the Sioux Sea to the west, they became the head of all the tycoons in the world. Even the Li clan has to borrow money from them for the matrimony of their nobles. None of these happened because of personal scores. Rather, they were taking turns to be the leading powerhouse of the clans while emperors came and went. Since the beginning, none of these clans have truly been on the decline. Poor households do not produce noble sons. Very few of Dazhou's significant officials who could influence the political situation of the imperial court were born from a poor family. How many years did it take for a Qi Hualien to surface? And how many years did it take for a Hai Liangyi to appear? They are just like a sloppy stroke of the brush that, despite having endured and making it this far, was also hastily brushed off as a mere mention in history. If we must mention someone who is able to stand tall amidst the iron web of the 8 great clans, then this man is someone you are most familiar with. Xin Zichuan watched Xiao Qiye as he enunciated each word. The prince of Libei had a humble beginning and was born at the foot of the Hongyan Mountains. At the age of 15, he was drafted into the army at the Luoxia Pass, where he was promoted to the Luoxia Pass garrison by age 20. The garrison troops was defeated at the foot of the Hongyan Mountains when he was 23. He went on to build the horse range of Luoxia at 26 and established the cavalry of Luoxia at 28. When he was 30, he battled against the Bayantia Hanshi tribe once more. He crossed the Hongyan Mountains by 32 and set foot all over the eastern Hongyan mountain range by 35. From here onwards, the Luoxia cavalry was disbanded and took on the name of Libei Armored Cavalry. No longer part of the Luoxia Pass garrison, he was thrice bestowed and conferred the title of the different surnamed Prince 8 of Libei in Dazhou. The scale of Libei's great commandery was then determined, and Dazhou thus occupied the entire range of the Hongyan Mountains. The war between the Xiao clan and the 8 great clans is not only a power struggle, but also a battle between nobility and the common people. The man who had broken through the barrier to reach the peak was Xiao Fangxiu. From a very long time ago, you and the 8 great clans were already at the stage of irreconcilable antagonism. Xin Zichuan lowered his gaze slightly and arranged the bowl and chopsticks in front of him neatly. He said, "To ally with me, you have to bring forth a sincerity like mine at the very least, and not just a word or two about the imperial army's accounts. Those are worthless to me." The small screens isolated the sound of wind from them as both men sat each in their own posture opposite one another. The window lit up slightly, and the indistinct glow of snow gleamed upon both men's side profiles, reflecting the chills of the pitch-black night. Placed in opposition with one another, Long Li blade and Yangshan Shui were sheathed, yet the room still flashed with cold glints from the cutting edges of both blades. Chapter 50. In the Same Boat. Chapter 50. In the Same Boat. Sounding somebody out is merely to test the waters. Xiao Qia's eyes were cold. Honest sincerity is like the process of undressing. It's only by proceeding in a proper sequence that we can come to have a heart-to-heart talk today. You are right. After the incident at the Nanlin hunting grounds, I thought that there would be changes to the Grand Secretariat led by Hailiangi. However, he still reused Xue Xiuzhua of the 8 great clans, putting him in an important post. This shows that even when he reached the position where he could overhaul the system, he still had to bow to the noble clan's power and influence. Under such circumstances, the Xiao clan alone cannot do anything, much like one log alone cannot prop up an entire building. Then how should one describe them? Xin Zichuan pondered over it a little. When there is no common enemy, they are their own enemies. Keeping the balance and not letting the bowl of water overturn due to inherent bias is far more difficult than dealing with someone else. Before the Xiao clan's appearance, the 8 great clans merely underwent internal change following the rise of one clan and the fall of another. But after the Xiao clan surfaced, they began to separate the wheat from the chaff. The defeat of the Hua clan is just temporary. The imperial court purged itself of the Hua clan's remnants, but no one, not even Hailiangi, proposed to hold the Empress Dowager accountable. The current marriage alliance between the Hua and Qi clans is to preserve the Hua clan's usefulness and to whittle away external help that the Xiao clan can seek. Some things, when seen on its own, might not necessarily tell you anything. It's only when the dots are connected that they will give you the shivers. Are you talking about the defeat of the Zhonghua troops and the Hua-Qi marriage alliance? Xiao Qi asked. The strategy of befriending a distant state while attacking one nearby. One Xin Zichuan extended a finger and drew a circle on the table. After taking down the 6 prefectures of Zhonghua, a void will open up in Libei's defense on the southwest side. Xizhou lies close to the northeast provision's bridle path, which is the lifeblood of Libei. With no one from Zhonghua to defend it now, it becomes the territory of the 8 great clans of Kuru. Bring the marriage alliance with the Qi clan of Qidong into play, and you will be left high and dry with your back to Hongyan Mountains, the Bayancha tribes to the east and double enemies to the south. There's a 5-year gap between both events. Who could have guaranteed that Hua Xiqian would definitely rebel? And who could have ensured that I'd surely come to the Emperor's rescue? Xiao Qia slowly furrowed his eyebrows. There must be a purpose for the defeat of Zhonghua's troops. Xin Zichuan said after a moment of silence. It's not hard to control the situation. The difficulty lies in controlling the direction in which the situation progresses. If my guess is right, then there is someone hidden among the 8 great clans who can control the way the wind blows. If there's really such a person, Xiao Qia said, then it means that everyone is on the chessboard and every step is within his anticipation. He is no longer a genius, but a god who has Dazhou in his control. How are you going to fight him? The strategy of driving a wedge between the 8 great clans can't overcome the relationship forged through decades of marriage alliances between clans. They are inseparable in the face of public enemies. The unpredictability of the turbulent tempest is better than the tranquility of the calm sea. It's only when the water is muddied that they won't be able to distinguish between friend or foe. In actuality, they are not invulnerable to attacks. Shan Zichuan retracted his finger and continued. How is it that Xiao Fengxi was able to break through the noble clan's defenses? If this web is really tight enough, then how could significant ministers like Qi Hualien and Hailiangi rise in spite of their humble backgrounds? Your father was able to establish the Libei armored cavalry's predecessor. Luoxia cavalry because the officials of the Eastern Palace headed by the Crown Prince implemented the Yellow Register system, to keep records of households. This enabled the frontiers to conscript soldiers for its troops. At the same time, it allowed the soldiers to have a hereditary household register 3 so that they could belong under the jurisdiction of the commandery city's military. This separated it from the command of the Kudu noble clan's younger generation who have been appointed a post outside the capital, thereby allowing the Prince of Libe to unify military power so that he would no longer be subjected to the control and surveillance of the local civil officials. Not only that, the current well-trained and powerful army of Libe also has Dajo's implementation of the state farm system for to thank. You know better than I how important these military troops who carry out both garrison and farming duties 5 are. Why was Lu Guangbai having a harder time than Xiao Jiming? Because the Bianjuan commandery had no way of putting the policy of army farming into practice. The desert wastelands could not be cultivated to produce food, so Lu Guangbai could only rely on the subsidy of Kudu's military funds and provisions, deploying 70% of the military troops for farming and 30% for military affairs and defense might not allow the frontier troops to achieve full self-sufficiency. But it still greatly reduced the pressure for provisions on the frontier troops. And this was of vital importance to the frontier troops. Grand Mentor Qi would rather pretend to be a lunatic if it allowed him to drag out an ignoble existence, other than his unappeasable hatred. He was also loath to abandon the wounds that had been torn open. The Eastern Palace had dozens of subordinates, all of whom were officials from humble families the Crown Prince had personally handpicked himself. To assist the Crown Prince, Qi Hualien forked out all that he had learned in his lifetime and invested it in him. Each word of "the die is cast," he shouted with his hands, raised 5 years ago, was tears of blood that represented his inability to simply resign himself to it. You encroach into my territory 1 step at a time, and indulge me again and again as I test your limit, all just for tonight, to get me into the same boat as you. Xiao Jie leaned forward slowly, his eyes cold. But if I had not followed the trail to Shihongshan tonight or figured out your purpose, would you really trample down on me and use me as a stepping board? You are a wolf with a keen sense of smell, Xin Zichuan said. Why do you make yourself out to be so pitiful? If I weren't me, you wouldn't give me a chance to step in at all. We wouldn't even be having a conversation. You and I are such a breed of people. Instead of asking me, why don't you ask yourself first? Xiao Jie said, you are an asshole. Shen Zichuan said, it isn't easy to find like-minded assholes. Xiao Jie stopped contending with him and went straight to the point. He said, you are now the one who wants to borrow and make use of my power. But one needs a little bargaining chip before a treaty of alliance can be established. We share weal and woe. Xin Zichuan said, your Yao clan is about to be kicked out of the game soon. Doesn't that make you anxious, second young master? I can't use Yao when you. Xiao Jie said, you don't understand. The reason why the Yao clan is on friendly terms with me is really not to vie for power. It's purely because Yao Wenyu is. Well, if you get to meet him, you'll understand. The reason he didn't enter the ranks of officials is not because Hailiangyi couldn't bear to let him, but because he himself was unwilling. The members of the Yao clan all used to be some important ministers in the past. It was only until his father's time that they started to fall into decline. But the remaining prestige of his grandfather is still present. They are a major clan highly respected among the literati, and their reputation among the civil officials is by no means something people like Hua Xiqian could ever compare to. It's not difficult if he wants to make a comeback, but he's willing to be free and unrestrained like a wild crane rising above the drifting clouds. If Shi Hongxian can really kick the Yao clan out, then he will be all the more carefree and unfettered by worldly concerns. Seeing as the Yao clan is already linked to the Fei clan through a marriage alliance, then he is Commandery Princess Jiayue's elder cousin brother? Shin Zichuan asked suddenly. That's right. Xiao Qia picked up his chopsticks and confirmed. Zhao Yue most likely wants to marry him, but Marquis Helion is so cowardly that he dances to the Empress Dowager's tune. Then perhaps both of you can become relatives. The marriage fell through, didn't it? Xiao Qia said, You sabotaged my marriage and cost me a beauty. Shouldn't you compensate me? Shin Zichuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiao Qia rinsed his chopsticks in the cold tea and lifted his eyes to look at him. He asked, Do you know that there is only a 2-word difference between sharing a boat on the same river and sharing a pillow on the same bed? If you ask me, there's no harm in mixing up these sayings or even these actions in the future. The heat in the room smothered Shin Zichuan and made him slightly dizzy. Without replying, he turned to open the window. Xiao Qia did not touch any of the dishes. Instead, he said, I brought you here, let you eat my dishes, drink my wine, and you aren't even the least suspicious. Shin Zichuan looked at Xiao Qia. The caress of the cool wind finally made him feel a little parched and hot. Thin sweat materialized. His fair neck lay within that tightly fastened collar of his, and the red plums leaning down from the window complemented his black hair, making him look all the more indescribably ravishing. Salt like snow drifted outside the window, and some fell along the window onto the back of Shin Zichuan's hand, where they quickly melted into a splotch of water. This bit of coolness made the heat in his body even more distinct. In his trance, Shin Zichuan really had some other thoughts. He wanted to undo his clasps. This clause is not part of the alliance treaty, Shin Zichuan said, and I've no shortage of people to warm my bed of late. Xiao Qia put up his long legs and said, Right now, you don't look like the kind of person who has no shortage of people to warm your bed. Work and personal affairs are separate matters. Now that we're done talking about work, we can slowly straighten out our personal affairs. Was the one from Ohua Pavilion last time given to you by Shihong Xian? I heard he only likes ladies. Since when has he changed his taste too? Homosexual relationships between men are no longer uncommon. Shin Zichuan replied, I don't know if his taste has changed. Why? Has the second young master's taste changed? I don't have a fixed taste. Xiao Qia picked up the hair hanging down before Shin Zichuan's knees. It always depends on my mood. Shin Zichuan lifted a finger to pull back his hair that was already matted with sweat. He said, Some people make themselves out to be romantic and charming. They look like they can conduct themselves in an orderly manner when, in fact, they only know how to gorge themselves ravenously. They must have been out of practice. Xiao Qia pushed aside the small table and grasped the wrist Shin Zichuan was about to pull back. He said, And some people look so pitiful when they're drenched in sweat. The heat in Shin Zichuan persisted, and the spot that Xiao Qia was holding on to scalded him intensely. Propping himself up with an arm on his knee, Shin Zichuan demanded, What drug did you add? Make a guess. Xiao Qia tugged Shin Zichuan on the wrist. Changing the topic, he said, Jigang isn't up to teaching you such stuff, so who is your Shifu, or should I say teacher? The corners of Shin Zichuan's eyes reddened as he replied softly, I'm not telling you. Xiao Qia took a light sniff from a short distance away and suddenly said, You smell so good. Shin Zichuan's breathing quickened as he countered, Have you reached the stage where you'd use your beauty to ensnare a man? 6. I'm far from being a beauty. Why? Just a little chat and you're getting impatient? Sweat soaked through Shin Zichuan's inner garment. His heat, tempted by this ambiguous atmosphere that had taken shape for no rhyme or reason, turned even more sticky and damp. He wanted to wipe his sweat. Frowning, he asked, What exactly did you add? Xiao Qia laughed aloud and said flirtatiously, Just fooling around with you. It's just medicinal wine. Shin Zichuan found his gaze extremely dangerous. He could not help but close his eyes and force himself to stay calm. He said, "Xiao Xiao Qie raised his cup and downed the cold wine. At Shen Zichuan's words, he suddenly bent his head down and covered his lips. Shen Zichuan was pushed back towards the window, and the plum blossom branch shook on contact. He leaned back slightly, feeling like his waist was going to break under the tight hold. Some snow fell on Xiao Qie's nape, but he ignored it. Half of his body was almost pressing down on Shen Zichuan. His fingers pushed their way through the gaps between Shen Zichuan's fingers, forcibly interlocking them together. Ever since that glance at the feast of 100 officials, Xiao Qie had already wanted to kiss him. He wanted to even more so during their night talk today. He had already been enduring and restraining himself for an entire night. Xiao Qie saw how ruthless and merciless he was, and how he could retreat and advance as he pleased. He could not get a feel of him among the myriad sensations, and so he only wanted to pin him down and kiss him until he was flushed all over with desire brimming in his eyes. Shen Zichuan's chest heaved. The wind had blown through his entire body of sweat, chilling him so much that he shuddered. His teeth could not stop the wine that Xiao Qie was feeding him. As it slid to his throat, he started to choke, but Xiao Qie was biting the tip of his tongue, preventing him from coughing it out. So all he could do was to endure it until his eyes watered. Even if the sky were to fall right at this moment, Xiao Qie would not release him. A sudden thud rang out above, and someone tumbled down immediately after. Ding Tao plunged headlong into the pile of snow, then abruptly popped out his head. It was so freezing cold that he rubbed his arms hard. About to give someone a piece of his mind, he raised his head and came face to face with the window. He could not help but gape in shock, frightened out of his soul. Shen Zichuan instantly kicked Xiao Qie away and held on to the window, coughing. The back of his ears were all flushed, and his mouth was saturated with the fragrance of wine. Xiao Qie's breathing was a little urgent as he looked darkly out of the window. Ding Tao's teeth chattered as they fought against each other. Trembling, he stretched out his forefinger slowly to point up and whispered, So sorry, young master." Above them, Qiao Tianya and Gu Jin held their breaths and looked on with rapt attention as they wisely pretended not to be there. Without waiting for Xiao Qie to say a word, Ding Tao sprang up and fled. He climbed the tree with swift movements, then made his way back to the roof with a swoosh. Chapter 51, Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 51, Commander-in-Chief in the darkness. Xiao Qie used his thumb to wipe the corner of his mouth, where there was still residual wine. He said, "One kick for one kiss. Neither of us loses out." Shen Zichuan turned back to look at him. Xiao Qie smiled at him. "Each is a horse of a different color. Let's not confuse them. Aren't you still going to trample on me in public in the future? Go ahead and step on me, Lanzhao. I'll pay each debt back in full plus interest." Shen Zichuan used his tongue to wet the spot he had been bitten and told him, "You won't have this kind of opportunity every single time." Xiao Qie took a step closer, completely shrouding him under his own shadow. He replied, "And you won't be able to run away every single time." Having said that, Xiao Qie extended his hand to pluck the red plum beside Shen Zichuan. He rubbed the petals into mush and sent that redness into his mouth. Under his gaze, Shen Zichuan had the illusion that he himself was that red plum. In his evaluation of Xiao Qie, he quietly added, having the determination to win, in addition to having a keen sense of smell. Shen Zichuan once thought that desire would overcome Xiao Qie and make him retreat from the setback. But Xiao Qie's behavior was beyond Shen Zichuan's expectation. That arrogant character of his meant that he only knew how to march forward bravely. Any retreat or concession was only in preparation for the next time he made a better planned attack. He was an overwhelmingly dangerous threat. "Light the lamps." Xiao Qie turned his head to shout out. After a short moment, the maidservants pushed the door open and entered. They moved out a small screen, cleared away the leftovers, spread a mat over the rug, and swapped to a big, square tea table with girdled waist and horse hooves legs. Wan Qinyang changed his shoes and entered. He placed the Imperial Army's military affairs and name register of personnel on the tea table, then took over the teapot from the maidservant's hands and kneeled at the side to steep tea for both men. With someone else present, both men resumed the roles of upright gentlemen when they took their seats again. Sun Sichuan had partially sobered up. Bathing in the wind had helped him break free of his earlier hot flushes and tipsiness. Only the scarlet on his face remained, further accentuated by the dim light of the lamp that enveloped him. Even Qinyang did not dare to look straight up at him, for fear that his gaze would be an affront to both Sun Sichuan and Xiao Jie, making them displeased. Qinyang brewed the tea and thought, no wonder Tantai who is worried. Xin Lanzhao is clearly born with the looks of one capable of bringing ruin to the nation and misfortune upon the commoners. What's more, he has such a temperament. Anyone who is on familiar terms with master, even a little, should be afraid. What was Xiao Jie most fond of? Taming horses and tormenting eagles. Too, during the tormenting process, Xiao Jie would not sleep when the eagle wasn't sleeping. The harder it was to tame, the more attention he would pay it. The harder it was to domesticate, the more he would favor it. Back then, while they were fighting the Bianchi cavalry, Xiao Jie could lay in wait for so long simply because he adored the process of domestication and torture. He inherited from Xiao Fengxiu the desire to conquer and subjugate, far surpassing that of the common man. This was the most different trait between him and Xiao Jiming. Qinyang presented the tea to both of them, made a slight bow, and said, "If master has any instructions, please call for me." Then he rose and retreated to change back into his boots and stand guard outside the door. Gu Jin hung his head down from the rooftop, tossed a wine bag to Qinyang, and cast him an inquiring gaze to ask about the inside situation. Qinyang slowly exhaled and said, "It's all fine. Master has a measure of propriety." Ding Tao was still hugging his head and murmuring, "Am I going to die? Hard to say." Qiao, Tinya nudged against the snow to pull out his pipe and laughed out loud. "On this day next year, Gij will remember to burn paper offerings for you." Ding Tao's tears were about to fall. Grabbing his hair, he glared at them in anger and complained, "It's all you two's fault. If you didn't fight, I wouldn't have tried to break up the fight. If I didn't intervene, then I wouldn't have tumbled off. If I didn't fall, then I wouldn't die. I hate you both." Qiao Tianya concentrated wholeheartedly on starting a fire with the flint, while Gu Jin folded his arm and dozed off. Ding Tao hated them so much that he fished out his book and jotted at high speed to vent all his fury within, cussing them both as the world's greatest bastards. Once done, he wiped the tears at the corners of his eyes, then turned around to continue, venting his thoughts as they gushed forth like spring water. Having had a change of tea, the men in the room continued their discussion. Xiao Jie said, "Returning to the topic, you said that there is someone hiding in Kudu who is able to manipulate the 8 great clans. I thought about it and found it highly unlikely." That medicinal wine burned up Shen Sichuan's throat so much that it was billowing smoke. He drank several cups of tea before saying, "You think it is not possible because it is too difficult to do such a thing effectively." Xiao Jie said, "That's right. Let's leave the others aside for now. Even the Empress Dowager herself would not deign to listen to the directions of another. What if she wasn't aware of it herself?" Shen Sichuan asked, "Sometimes you don't need to command others in order to manipulate the situation. With just one finger, you can nudge the powers into action and change a lot of things from there. You have to prove the existence of this person first." Xiao Jie looked at him and said, "You look like you're feeling quite warm." Sun Sichuan lifted his fingers to undo his clasp. That clasp gently broke free of its fastener to gradually reveal his smooth neck between his fingers before coming to a stop at the top of his collarbone. Tiny beads of sweats slid along the contour of his neck into that depression, wetting his fingertips. Although Shi Hongxian is a chess piece in the open, he's very important. Shi Hongxian is needed to confirm whether this person exists or not, so you can't take him off the game this time. Xin Zichuan paused for a moment. You can't take him down anyway. He never once showed himself during this assassination case. Fuling's confession can only prove that she was coerced. And the most likely suspect is now you. It was your idea to frame it on me. Xiao Jia looked at that disappearing bead of sweat. You are now an official in the Son of Heaven's inner ministerial circle, one deeply favored by the Emperor. If this incident can remove you from position and put you off duty, Shi Hongxian will not pass up the chance. He will definitely try to seize an opportunity to seek the 8 great training divisions' authority of office. It's only by luring them out of their lairs that we can get a clearer look at whom to attack. Besides, His Majesty trusts you. Even if he demotes you, he will not immediately and easily put his trust in others. After a period of time, he will see the blazing rise of the 8 great clans' power and arrogance, and he will realize that he had been played for a fool. He will instead harbor guilt towards the innocent ones who have been implicated, and then he will try ways to make it up to you. Xin Zichuan's atoms apple-bobbed as he drank the tea. He said, My guess is that you had already thought of a countermeasure before you came to me. Sure, let's play. Xiao Jia poured tea for him. I'll merely be beating you at your own game and letting you guys trample on me. This is much wiser than fighting back at this point. Xin Zichuan said, The more anxious you are at this time to clear your name and involvement in this matter, the more suspicious His Majesty will be. I know His Majesty. Xiao Jia said, He is a credulous man and easily susceptible to persuasion. He cannot stand being instigated. 3, but he cannot stand being humiliated either. I'm his buddy and the first person he promoted to his side after he ascended to the throne. I'm kind of a symbol for the way he faces his court officials. Trapped both on the inside and the outside, I've become livestock in his hands, one that he penned in and raised. To him, I've no one to rely on, and it's only with his backing that I can secure this position of mine. If someone were to scheme against me, thereby kicking me down, then he will definitely have the feeling of sharing the same fate, just like how teeth feel cold when the lips are gone. For the Hua faction is his sore point and the source of his anxiety. The reason he feels reassured in getting Hai Liangyi to make decisions regarding government affairs is because he knows that Hai Liangyi will not form cliques or join political factions. We mustn't let such a golden opportunity slip. Xin Zichuan held his teacup and considered it for a moment before saying, This time we must make Shi Hongxian take action. I have to remind you of one thing. Xiao Jia propped up his elbow on the table and beckoned to Xin Zichuan. Xin Zichuan put down his teacup and leaned over. Xiao Jia whispered, If you can't hold your liquor, then don't go drinking with others. Not every bastard has second young master's level of willpower to remain unswayed by distracting thoughts 5 and remain an honorable, well-behaved gentleman before you. Shen Sichuan looked askance at him and emphasized his words. But this honorable gentleman has harbored quite the thoughts too, hasn't he? Xiao Jie gazed at him and said, Once we step out of this door tomorrow morning, you and I will be mortal enemies. Since enemies know best how to hold each other in high regard, then isn't it only fitting for me to think of you? Xin Zichuan said, I don't think of you. Xiao Jie said, Every plan you make these days can't escape me. I'm afraid it's not that you don't think of me, but that you think of me day and night. How did that kick from the feast of 100 officials not get to you? Xin Zichuan raised his hand to block Xiao Jie's breath on him and said, It could have sobered up the second young master. The tip of Xiao Jie's nose was pressing against Xin Zichuan's palm. He stared at Shen Zichuan and said wickedly, How callous, Lanzhao. You tease me in all ways possible before betting me. And now that you've betted me, you set up defenses in every way possible to guard against me. You heartless cad, fickle man. His gaze made Xin Zichuan slightly averted his eyes. Xin Zichuan said, "Xiao you sure are drunk tonight, aren't you?" Xiao Qie suddenly retreated and said, "During the court session tomorrow morning, someone will surely raise questions and apportion blame. Kong Qiu will present Fuling's previous confession statement as it is. When the time comes, the Chief Surveillance Bureau will have to hold me accountable for my negligence in supervision." With his palm now empty, Shen Zichuan said, "Even if you wish to take a step back, you can't make it too obvious. Once I'm caught in a vicious siege of verbal and written condemnation, it'll be up to His Majesty to decide on my punishment." Xiao Qie said, "At best, your salary will be halted for a few months. At worst, your tablet will be suspended and you'll have to reflect on your mistake. The hereditary prince is still in Kudu. Everyone still has to give him face, so they won't overdo their criticism of you. Dage's time in Kudu is very short." Xiao Qie stopped. "Once I'm punished, there'll be no one else to stop the marriage between Hua Xiangyi and Qi Shiyu. It'll take time for the union between Qi and Hua to happen." Xin Sichuan thought for a moment. "The current commander-in-chief of Qidong 5 Commandery military troops is Qi Juyin. Perhaps we can start with her." Xiao Qie thought of something and said, "I have an idea." Xin Sichuan asked, "What?" "The Ministry of Rights has past marriage records of the Hua clan. I'll get someone to polish it up a little, then give this transcribed copy to Qi Juyin. She will not accept Hua Xiangyi easily. It's not taboo for distant relatives to marry in Dazhou. Even marriage between cousins is fine." Shen Zichuan said, "Or is Commander-in-Chief Qi bothered by it?" "She is." Xiao Qie explained, "As we all know, Qi Shiyu is a lecher, and he has taken many beautiful women all over Qidong 5 Commandery into his residence as his women. One of them is his niece. A few years back, this madam gave birth to a baby who was born with a defect and was abnormally sick and weak. The baby lasted for only a few days before it was buried. From then on, each time Qi Shiyu takes in a concubine, Qi Juyin would be particularly wary of breaking this taboo, as long as there were some blood relations between them. Even if she was a distant relative, Qi Juyin would not allow the woman to marry into the family. But Hua Xiangyi's marriage to Qi Shiyu was specifically dictated by the Empress Dowager herself." Xin Zichuan said, "I doubt the Commander-in-Chief can stop it even if she wants to. Since there's already no way she can stop it, then she can only take a step back to make a concession and let Hua the Third marry." Xiao Qie's eyes were cold. "But she can't let her give birth to a child. Hua Xiangyi is marrying Qi Shiyu as his second wife, which means she will be the legitimate and rightful madam of Qidong. The child she gives birth to will be a child of lawful birth 6, who can claim to be of the same direct line of descent as Qi Juyin. Qi Juyin is a woman. It's indeed not easy for her to subdue and bring Qidong 5 Commandery military forces under her control for all these years. She is a great general who has truly shed blood. But who can guarantee that no one will have something else in mind? If Hua Xiangyi were to give birth to a son, Qi Juyin would have no choice but to be caught up in an internal struggle for military power. She is in need of a reason to suppress Hua Xiangyi. I heard that there are male sons in the Qi clan, but Qi Shiyu was hell-bent on having his own way to give to Qi Juyin the commander-in-chief position of the military forces." Xin Zichuan said, "Wasn't this out of an appreciation for talents?" "That's right." Xiao Qie said, "Qi Juyin was born by his first legitimate wife, and she is also a talented field commander he personally taught. When he still had no sons, he treated and raised Qi Juyin as one. He came to have sons later on, but none of them could be compared to her. At that time, Qidong was still at war with Baianxia. Qi Shiyu was seriously injured and was unable to lead the troops. They were trapped at the east side of Baianxia-linked camps, and none of the Qi clan sons dared to step up to take up the mantle. It was Qi Juin who carried a blade on her back and rode a horse through the night to go canvassing for reinforcements from the Qijun Commandery, Bianjuan Commandery, and Suatian Pass garrison troops, and got them to follow her into battle. Then, with the help of the wind, she set fire to the Biantia-linked camps and burned them all down. This was the battle that made her famous. She's now called Wind Guiding the Scorching Plains precisely because of how she led the soldiers that battled to draw their swords, while braving the fire to carry out Qi Shiyu on her back. Qi Shiyu was originally hesitant and undecided, but after that time he immediately handed over the commander's seal and gave the 5 commandery military troops, all to Qi Juin. The conferment of the commander-in-chief title requires the approval of Kudu. Shen Zichuan said, "It's not an easy feat to achieve." Xiao Qie smiled. He touched the thumb ring on his thumb and said, "You would have never imagined that Emperor Guanqing was not the one who conferred the title on her." Shin Zichuan tilted his head slightly. Back then, when news of it spread back to Kudu, the various parties all denounced it. Because Qi Juin is a woman, the Ministry of War questioned whether her military exploits were fabricated. Thus, they submitted a petition to the Grand Secretariat requesting them to dispatch the Chief Surveillance Bureau censor and imperial bodyguards to Qidong to carry out a thorough investigation. Seeing how worked up the crowd was, Emperor Guanqing delayed Qidong's request and did not approve it. Her meritorious military service was later verified, and the Ministry of Rights submitted a memorial allowing her conferment. However, she was not allowed up Yulong Terrace 7, which is used by military officers and generals, to receive her conferment. She could only kneel and kowtow before the stairs of Mingli Hall. Xiao Qie paused for a long time. It was the Empress Dowager who stood her ground against the objections and obstacles, and allowed her to step onto Yulong Terrace so that she could be conferred, in an open and above-board manner, the title Commander-in-Chief of Qidong's military forces. Chapter 52. Denouncement. Chapter 52. Denouncement. White snow fell in a flurry. The night was coming to an end. Shen Zichuan could not stay any longer. Just as he was leaving, Xiao Qie rose to his feet, took down the overcoat from the rack, and handed it to him. "This blade of yours looks unfamiliar." Xiao Qie bent over to pick up Yang Shan Shui. It felt light and handy in his hands. New. Shin Zichuan nodded and faced the door as he put on the overcoat. Xiao Qie pressed the sword slightly out of its sheath with his thumb to reveal a cold glint. He said, "Excellent blade. What's its name?" Shin Zichuan answered, "Yang Shan Shui." A lift of its head, and 3 mountains worth of snow it spouts, a spread of its mouth, and 100 rivers it devours. One Xiao Qie returned the blade to its sheath and took a step forward, and stuck to Shin Zichuan from behind. With practiced fingers, he put back Yang Shan Shui to the side of Shin Zichuan's waist. He lowered his head slightly and said, "It's not only pretty, even the name is pretty." Shin Zichuan abruptly looked back, but Xiao Qie beat him to it and grasped him by the waist to take him into his arms. "How are you going to look at me after leaving here today? However, I ought to be looking at you." Shin Zichuan hurriedly turned his head back. It looked as if he was intimately rubbing their faces together. If you can't handle it, you can always ask your second young master for help. Xiao Qie's fingers roughly obtained a measurement as he smiled and said, "The second young master can barely fend for himself." Shin Zichuan said, "Seems more likely for you to ask me for help." Xiao Qie released him and said, "You are much thinner than the last time. If my guess is right, you're still taking medicine that can conceal your figure." Shin Zichuan fastened his overcoat and said nothing. "Let me offer you a word of advice," Xiao Qie said. "That medicine hurts the body the more you take it. In a few years, it'll be your own body that will be wrecked." Shin Zichuan sighed softly as he stopped by the door. "Your Shifu has sharp eyes. He met me only once, and he could tell just by looking." Xiao Qie said, "You're willing to go to such an extent just for these matters?" My life and death hang in the balance at the mere whim of another, so naturally, I'd have to exercise caution in everything I do and pay due diligence everywhere I go. Shin Zichuan's hands were ice cold. He said, I've practiced the Ji clan boxing style for a long time. I wouldn't be able to deceive Ji Lei unless I resort to this. Xiao Qie said, Ji Lei is already dead. Shin Zichuan still smelled a little of wine. He said, I've stopped taking the medicine. After Shin Zichuan had left, Xiao Qie stood in the blizzard as he recalled Zhuo Qianqiu's words. This medicine comes from the east. Once taken, a person can fake illness to pull the wool over the eyes of others. It's not a problem if it's taken once or twice, but it could cause serious consequences if consumed for a long time. The damage is negligible if the toxin remains in the body for a short while, but it'll eventually act up in the future. Act up. Zhuo Qianqiu fixed his gaze on the teacup in his hand and said, Toxin accumulates to become a malady that harms. If he doesn't take good care of it, he might be rendered invalid when the time comes. Xiao Qie raised his hand and let the windstorm blow away the lingering warmth on his palm. He reminisced back to that night when he thought he had almost melted Shen Zichuan with his caresses, but it seemed that the warmth he gave Shen Zichuan was merely fleeting. A beauty always gives off the illusion of fragility. With a bamboo hat on his head, Qiao Tinya drove the horse carriage and rushed towards Shen Zichuan's old house on Donglong Street. Shen Zichuan leaned against the interior wall of the carriage and closed his eyes to take a nap. Upon reaching the entrance, Qiao Tianya commanded the horses to stop and lifted the curtain open for Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan bent over to get off the carriage and returned to his room to take a bath and have a change of clothes. According to the memorial, Shen Zichuan had enjoyed a meteoric rise this time to become a fifth-grade judge of the imperial bodyguards in just one leap. But this position was split into two, the south and north. The southern judge was in charge of the affairs of the imperial bodyguards' military craftsmen, while the northern judge was in charge of the imperial bodyguards' imperial prison. Li Jianheng put him in an important position with the intent to use him. But the civil officials of the Grand Secretariat all had their own misgivings and considerations. Because of Shen Zichuan's background, they were not willing to let him take charge of the imperial prison. Therefore, after everyone deliberated over it, they rejected Shen Zichuan's appointment as the northern judge and had it changed to the southern judge. For this reason, the Grand Secretariat raised Shen Zichuan's military appointment to one of a fifth-grade Imperial Bodyguards battalion commander. This was already a great honor, especially when coupled with the additional embroidered python robe 2 and phoenix tail belt 3 that Li Jianheng had bestowed upon him. Shen Zichuan had long anticipated the Grand Secretariat's rebuttal. This time, he had made his way up by using Han Cheng as a stepping stone. As per their agreement, Xue Xiuzhua let him have his promotion. Yet, he gave him a kick at the most crucial part. This was to make him understand that even if he had the merit that came with going to the Emperor's rescue, he was still far from being able to cross swords with them. When Shen Zichuan emerged, all neatly dressed, Qiao Tianya was holding up an umbrella. The latter said, with Master's promotion, this house is already considered simple and shabby. It would not be able to accommodate all the coming and going visitors in the future. There's no hurry. Shen Zichuan lifted his robe to get on the carriage. As he dropped the curtain, he said, It's still not too late to change it after I'm promoted to Commander-in-Chief. With that, the curtain drooped, and he continued to rest. The weather was bad today. The officials waiting outside the palace all had snow on their shoulders. They could not walk around as they please, nor could they move at will. They could not make a racket either, or even cough. Shen Zichuan followed Han Cheng to stand at attention while bearing his blade. His skin was like icy snow set against the contrast of his crimson python robe. He was shockingly gorgeous whenever there was a smile in the corners of his eyes. Yet, amidst that affability, he gave off an air of malice that spoke of danger. Xiao Qie was donning a red robe too. the second-grade lion on his body made him stand out even more from the crowd, like a crane among a flock of fowls. He looked to be in low spirits and merely glanced askance at Shen Zichuan. Both men were standing apart from one another, yet they gave others the sense that they were facing off each other in a confrontation. Even Hai Liangyi turned his head aside to take a few looks. The civil officials made eye contact with one another, each coming to a mutual, tacit understanding. A little while later, Han Chung said in a hushed tone, "Let's go." When those palace doors opened, the eunuchs from the Directorate of Ceremonial and Major Ministers of the Grand Secretariat would be the first to enter. But now that the Directorate of Ceremonial had been vacated, only the important ministers of the Grand Secretariat, with Hai Liangyi at the head, went on ahead. Han Chung followed behind them, leading Shen Zichuan up the stairs to take up position at the lower left side of the dragon throne. Li Jianheng sat on the dragon throne with both hands on his knees and said, "It has been 2 nights since the assassination case. Has there been any new progress from the Ministry of Justice?" The Minister of Justice, Kong Chiu, stepped out and said after paying his obeisances, "To reply, Your Majesty, the evidence against Fuling, the female official of the Imperial Food Service, in instigating Guixing to carry out the assassination is conclusive. This subject will hand her over to the Court of Judicial Review for a retrial today." For some reason, Li Jianheng cast a glance at Xiao Qie and turned back to continue asking, "Have you gotten to the bottom of why she did this?" Kong Chiu said, "Our checks show that Fuling once broke the imperial plate of the Court of Imperial Entertainments in the palace. Consequently, this left a record in her file. And to work it off, the day she could leave the palace was put off to the indefinite future. She often told the others that her mother was already advanced in age, and she wanted to leave the palace to wait upon the latter. But owing to the palace rules, she was unable to do so. She repeatedly bribed the former brush-holding director of the Directorate of Ceremonial, but it was a wasted effort, and she was cheated out of her entire life savings. And so she lost it and began to harbor the intent to exact revenge. This subject has a memorial to present. The Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, Wei Huixing, was the second son of lawful birth of the 8 great clans Wei clan. He was also the elder brother of Imperial concubine Wei during Emperor Xianda's time. He stepped out and paid his obeisances. Li Jianheng said, "Your Excellency Wei, please speak." This subject has ascertained that the female official of the Imperial Food Service, Fuling, had a power for sex transaction with Yuan Lu from the Imperial Army's Judicial Office. It was Yuan Lu who personally stepped forward to negotiate credit for the house where her mother lived. Without looking at anyone, Wei Huixing continued, "This case is presided over by the Ministry of Justice, and this matter concerns Your Majesty's safety. It cannot be said to be unimportant. Yet, Minister Kong mentioned only half of the confession before Your Majesty. Is there something that cannot be said, or someone who cannot be incriminated?" Kong Chiu turned his head to the side and said, "This matter is mentioned all in my memorial, so what exception is there to speak of? The morning court is an important venue for the discussion of governmental affairs. His Majesty asked if you have gotten to the bottom of it, yet you are evasive before all the officials, focusing on what's favorable while skipping the damning statements." Wei Huixing raised his head. Officials on entering service should diligently and earnestly serve with utmost loyalty. 5. The Imperial Court Hall is by no means a place to condone corruption and abet corrupted officials. What are you afraid of? If you don't dare to voice it in the person's presence, then I'll say it. Your Majesty, this matter concerns not only the various 24 yamen in the Imperial Palace, but also the Imperial Army. Xiao Qie looked displeased, as if he were sneering. Li Jianheng had initially meant to keep it under wraps, but now it would not do for him to continue fooling the others. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Su, and what do you have to say to this?" Xiao Qie said, "The Imperial Army has 20,000 men on its payroll. This subject can check their household registers one at a time, but not all of their personal affairs one by one. This time, I'm at fault for being negligent in my supervision of my men. Your Majesty may punish me as you deem fit." Li Jianheng wanted to open his mouth to say a word. Wei Huixing kowtowed first and said, "Viceroy Shao, why aren't you telling the truth before His Majesty either? It's indeed true that it's not easy to probe into the personal affairs of the 20,000 men in the imperial army, but that Yuan Lu doesn't have a common relationship with you at all. So how can you feign ignorance too?" Shen Zichuan looked over. "There are too many people who have special relationships with me." Shao Jie swept a glance at Shen Zichuan and smiled without a care. "But with a beauty in my arms, I'd be blind to bed an old fellow. That Yuan Lu is old enough to be your father. Your Excellency Wei. Never mind if you don't have any proof or evidence. But why go to this extent to bring such a false charge against me, Shao Suin?" Hai Liangyi gave a slight cough and said, "Please watch your language on the imperial court, Viceroy. His Majesty is fully aware of the kind of jerk I am. I have never needed to put on false pretenses here." Shao Jie was a tyrant when he played the scoundrel. He did not even show any respect to Hai Liangyi. "You want to investigate the imperial army, sure thing. To steer clear of suspicion, I'll hand over my waist token and let the various excellencies investigate. But if you want to pin that groundless, trumped-up charge on me, then sorry I won't plead guilty. Such vulgar language, acting all rebellious before His Majesty. The Shao clan sure has produced a good son." Wei Huixing took out a memorial from his sleeve. "The Viceroy says I've no evidence or proof. But as an official of the Court of Judicial Review, how would I dare to say so if that's the case?" Shao Jiming, who had been listening without moving all this while, slightly raised his head to look at Wei Huixing, wanting to see what evidence the latter could have. Wei Huixing said, "Yuan Lu was originally a squad commander of the imperial army. It was the Viceroy who personally promoted him to be a vice judge. Not 2 years later, the Viceroy promoted him again into the position of a judge. I'd like to ask the Viceroy, these few years, the imperial army had no important duties. So on what grounds does he get to be promoted again and again?" Shao Jie sneered and said he's already at that age. Although he has no merits to speak of, he has committed no grave errors. The imperial army has been mass recruiting rookies in recent years. Yuan Lu isn't the only old-timer I've promoted on account of old ties. Why doesn't Your Excellency Wei list them all out clearly and count them all among my personal affairs? Isn't the Viceroy's words the law in the imperial army in recent years?" Wei Huixing said unhurriedly, "The one each of them pledged loyalty to is the Shao clan, not His Majesty, isn't it?" His words were laced with double layers of meaning. In itself, it referred to Shao Jie, but it also implicated Shao Jiming. As expected, Shao Jie flipped. He said, "Keep the discussion to the topic at hand. Stop fucking bringing in the Shao clan at every mention. I, Shao Suin, followed His Majesty to the position I am at now. I'm not like Your Excellency Wei, who is born with a silver spoon in his mouth and with his path to officialdom all smoothly paved out for him." It was only when Wei Huixing saw Shao Jie losing his temper that he opened the memorial and said, "The Viceroy went drinking with others before the new year. During the feast, Yuan Lu gifted you a large sum of money. Does the Viceroy admit to this?" Even Li Jianheng was stunned the moment this word was spoken. He clenched his fist and said nothing further. Shao Jie said, "I have never gone drinking with Yuan Lu before. The courtesans of Shangyun Villa on Donglong Street can attest to it. That night, Yuan Lu spent a large sum of money to entertain the Viceroy. The Viceroy got drunk during the feast, and Yuan Lu gifted you a basket of golden peaches." Wei Huixing said, "Does the Viceroy still not admit it?" Shao Jie said, "I'll just ask you. Yuan Lu is a minor 6th grade official. Where on earth would he get the golden peaches to gift? That's something we will have to ask the viceroy. Wei Huixing finally took out his killing move. He said, "The same time Yuan Lu got the house on credit for fulling, he also got 3 street-facing houses on Donglong Street on credit. I have ascertained that he acted upon the viceroy's written instructions at that time. In recent years, the Imperial Army first carried out repairs on its barracks, then expanded the military drill grounds on Mount Foam. Where did all the money for these come from? Wasn't it the viceroy who used his position in the Imperial Army to obtain it illegally from the broker? Yuan Lu was the one who handled and completed this matter for you. And now that Yuan Lu has instigated Fulling to assassinate His Majesty, do you dare to say that it has nothing to do with you?" Xiao Qia did not answer. Fu Linya, the right censor-in-chief Chief Surveillance Bureau, stepped out and said, "This subject also has a memorial to submit." For some reason, Li Jianheng's fingertips were trembling violently. He commanded, "Speak." Fu Linya said, "This subject wants to bring charges against the Viceroy of the Imperial Army today. According to the law, before the joint trial by the 3 judicial offices concludes, no irrelevant person is allowed to enter the torture prison to visit major criminals unless he has His Majesty's imperial edict. Yet, the Viceroy acted on his own initiative and went to the torture prison yesterday without an imperial edict and made no report of it afterward." Xiao Qia's expression grew more and more somber. The moment the Viceroy left the torture prison, Fulling's mother died. Fu Linya kowtowed. "As for what happened in between, I'd like to ask the Viceroy to give a clear account of it in His Majesty's presence." Xiao Qia said, "Both of you are really taking action at the same time, huh? Such coincidence." "Don't dodge the topic, Viceroy." Wei Huixing said coldly, "I'd advise you to explain yourself at the earliest opportunity. He who wants to incriminate a man will always trump up a charge against him." As if surrounded in a trap, Xiao Qia fell silent for a moment, then said to Li Jianheng, "I've never done any of the stuff they said. I'll let His Majesty make the judgment tonight." Under such a tense, anxious atmosphere, Li Jianheng clenched his knees until they were soaked with sweat. He looked at Xiao Qia too, then suddenly asked, "How do you explain those written instructions?" Xiao Qia lowered his gaze and said with a spurious smile, "This subject has never written such a thing." Li Jianheng stood up in an instant. He took a few steps forward impatiently and demanded, "Let me see." Wei Huixing handed over the item. Li Jianheng flipped through it for a moment and suddenly began to tremble. His lips quivered. "Isn't this your handwriting?" Suin. Xiao Qia said resolutely, "This subject has never written such a thing." Li Jianheng was terrified. He set the document in his hands, then quickly threw it away like a hot potato. Nearly losing control, he asked, "Then that Yuan Lu, is he your man or not?" Xiao Qia raised his eyes. Upon seeing this, Li Jianheng clutched onto the armrests. Fear began to rise within him. In this fleeting moment of dread, he recalled the coldness and indifference with which Xiao Qia had abandoned him in the past. An endless disgust also rose within him. As if he was swatting away something terrifying, he said with all of his might, "Strip him of his waste token first." Xiao Qia said, "This subject," Wei Huixing straightened up and bellowed, "if he dares to disobey, we can detain him right here according to the laws." Xiao Qia stared at Wei Huixing before he looked at Li Jianheng. He said in an aloof voice, "It is fine to detain me, Xiao Suin, but there must be an acceptable allegation." Li Jianheng felt that he had misplaced his trust. Caught in the crossfire taking place in the imperial court, he was already inclined to believe the others, and now, seeing the way Xiao Qia was acting caused his fury to momentarily get the better of him. He reprimanded in a stern voice, "Kneel. I will take away your waste token today, without fail." Xiao Qia had yet to move, but Li Jianheng could no longer contain his rage and barked, I command you to kneel. Chapter 53. Compound Search. Chapter 53. Compound search. The imperial court was so solemn and quiet that one could even hear the drop of a pin. Xiao Qie's eyes gradually dimmed as he removed his own waist token. With his chest heaving violently, Li Jianheng announced, "The Imperial Army Viceroy, Xiao Qie, is suspended from duties and confined to his residence to await investigation. The internal and external patrols of Kudu shall now be taken over by the Imperial bodyguards and the 8 great training divisions." Shi Hongxian, who was among the crowd, looked stolidly through his wuxia hat one at Xiao Jiming, who had never once uttered a word. Xiao Jiming remained stable and still on his feet, unperturbed by what was happening. "He sure is steady," Shi Hongxian cursed inwardly. As expected, this Xiao Jiming was a tough nut to deal with. To think he could still maintain his composure on seeing Xiao Qie in such a predicament. He was not in the least flustered. He did not even look like he had the intent to speak up. After morning court was dismissed, they gathered at Ohua Pavilion. After taking his golden token and changing into an elegant, pale blue patterned robe with wide sleeves, Shen Zichuan let the courtesan lead him upstairs. Shi Hongxian was lying on the shumi couch too, watching someone brew tea. On seeing him enter, Shi Hongxian laughed out loud and said, "Lance Hao, that was such a delight today. Ever since the hunting ground incident, Xiao II has been one-upping me in every matter. This payback feels so gratifying." Shin Zichuan took a seat and said, "Fu Linya was a good move. I never thought you could even take him under you. What do you think the Fu clan was in the past? They were cow dung collectors outside Chuanqing's city gates. If not for our old master's appreciation of talent and assistance in helping them to break free of their original registration, their Fu clan would still be herding cattle today." Shi Hongxian accepted the tea the maidservant presented to him and sampled a few mouthfuls before continuing. "But what a waste of the trap Elder Wei set. Xiao Jiming didn't take the bait. Suppressing Xiao Air is already a challenge." Shen Zichuan tasted the tea and said, "I'm afraid the loss will far outweigh the gain if you touch Xiao Jiming now. The best policy is to follow up on our victory and press home the attack. If we don't fight now, then when are we going to wait for?" Shi Hongxian raised his hand to dismiss the maidservant. He straightened up in his seat. "Even if we can only make Xiao Jiming suffer a small loss in Kudu, it'd still be a chink in their armor." "I thought your intent was Kudu. I didn't think you would already be thinking of eyeing the outskirts for a fight even before your foundation is stable." Shen Zichuan said, "The 8 great training divisions have yet to get a firm grip on power. You'll most likely tumble and suffer a setback if you skip over Xiao'er now." Shi Hongxian set aside the teacup and asked, "Then, in your opinion, what else should we do?" "You said it earlier." Shin Zichuan smiled. "The best policy is to follow up on victory and press home the attack." Shi Hongxian pondered it for a moment and said, "Our move today has already caused Xiao II to lose the Emperor's confidence and trust in him. Even his waist token was removed, making it impermissible for him to move about before the start of spring. But he has been buddies with the Emperor for many years after all. It is impossible to take him down with just this incident alone. As long as Xiao'er is still the Imperial Army Viceroy, the authority over Kuda patrols will still fall back into his hands. Did you all go through so much trouble with me just to get temporary authority of the 8 great training divisions to play around with for a month or two, before returning it to him with your thanks?" Shin Zichuan said, "You dealt Xiao'er a blow this time, but once he bounces back after spring, how are you going to face his counterattack?" Shi Hongxian spread his folding fan open and fanned himself with it a few times before saying, "What else can we do? We definitely won't be able to knock him down now." "You can't, but you can wear him down." Shen Zichuan was not fond of drinking strong tea, so he did not touch it again after a taste. He said, "His Majesty is already suspicious of him, and his suspicion in the days to come will not be lower than this. This is the time for you to act. I have neither talent nor merit. Shi Hongxian smiled and said, So how can I be compared to him? There's no need for you to be humble. Shen Zichuan tapped on the tabletop. The tunes in this Ohua pavilion are unconventional and original. Even His Majesty, who is used to fooling around red light districts, would find it a breath of fresh air. Second young master Shi, do you still feel that you can't be compared to Xiao'er when it comes to playing? Leaving aside Secretariat Elder for now, even if I play, there's no way for me to play my way up to Xiao the Second's position. Shi Hongxian said, You must have a trick up your sleeve, don't you? After Xue Xiuzhua entered the Court of Judicial Review, all he has been handling one after another are major cases. But he is, after all, just one man. When it comes to talent and fame, he is also outdone by Yao Wenyu, who roams free and unfettered over the lands. If he wants to go further now to prepare for his entry into the Grand Secretariat in advance, then he needs someone to exalt him. Shen Zichuan drew a small circle on the tabletop with his fingertip. You stood in the limelight before the students of the Imperial College the last time and left behind a good name. Isn't this just perfect for you to do him, Xue Xiuzhua, favor? Lately, Secretariat Elder Hai has also been thinking of setting up an Imperial College. From here, Xue Xiuzhua would be able to choose his soldiers and generals, expand manpower to make waves. Shi Hongxian turned it over in his mind and said, But Yanqing has his own men. Why must he go to the Imperial College? To deal with Xiao'er, there is a need to bury the hatchet with the other clans and join forces to strike a blow at the enemy. But the Yao clan isn't willing. Think about it. The position of the Yao clan in the hearts of the literati is like a boulder. Never mind if they aren't willing to work with you. The fear is that they will turn around and act in cahoots with Xiao'er. If that's the case, why not kick the Yao clan out as early as possible and leave the position to someone competent enough to be up to the task? Shi Hongxian unexpectedly laughed and said, You were born in Zhongbua, so you don't understand the origins of the 8 great clans. Even if the Yao clan isn't willing to join in, we absolutely cannot kick them out, because there's no way to kick them out at all. Think back to the heyday of the Yao clan and survey the imperial court. There was no place for the Shi clan. Shen Zichuan took out his handkerchief to wipe the water droplets. I know about the noble clan's origin, but I'm asking you to hold down the Yao clan. The current situation can no longer allow for actions from another party. Second young master, he who hesitates is lost. Shi Hongxian did not dare to take the decision into his own hands. Thus he said, We'll discuss this again. Let me think about it. Xiao Qiye was in the midst of sharpening his blade. He wiped down Longli blade carefully, leaving not a stain of dust on it. Zhao Hui handed Lu Guangbai a cup of tea and asked, Is the second young master wiping the blade over and over again to hack someone? Lu Guangbai laughed as he drank his tea. The way he is today, venturing outdoors with his blade is going to be no piece of cake. Jimming, did you get a clear look? I thought this lad was going to cry when he removed his token earlier. It was a rare sight. Xiao Jimming smiled too. To think there'd be a day where the brat can't vent his anger. Who are you disparaging? Xiao Qiye folded his handkerchief rather unhappily. We're praising you. Lu Guangbai sighed and said, as expected of someone who has stayed too long in Kudu. What an act that was. Isn't that all I've learned here? Xiao Qiye sheathed his blade, then took his seat and propped up his legs. Old Wei was trying so hard that I really had to think a little more highly of him. Never mind if it was someone else. But why are all my Gidge happy to see me being pinned down and pummeled by others? That was truly a rare sight, Zhao Hui sighed with emotion. I was even worried you'd feel sad. Lu Guangbai said, Of all people to play with, you just had to play with the Son of Heaven. His Majesty ascended to the throne all of a sudden and was attacked again and again. He isn't a bold man to begin with, so it's only to be expected for him to be afraid now. Xiao Qiye said, I just never expected Fu Linya to be cut from the same cloth as them. Fu Linya has some connections with the Shi clan, but he's still not that far gone to be the noble clan's lackey. Xiao Jiming said, he's most likely thinking of seizing the opportunity to win His Majesty and Wei Huixing's favor by impeaching you. You pushed Wei Huixing pretty hard too, to make him take out his last trump card. Lu Guangbai said, now that he has taken it out, we can fight back. Wei Huixing has been around for so long, and yet he has never been able to enter the Grand Secretariat. This definitely has to do with this person's temperament. Xiao Qiye thought for a moment. Although Hua Xiqin used him when he was still alive, he disdained him a lot. Now that Secretariat Elder Hai is fearful of the noble clans taking over the Grand Secretariat, he's also holding him back without letting him get promoted. He bears a grudge. If he wants to fight it out with Secretariat Elder Hai, then he has to join forces with Shi Hongxian and storm through the enemy ranks for them. He wants to cross this threshold that has been holding him back for more than 10 years. I only need to flinch back a little this time, and he would definitely keep up his pursuit and take out that last memorial. This is a matter of utmost importance. Even if the evidence was forged, he would still do a pretty realistic job of it. Xiao Jiming said he started from the Imperial Army's accounts, knowing that Hai Liangyi is so particularly nervous about the disbursement of military funds after the Hua faction incident that he would not tolerate anything objectionable when it comes to this matter. The Chief Surveillance Bureau will come to investigate you during these few days. They can't let Fu Linya investigate it alone. They will have to pick someone impartial from the Chief Surveillance Bureau or among officials with the authority to carry out audits to conduct the investigation together. Most likely, someone from the Imperial bodyguards will coordinate with Fu Linya to investigate. Zhao Hui paused. After all, this is an assassination case. Imperial bodyguards. Lu Guangbai looked towards Xiao Qiye. We are not only without a helper in the Imperial bodyguards, they are even full of our adversaries. Yi, you're going to take a beating for real this time. Xiao Qiye gave a somewhat wicked laugh and said, Imperial bodyguards, huh? I'm on familiar terms with one. A few days later, the Chief Surveillance Bureau started their investigation of the Imperial Army's accounts. Before Fu Linya set off, he saw Shen Zichuan, who was coordinating with him, to audit the accounts. Knowing that the other party was a favorite in the Emperor's employ recently, he did not dare to slight him and thus got someone to serve up excellent tea first. Shen Zichuan drank a few mouthfuls and said mildly, It's my first time on the job, so I'll have to trouble Your Excellency Fu to guide me this trip. Fu Linya regarded him as one of the noble clans, but he still had some fear of him in spite of the sense of closeness. Thus, he merely said, I'm not worthy enough to guide, so I'll have to trouble Your Excellency the Judge to make this trip with me. The Imperial Army is as impenetrable as a metal bucket. I'm afraid there will be many accounts that are both authentic and doctored. When the time comes, I'd like to ask of Your Excellency the Judge to do a thorough search. As for who and where to search, Fu Linya spoke, not a word about it. He did not want to throw in with the noble clans and offend Hai Liangyi, and he had no wish to throw in with Hai Liangyi and step on the noble clan's toes either. He was a fence-sitter who observed the direction of the wind and went whichever way the wind blew. But he knew that he had severely offended Xiao Qiye this time. They were bound to make things hard for him when he went to check the accounts. Who didn't know how much of a jerk Xiao II was? Searching his residence would only be adding fuel to the fire, so he was unwilling to steal all the limelight this time round. He shoved Shen Zichuan out and let Shen Zichuan conduct the search, all to let Shen Zichuan be the foot soldier. Shen Zichuan readily accepted it. On seeing this, Fu Linya's fear of him receded. Instead, he saw him as a greenhorn. Everyone split up and went about their ways. Fu Linya headed for the Imperial Army's office compound, while Shen Zichuan went to the prince of Li Bei's residence. He was still far from arrival when Ding Tao, who was sprawled on the rooftop, saw him. He sighed and said, "How can he be like this?" Gu Jin asked, "What do you mean by like this or like that?" Ding Tao hemmed and hawed. So Gu Jin said, "You are referring to how he's on good terms with second young master and yet still helps others investigate second young master. Like this?" Ding Tao interrupted, "They aren't on your average good term. Such are men." Gu Jin twisted the wine bag open. "You will understand when you grow up. Everyone is like this. Hugging together is a domestic affair done inside the house, but everything else that happens once you put on your clothes and step out of the door are public affairs that stay out there. You cannot talk about them in the same breath. Don't jot this down." Shin Zichuan came to the door, where Zhao Hui and Qin Yang greeted him. With Zhao Hui on military appointment, Shen Zichuan was instead the one who had to pay his obeisances to him. The hereditary prince's courtyard is in the north. Zhao Hui said to Shin Zichuan, "It mostly houses Li Bei's military affairs." Shin Zichuan replied tactfully, "The purpose of this humble servant's trip here today is to investigate the second young master. It has nothing to do with Li Bei." Understanding that he did not come here for the specific purpose of creating trouble, Zhao Hui nodded and signaled to Qin Yang with his eyes. Qin Yang stepped forth and said as he led the way, "The second young master's courtyard is in the east. May I trouble your excellency the judge and the various imperial bodyguards, brothers, to follow me." Shin Zichuan bowed to Zhao Hui and followed after Qin Yang. Xiao Qi's courtyard was large. Going by structure size, it surpassed the hereditary prince's courtyard. But Xiao Fengxi was already too lazy to change it back then, and the brothers themselves did not mind. So all along, it had been Xiao Qia who was staying here. After he took up office as the Imperial Army's viceroy, he hardly returned. Most of the time, he rested in that small residence near the Imperial Army office. When Shen Zichuan saw him, he was fishing by the pond with a woven raincoat draped over him. "Your Excellency, the judge, is so early." Xiao Qia held the pole. "Have you taken your breakfast?" "I've eaten back at the Chief Surveillance Bureau." Shin Zichuan said, "The Viceroy sure has such refined taste for leisure. I'm just an idler placed on suspension. How can I be compared with Your Excellency the Judge?" Xiao Qia shook his pole. "To search my courtyard, you must show me the search warrant first. All of us are old hands who often run assignments in Kudu." Shan Zichuan said unhurriedly, "It's pretty silly for the Viceroy to obstruct me in a huff. Let me verify the document." Xiao Qia stood up and tossed away the fishing pole. "It doesn't please me to let you enter my courtyard without showing the warrant." On seeing the situation, the censor from the Chief Surveillance Bureau, who was tagging along, hurriedly stepped forth to mediate and pacify both sides. "Easy there. Easy does it. Viceroy, please wait a moment. Your Excellency the Judge, please don't take offense either. The Imperial bodyguards know better than anyone else when it comes to playing it by the book." Xiao Qia moved closer and rebuked him coldly. "Have you still not learned of this after all this time since your release from Zhao Zui Temple?" Shen Zichuan looked at him and said, "The tiger that ends up on the flatlands would be insulted by dogs. For whether a wild dog like me gives you the document today or not, you'd still have to welcome it all with a smile." Wiping his sweat, the censor squeezed his way between both men and cupped his hands repeatedly to plead with them. "Let's just talk this over. It's all. That's quite the mouth you have there." Xiao Qia pushed aside the censor. "Don't tell me you'd still dare to come to blows with me?" "No blows. You mustn't fight." The censor craned his neck to shout, "We have the search warrant. Please take a look, Viceroy. We have to search the compound too. Judge, please wait. Let's just talk this over. Easy there. Why you gots to get so anxious, FO?" In his moment of anxiety, this censor had even lapsed back into his local accent. Chapter 54, Offensive. Chapter 54. Offensive. The accompanying censor was called Yu Xiaozai, a low-ranking investigating censor of the 7th grade. This position was the same as the chief supervising secretary of the various offices. It was a low-ranking post, but came with great authority. He had the power to inspect and supervise, so it was the most appropriate for him to step forth and mediate between both men. It was the dead of winter at the moment, but Yu Xiaozai was so anxious that he was sweating buckets. Even though he often ventured out on field works and inspection rounds to run assignments, he had never been put in such a difficult position before. He could not afford to offend both sides. This was just great. At his yells, both men who had been in a heated exchange were now looking at him. Yu Xiaozai earnestly did his best to persuade them. "'Tis early still. I'll give over the search warrant in a while to the viceroy to look over slowly. I have it with me." As he spoke, he took out the document from his bosom and handed it to Xiaoqie. Xiaoqie flipped through it briefly and looked towards Qinyang, who immediately said, "This way, Your Excellency the Judge." Yu Xiaozai clasped his hands again and continued in his accent, "'Tis how it should be done. Should always go by the book. All o' us are doing official business, F.O. His Majesty. Ain't no need, F.O., everyone to get all flustered. It's cold outside. Gu Jin, please invite this." Xiaoqie hesitantly came to a pause. Yu Xiaozai cleared his throat tactfully and resumed his official speech. "This humble official surname is Yu. I'm Yu Xiaozai. My humble courtesy name is Yu Jing. I thank the Viceroy in advance for your kindness, but I'll give the tea a miss. There's still official business to be done, so this humble official still has to follow after His Excellency the Judge." Xiaoqie did not continue to make things difficult for him and gave a slight nod of his head. Gu Jin stepped forward and bowed in respect to Yu Xiaozai, then led him to the courtyard. Xin Zichuan ascended the stone steps. Xiaoqie's study was already open. Attendants, with all their heads bowed, stood on both sides. Qinyang said, "This is the Viceroy's study. Your Excellency, please go ahead." Shen Zichuan raised his hand, and Gu Qingqing turned to the side to nod to the imperial bodyguards behind him. Everyone then dispersed and began to look through the books on the open shelves. Qinyang motioned to Ding Tao to keep watch here and continued to lead Shen Zichuan further. After turning around the veranda and passing through the gate, they arrived at Xiaoqie's bedchamber. Qinyang said, "This is the Viceroy's bedroom. There are many objects bestowed by the Emperor. Thus, I'd like to ask of His Excellency the Judge to examine them personally." After thanking him for the trouble, Shen Zichuan strode in. Xiaoqie's room was large, but it was surprisingly simple and tidy. A table with horse hooves legs sat behind the screen, with a few military books set on top of it. There were no floral decorations or antique calligraphy and paintings, only a territory map of the Empire of Dazhou hanging horizontally on the wall. Shen Zichuan picked up the military book and opened it for a look. It was clean inside, as if no one had ever read it. After a while, the door closed. With his eyes never leaving the book, Shen Zichuan said, "Accompanying censor, you will be coming here once he has finished checking the study." Xiaoqie undid his overcoat and said, "Just checking the study alone will keep him occupied until noon. Fu Linye sure is something. To dodge me, he shoved you here." Shen Zichuan gently flipped through the pages and said, "He just wants to complete the investigation quickly and close the case, all without offending anyone." Xiaoqie turned his head sideways and looked at Shen Zichuan's silhouette through the screen. He asked, "Why are you hiding in there?" Shen Zichuan replied, checking the accounts. Xiaoqie said, "The stuff you want to audit isn't there." Shen Zichuan closed the book, put it back on the tabletop, and said, "I wouldn't know until I'm done checking." Xiaoqie raised a finger to tap on the screen. He said, "Why does it sound like you're checking something else?" "Treasonable texts, bribery ledgers, military correspondences." Shen Zichuan said to the screen, "I have to check for them all." "You missed something out, didn't you?" Xiaoqie said, Aren't you going to check for lewd poems and erotic arts? I'm here on official business, Shin Zichuan said softly. Besides, it's broad daylight. I wouldn't dare to be impetuous. The screen was translucent, so both men's figures were faintly visible. Xiao Qi's fingers slid along the shadow to the position where Shin Zichuan's neck was. Although there was no physical contact, it still ignited a heat in Shin Zichuan, as if he was being caressed. Shi Hongxian has invited you for a drink, Xiao Qie said with certainty. Shin Zichuan's response was nonchalant. The pulps of Xiao Qie's fingers slid to Shin Zichuan's collar. He asked, "Was it good drinking with the courtesans?" Shin Zichuan replied unhurriedly, "Yes." Xiao Qie asked, "Did you drink until you felt hot?" Shin Zichuan replied, "I did." Xiao Qie was hot too. 3 of his fingers slid down, seemingly along Shin Zichuan's neck, to pry apart the front flaps of his clothes before slipping further down. Instead of retreating, Shin Zichuan advanced and let Xiao Qie's fingers slid across his chest through the mist-like ink painting screen. "Do you wear earrings?" Xiao Qie suddenly asked. "Nope." Shin Zichuan tilted his head slightly to expose his ear. "Do you want me to wear?" Second young master will make a little jasper earring and gift it to you to play with. Xiao Qie said, One. With his eyes closely following Shin Zichuan's hazy neck and ear, Xiao Qie said, "Wear it on the right ear." Xiao Qie was used to scoop him up with his right hand. He just had to lower his head slightly when he turned him over, and he would be able to take his earlobe into his mouth. Jasper set against satiny white, his dazed and satiated expression, as his sweat-drenched hair at his ears were brushed aside, would surely be a sight to behold. Shin Zichuan did not answer, but revealed a meaningful smile through the screen. Xiao Qie could not see his eyes clearly, but he could see the corners of his lips. He was exuding that kind of subconscious invitation again. "Hug me. Touch me." Xiao Qie closed his eyes, feeling that Shin Zichuan always left room for more every time. These kind of voiceless lines seemed to urge his surging waves of desire to crash over him even more violently. He swore that he was not originally a man who could be this easily aroused. His desires initially lay in the blue dome of heaven and the grassy wildernesses. The wine at Ohua Pavilion is delicious, as is the wine at Shangyun Villa. Shin Zichuan was unaware of the implications of his silence. "But you've been hanging out in Shangyun Villa for years. I supposed you didn't expect the courtesans of Shangyun Villa to throw themselves into someone else's arms too. There's always a difference between the new lover and the old flames." Xiao Qie said, "It's only natural for them to be jealous now that I'm indulging myself in you. I didn't know that Shangyun Villa was under Shi Hongxuan's control either." Shin Zichuan said, "What are you to do now that they are unanimously claiming that you took bribes? Are you going to get these old flames to amend their testimonies by melting them with tenderness?" Xiao Qie retracted his hand and said, "The owner of Shangyun Villa is not Shi Hongxian, at least not while I was still hanging around there. Courtesan Shangyun of Shangyun Villa is resourceful. She has a reputation for being talented among the civil officials and even the students of the Imperial College. With that bit of learning Shi Hongxian has, he would never be able to bring her under his control." "You mean?" "There are only 2 possibilities that can make Shangyun commit perjury. One is that she fell in love with some noble young master and was willing to stomp on me for the sake of the other party. The second is that she was coerced by someone and had no other choice but to submit fake testimony." Xiao Qie said, "If it's the latter, we'll need to investigate it properly. Seems like your old flame still carries some weight in your heart." Shin Zichuan smiled and said, "Xiao Qie said, Shangyun was the one who leaked news of the surveillance deployment in Kudu every time. Now that she has abruptly switched allegiances, I can't bear to see her suffer too." "What a considerate man." Shen Zichuan said, "The period after the New Year is crucial. Whether or not you can turn the table around and make a comeback at the start of spring depends on how you take a beating now. So don't you lose your head and go around messing your plan up for the sake of a beauty." "I'm idling away at home at present. I can't get out, so I'll have to ask you to help me investigate." Xiao Qie said, "During your investigation, please pass a message to Shang Yun while you are at it. Tell her that the second young master is still thinking of rekindling old flames with her." Shin Zichuan pushed away the screen gently and said, "I'm busy with work these days. I'm afraid I don't have the time. Why not ask Ding Tao or Gu Jin to make a trip for you?" Finally able to get a clear look at him, Xiao Qie said, "Why? Don't you just happen to be residing on Donglong Street?" Shan Zichuan was about to answer when he suddenly heard the sounds of footsteps outside. Before he could move, Xiao Qie suddenly bent over and hoisted him over his shoulder. In a few steps, he leaped over the long table and brought Shen Zichuan into the inner chamber. Yu Xiaozai lifted the hem of his robe and ascended the stairs. He knocked on the door and called out, "Your Excellency the Judge!" His Excellency the Judge was pressed up so close against the wall behind the cloth racks that he could not answer. That civilian clothing was covering his body all over. Shin Zichuan backhandedly pressed his palm against Xiao Qie's chest and turned his neck to the side, wanting to reply. But Xiao Qie suddenly held him high. Shin Zichuan bumped into the clothes rack. Seeing that the clothes rack was about to tilt over to the ground, he immediately raised his leg to stop it in its track. Xiao Qie exploited the opening and lifted Shin Zichuan's other leg to his waist, thereby trapping the latter before him. He has the authority to present the memorial directly to the emperor for the emperor's viewing. Xiao Qie said slowly, "If he were to see you and me together, there'll be no way we can ever explain our way out of this." Yu Xiaozai knocked on the door again and asked, "Is your Excellency the Judge here?" Shin Zichuan grabbed hold of Xiao Qie's hand and said in a hushed tone, "Taking advantage of someone in a predicament is not what a gentleman should do." "Me? Taking advantage?" With his hands cupping Shen Zichuan's buttocks, Xiao Qie pressed his nose in and smiled. "That's right. I'm taking advantage of you while you are in a predicament." Shin Zichuan locked eyes with him, his chest heaving slightly. After quite a while of not getting a response, Yu Xiaozai pushed the door open. With the search warrant under his arm, Yu Xiaozai strode in and started to survey the room as he readied himself to search. Shin Zichuan slowly hooked his long leg back to return the clothes rack into place. His waist and buttocks had to move ever so slightly as he stretched out his leg. But now they were being cupped in Xiao Qie's palms. It was only after he broke out in a thin layer of sweat that he steadied the clothes racks. Once the clothes rack was stabilized, Xiao Qie pressed in against his ear and whispered very softly, "Actually, it won't topple over." Shin Zichuan looked at him out of the corners of his eyes and mouthed the words with a smile. "You, son, of a bitch." Xiao Qie readily accepted it and said into his ear, "So wear an earring." "Lands how?" Yu Xiaozai mumbled something to himself. After looking through the antechamber, he headed for the inner chamber. Shen Zichuan wanted to move, but Xiao Qie persisted in pressing against him with the stance of one who would not step aside if he did not nod his head. "Wear it!" Xiao Qie's breaths moistened Shin Zichuan's ears. The heat was breathed so deep inside that Shin Zichuan's spine tingled with numbness. Xiao Qie murmured with a smile, "Wear it for my eyes." Wear it for my eyes. What an arrogant and presumptuous request it was. Xiao Qie no longer avoided his wolfish nature. He pushed and pressed this fervent yet urgent desire towards Shen Zichuan, making sure that Shen Zichuan felt this scalding heat. The intercourse both men had that night when they plunged into the abyss was one of desperation and despair. where their bloody chests and abdomens clung inseparably close together as their vulnerabilities lay exposed before the other party's eyes. Xiao Jie did not intend to relive it all alone after daybreak. He wanted to grab hold of Shen Zichuan by the ankle and haul him back, little by little, to confine him in the sea of desires, where there were only the two of them riding its waves. Yu Xiaozai had already walked to the side of the hanging curtain. Shen Zichuan held on tightly to the fabric on Xiao Jie's chest, and, in this moment of emergency, looked face to face at him in close quarters. Yu Xiaozai lifted the curtain again and saw no one in the inner chamber. The clothes rack in the corner was cluttered with everyday clothes. It was inconvenient for him to rummage through them, so he could only use his eyes to size up the place. Shen Zichuan, who was lying under the bed, had difficulty breathing. There was no room under the bed for two people to lay over one another at all. The weight of Xiao Jie's chest, as the latter pressed down on him, forced him to open his mouth, to breathe slowly. This strong and well-built body was truly too heavy. Xiao Jie lowered his head to stare at him. Shen Zichuan immediately sensed it and said soundlessly, "No way. Nope. No." Xiao Jie kissed him, robbing him of the chance to gasp for breath. Shen Zichuan tightened his grip on his back, gripping him so hard it hurt. But Xiao Jie still lured him gradually into a state of suffocation. The sensation of being on the verge of fainting rendered Shen Zichuan incapable of warding off Xiao Jie's offensive. It was like he was drowning in deep waters, and only Xiao Jie was the driftwood that could save Shen Zichuan. Yet this driftwood was forcefully staking his claim on his territory, like huge swells of raging waves battering away at him, wanting him to remember deeply his ruthlessness this very moment, along with the trepidation of being progressively invaded by him. Chapter 55, Account Ledgers. Chapter 55, Account Ledgers with Impure Intentions. Xiao Jie raided and seized Shen Zichuan's lips and tongue, throwing Shen Zichuan's mind into chaos as he was kissed until he could not breathe for air. As the time ticked by, his tightly clenched fingers slowly lost their strength. Being unable to catch his breath caused Shen Zichuan to feel vaguely dizzy. In this murky gray narrowness, he fell prey to the net Xiao Jie set as a trap. He seemed to sink deeper into the water in which he was drowning as the sensation of suffocation intensified. Xiao Jie kept him in captivity in his arms, holding in his struggles, thereby making himself the one and only person Shen Zichuan could rely on at this very moment. Yu Xiaozai moved to the side of the bed again, his shoes shuffling right beside both men. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly rang out outside. Qinyang said, "So your Excellency the censor is here. Please come with this humble servant. Your Excellency is needed to personally look through the documents found in the study." Thus, Yu Xiaozai followed him out with the document under his arm. He asked, "Where is His Excellency the judge?" Qinyang did not dare to look around the room. He led Yu Xiaozai out and said as he shut the door, His Excellency the judge was drinking tea at the duty office room earlier. He should be on the way here right now. Yu Xiaozai asked, "Didn't His Excellency come over way earlier?" Qinyang replied, "It's so freezing cold. He will only feel refreshed and energized if he drinks a cup of tea to warm up." They moved farther away into the distance. Only then did Xiao Jie leave Shen Zichuan's lips a little. Lying beneath him, Shen Zichuan recovered his breath. His almost blanked-out eyes were lowered. As he swallowed the saliva, his throat bobbed in tandem with the fall and rise of his chest. His lips had been kissed until they had gone bright red and moist. This bout of kiss near about ended him. Xiao Jie was gasping for breath too. Shen Zichuan reached a hand out from under the bed. He made to get out and said, "You this!" Xiao Jie extended a hand to grab his outstretched wrist, pressed the tip of his nose against him, and kissed him once more. The last time, Shen Zichuan had said that Xiao Jie was ravenously gorging himself. The latter obviously bore a grudge with him for this. This time Xiao Jie took his time savoring and devouring as he played around with the kiss, cutting off Shin Zechuan's voice that rang out intermittently and dissolving his words between their intermingling tongues before making him swallow them all back into his tummy. It was a little less than an hour later when Yu Xiaozai saw Shin Zechuan again. He stepped forth to pay his obeisances and turned pale with alarm. Deeply concerned, he asked, "Your Excellency, this?" God scalded. Shin Zechuan replied expressionlessly. The imperial bodyguards nearby were still flipping through that extensive library of books. Gu Qingqing came over and shook his head at Shin Zechuan. They were originally just here to go through the motions. Seeing that it was almost time, Shin Zechuan said to Yu Xiaozai, "The checks here are almost done, so why don't you and I head for the office compound first to report back to His Excellency Fu?" Yu Xiaozai concurred and surveyed the place again. He said, "To avoid suspicions, the viceroy is still sitting outside. Before we leave, we have to notify him." Shin Zechuan silently pressed the tip of his tongue against the corner of his lips and nodded his head in response. Sure enough, when they went out, Xiao Qie was still sitting by the side of the pond, one fishing with the same woven raincoat draped over him. It was as if he had been sitting there all day and had gone nowhere else. "It's already late. Why don't both excellencies have your meal first before you leave?" Xiao Qie was holding up the fishing rod with his legs propped up. Who knew if he had even caught a fish yet? Yu Xiaozai declined the offer and excused himself. "Having imposed on your excellency for the entire day, I wouldn't dare to tarry any longer. Next time, I'll play host and treat both excellencies to a cup of wine." "Sure, if it's drinking." Xiao Qie shook his rod and lifted a small silver crucian carp out of the water. He laughed out loud, tossed the fish into the basket, then set aside the rod and carried the basket over. Bending over slightly to emerge out of the grove, he tossed the basket to Yu Xiaozai and said, "I owe it to the consideration, Your Excellency, you has shown me today. These fishes are a small thank-you gift from me." Some snowy fog fell upon them. Yu Xiaozai was still looking at the fish basket with his head lowered. Thus, he was not paying any attention to the two men. Shin Zechuan looked at Xiao Qie, who casually rubbed his right ear with his thumb. Shin Zechuan promptly averted his eyes, overwhelmed by the favor. Yu Xiaozai said in response, "Oh no, how can I? Why?" Xiao Qie patted Yu Xiaozai and said, "Don't tell me the Chief Surveillance Bureau would even consider these few fishes a bribe." Yu Xiaozai said hurriedly, "It's not that. Come over often in the future." Xiao Qie moved aside to make way. "Qin Yang, send them off." Being inexplicably thanked, threw Yu Xiaozai off. He was still unsure what to make of it when he stepped out of the door. Shan Zechuan was about to get into the carriage when he suddenly touched his right earlobe, feeling as though this spot had been rubbed rotten by that jerk. It was so scalding hot that it made him feel vexed. Fu Linya was in the Imperial Army's office compound, sitting in anticipation with his legs raised. Meng Rue attended to him at the side, seeing him drink cup after cup of tea without even shifting his, but Meng Rue knew that he would not leave unless he pried something out of them. Meng Rue was fed up deep down, but he did not dare to let it show even the slightest. He continued to serve him premium tea and said with a smile, "Your Excellency, the Censor-in-Chief, Fu has already looked through the Imperial Army accounts books. The various lords of the Ministry of Revenue have tallied them too. If Your Excellency has something else to check, please feel free to tell this humble servant." Fu Linya said, unperturbed, "Things like account books have to be carefully audited again and again. There may well be an omission or mistake somewhere. It can't be rushed. Take another look." Wei Huixing said that Xiao Qie's repairs of the compound and expansion of the military drill grounds in recent years could not be accounted for. But in truth, it was all detailed in the Imperial Army's account books. Fu Linya knew that Xiao Qie was not an easy one to investigate, but he still had to churn out some dirt from this clear water. Otherwise, he could not report favorably back to Wei Huixing. Moreover, Li Jianheng was always shielding the imperial army in the past. So when it came to Xiaojie, everyone simply let him be and steered clear of him by default. But this time, Li Jianheng obviously spurned him. The way the wind was blowing now, it was time to make Xiaojie suffer a little. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue, who had followed along noisily, flicked the beads of the abacus. Lamps had been lit in the hall. Each of them dug into the account books with great focus, loathing their inability to tally each account 700 or 800 times. When Shen Zichuan arrived, he even saw Tantai, who in the corridor. He said nothing, while Qiao Tinya, who was in disguise as an imperial bodyguard, followed him from behind and stepped through the door together with him. The sound of the abacus beads being flicked in the hall rang out endlessly. Fu Linya set aside the teacup and rose to his feet to greet Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan exchanged greetings with him, after which both men took their seats together. Fu Linya asked, "Did the compound search go smoothly?" Shen Zichuan said, "Xiao'er delayed us for quite some time." Fu Linya inwardly thought to himself, "I knew it," and said with concern, "Did he make a move? That hoodlum is the most overbearing ever. This trip has been hard on Your Excellency the Judge." Shen Zichuan thought, "He did make a move, but it has nothing to do with you." He smiled as well and said, "It doesn't matter. I can still endure this bit of hardship for His Majesty. Xiao'er initially did not permit me to search his compound. Fortunately, His Excellency Yu was there too, and tried his best to persuade him." As if venting on Shen Zichuan's behalf, Fu Linya said hatefully, "We are acting on His Majesty's orders. By simply hindering us whenever he wishes to, second young master Xiao not only belittles and disrespects us, but His Majesty too." Shen Zichuan looked into the interior of the hall and said, "Your Excellency, is the investigation here not done yet?" Fu Linya replied, "It's done, but it needs to be re-audited a few more times. As you know, account books are the easiest to fake." Shen Zichuan could tell what he meant from those words. After a moment's pause, he said, "Your Excellency is the chief official of the search this time, so I'll do as you say." Fu Linya merely smiled and did not respond. He drank tea with Shen Zichuan until the third quarter of the hour of Z2, when the newly audited account books were presented before them. Fu Linya flipped through them and suddenly asked Meng Rue. At the start of spring last year, a temple was constructed in the palace on imperial decree. The Ministry of Works entrusted the important task of transportation to the imperial army. But then, the construction of the temple fell through. The viceroy even blocked in the Ministry of Works to demand for money. Is that right? Meng Rue replied, "That's right. The money was delayed for several months. It was all the imperial army's hard-earned money. The viceroy was anxious, so he personally went to ask for it." Fu Linya closed the account books and said with a sneer, "Back then, the state treasury's expenditure hadn't been accounted for yet. Even the Directorate of Ceremonial didn't dare to approve it arbitrarily. How did the viceroy get the money?" Meng Rue said, "Our imperial army didn't get the money. It was the secretary for the Ministry of Revenue, Wang Xian, who made the decision to give a batch of silk from Quanqing to the imperial army, and the imperial army traded them for money. This account was also recorded in the book, with its coming and going all clearly accounted for." Fu Linya suddenly smacked the tabletop with a force so hard that the teapot clattered. If not for Qiao Tianya's sharp eyes and swift reaction in catching hold of it, the tea would have poured all over Shen Zichuan's legs. Shen Zichuan remained smiling in his seat as he waited for Fu Linya to continue. This was an account from the start of spring. At that time, Shen Zichuan was still staying at Zhao Zui Temple, but he knew of this debt. The reason this debt could be eventually resolved was, in truth, not because of Wang Xian, but Xue Xiuzhua. Xue Xiuzhua, then the chief supervising secretary of the Ministry of Revenue, was the one who stepped forth to mediate and settle the debt by offering Xiaojie those silk from Quanqing. Shen Zichuan tapped his fingers on his knee. He thought, this account is a loophole. Sure enough, Fu Linia put on a show of authority and questioned Meng Rui. This account book indicates that a total of 660 silks were allocated to the imperial army. You people recorded it as low-grade silk from Quanqing. But could a treasury record state that they were all top-grade silk from Quanqing? It's just a word difference between low-grade and top-grade, but the difference is 4,000 taels. I'm asking you, where did these 4,000 plus taels go? Meng Rui's reaction was swift. He answered methodically. Those allocated to us were indeed low-grade silk from Quanqing. The stuff was dispatched by the Ministry of Revenue themselves, and the handwritten transfer order indicated them to be low-grade silk from Quanqing. Fu Linia flung down the account book and said, "Of course. Wang Xian, right? He has long been colluding with you people. He wrote low-grade silk from Quanqing on the handwritten transfer order. But the treasury records clearly state that it was top-grade silks from Quanqing that had been taken out. What benefits did Xiao Qie give Wang Xian that would make Wang Xian forge such a fake order?" Shocked, Meng Rui said, "You have no proof. Your Excellency Fu, just the way I see it, the imperial army is a front for harvesting ill-gotten gains. Xiao Qie has been making a fortune through you people. Anyone with eyes can see it for themselves how he has been fooling around on Donglong Street all these years eating, drinking, and making merry. He has Wang Xian working in cahoots with him prior, and Yuan Lu currying favor and offering him peaches after. All Xiao Qie does with the backing His Majesty's favor accords him is to engage in shady deals to line his own pockets." Fu Linia laughed nastily. "Your Excellency the judge, see this? The number one rising star is the number one thieving traitor. Tonight, you and I shall do another in-depth investigation. There will surely be more of such rotten accounts." Shen Zichuan looked at Fu Linia until Fu Linia felt apprehensive. Shen Zichuan said, "This matter has nothing to do with the assassination case, so it's not within the scope of my duty this time. I'll let your Excellency decide." Fu Linia had initially intended to drag Shen Zichuan down with him and make an accomplice out of him, but he wavered a little when he saw that Shen Zichuan did not fall for it. But this matter could be considered a big deal if he reported it to the top. He was not willing to lose the merit for this, and so he steeled himself, slapped the table, and said, "Run another audit. Check all the Imperial Army's account books over the years for hundreds and thousands of times." Shen Zichuan suddenly smiled and averted his gaze as he sat on the chair and drank his tea. Although he was smiling on the surface, his heart was gradually sinking. If it were not for Xue Xiuzhua's involvement in this account, he might not even have noticed it. Most likely, Xiao Qie himself had forgotten about it too. Could it be that Xue Xiuzhua was already on guard against the imperial army from that time onwards? Shen Zichuan blew at the tea foam in silence. Chapter 56, Blowing the Fire. Chapter 56. Blowing the fire, the lights of the Imperial Army's office compound remained lit until dawn. The men from the Ministry of Revenue audited until their heads spun. At long last, they sorted out the problematic accounts and handed them over into Fu Linia's hands. Shen Zichuan reviewed them all. Fu Linia attached the memorial and submitted them together with the progress of the assassination case to Li Jianheng's desk. The Grand Secretariat then discussed this matter before the Emperor. Fu Linia said, "Your Majesty, one can know the flavor of the entire pot by sampling a morsel. One, it can be seen from this case that Xiao Qie has been taking bribes for a long time. The power and authority of the Imperial Army has been in Xiao Qie's control over these years. I'm afraid there are still many more falsified accounts like this one. The state treasury is now hard-pressed for money to disperse, and the local tax arrears owed have been piling up one after another. Keeping this kind of people around is like putting a fire under a pile of firewood, a danger whom I fear will jeopardize the state." Kong Qiu had looked through the books too, but he said, "The assassination case is still pending. It's really not fitting to complicate matters at this time. In this subject's opinion, the investigation for the bribery case can be postponed. At present, We must focus on the assassination case. How strange. Wei Huixing scoffed. It's all related to him, Xiaoqia. So why should we investigate the cases separately? We might as well pull out the radish along with the mud too and make use of this opportunity to conclude the cases together. Kong Qiu remained unwavered and said, "This case has already deviated from the main point. The way I see it, you people do not want to expose the mastermind behind the assassination, but to use this chance to root out dissidents." Fu Linya immediately retorted, "The bribery case is the melon we followed the vines to dig out. Why is it that when Minister Kong investigates, he is investigating the case, but when we do it, we are attacking his faults? The duty of the Chief Surveillance Bureau is to supervise. Was it wrong of me to impeach him for taking bribes?" Kong Qiu said, "Wang Xian has not yet been put on trial. If we can pass a judgment on the bribery case just based on your words alone, then what need is there for the joint trial by the 3 judicial offices in the future? We might as well let Your Excellency Fu make the rulings alone. What the Ministry of Justice has to investigate now is to verify the confession statement presented by His Excellency Wei. By the end of the night, I have not even examined the witness testimony, and you people are already so anxious to convict him. What's the hurry? Even if he was at fault that you want to sentence him, you still have to follow the rules and regulations. Otherwise, where does the law stand?" The 3 men began to quarrel before the emperor. Unable to get a word in, Li Jianheng could only look at Hai Liangyi. Liangyi sat and listened with his head inclined. Once he finished listening to what everyone had to say, he gave a slight nod of his head. Li Jianheng hurriedly asked, "What does the Secretariat Elder think?" What did the Secretariat Elder think? Xin Zichuan fiddled with the copper coins. Naturally, he would dismiss the memorial for the bribery case. Hai Liangyi has been stringent for so long that everyone regards him as a straightforward minister who is his own man. But he's the first one who brought down Hua Xiqian and supported Li Jianheng. It'd be strange if he still can't tell something's up. Shi Hongxian and the others want to use him as a shield to make their move this time. Little would they imagine that the Secretariat Elder has long been sitting on the fishing boat for keeping a constant eye on the brewing storm. You've done well. Grand Mentor Qi sat at the other end of the small table. Instead of stopping Fu Linya, you let him make the decision. This credit is all his alone. He is bound to get anxious, and subsequently, he'd be unwilling to wait for a good timing. He'd want to present the memorial right at once in an attempt to earn praises. From that round of denouncement before the emperor, Hai Liangyi would already have gotten an inkling of what's happening. By now, he must have already guessed who are the ones who want to take down Xiaoqia. Just blowing the fire with the wind. This fire isn't raging hard enough. Xin Zichuan said, "It can't even burn Xiaoqia, let alone Xiao Jiming. The Quancheng silk case, if they were to investigate it seriously, is a bookkeeping mess that everyone knows all too well. The important thing now is not to reverse the verdict and clear his name, but how to make His Majesty partial to him." That's right. The reprimand from the suspension of the waste token may seem serious, but in truth, it's merely a superficial slap on the wrist. His Majesty definitely has yet to harbor the notion of stripping away Xiaoqia's military power. Grand Mentor Qi grasped the chess piece and pondered over it for a while before he said, "You have to let him stay this way. Never let him entertain the intent to take down Xiao II. Otherwise, it will be a great disaster in the making, even if this is a small victory." Xin Zichuan pushed over the copper coins that had been neatly arranged and began to stack them up again, one at a time. Tirelessly enjoying himself, he said, "Hai Liangyi has control of the Grand Secretariat. Although he has placed men of noble birth, like Xue Xiuzhua and the others, in important posts to use them, he has also set up an imperial college and is promoting the minor officials from humble backgrounds. Teacher, he wants to take the progressive approach and confront the noble clans slowly. Just based on this alone, he cannot let Xiao'er fall. The Xiao clan is keeping their composure because they understand these all too well. Xiao Jiming is simply sitting and watching without doing a thing because this battlefield is limited to Kudu. It doesn't extend anywhere near Libei. That makes it easy to resolve, and Xiao II would have fewer issues from home to worry about. Grand Mentor Qi placed the chess piece down and continued, "Everyone is now excitedly kicking a man when he's down. His Majesty is still angry, and so thinks of Xiao II as a disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous person. But once the fire is big enough, it will reverse. 6. Then His Majesty ought to change the status quo and come to pity his buddy who is all by his lonesome self instead." Li Jianheng had not seen Mu Ru for a few days. After the assassination attempt, he had to sleep with his surroundings brilliantly lit. Not one of the eunuchs were allowed to step into the sleeping chamber, and those attending to him at present were all palace maidservants. It was snowing heavily again today. Hai Liangyi was sick, so he could not go near the emperor. Li Jianheng got the Imperial Academy of Medicine to head to his residence to take a look at him and even bestowed upon him a good deal of tonics. He also assured him repeatedly that he would study hard as usual and not fall behind on his studies. Ming Li Hall had quietened down. Li Jianheng flipped through a few pages of the book before he felt his back aching. He got up to look out of the window and saw the snow flying all over the sky like cotton. Suddenly in the mood, he summoned the palace maidservants to dress him and drape his cloak over him so he could head out to appreciate the snow. Li Jianheng roamed the garden with his entourage. When he saw the ice frozen over the lake, he recalled the ice bed he used to play with in the palace. It's just the time to play when winter water freezes into ice. Li Jianheng asked around him, "Why didn't anyone bring this up to me this year?" The moment the words left his mouth, he remembered. Emperor Xianda had just passed this year, and it would not do for him to create a disturbance or cause trouble during the state mourning period. Else, the Chief Surveillance Bureau would scold him. Thinking about this dampened his mood again. No longer wanting to see the snow, he sent someone to call for Mu Ru. Mu Ru arrived wearing a cape with a hood. Her posture was graceful as she walked among the snow with someone supporting her. On seeing her through the window, Li Jianheng immediately stepped out of the door to meet her. "My darling," Li Jianheng said, "the view of you walking in the snow is truly a sight to behold. I have to get someone to draw it down so that I can hang it up in the palace to look at it every day." Mu Ru lifted the hood of her cape and said with a smile, "How would that do?" She took the food container from the maidservant's hands and said, "The weather is cold. I've made soup for Lulang." 7. Li Jianheng's mood soared when he heard her calling him Lulang. He led her inside by the hand and dismissed the attendants, then took his seat at the dragon throne, which he used to handle governmental affairs. Mu Ru ladled out the soup for Li Jianheng, who groused. "The assassination attempt by the castrated traitor the last time scared me so much that I could hardly sleep well these days." Mu Ru coaxed him. "There's only just the two of us here now. So why is Lulang using such a formal term 8 again?" Li Jianheng gave himself a light slap on his own mouth and said, "This husband of yours is so muddle-headed." Mu Ru cupped his face in her hands and looked carefully for a moment before saying, "You do indeed look haggard. I'll keep you company tonight, all right? You're the only one in the entire world who dotes on me. I originally treated Suan as a brother, but who knew that he would now be implicated in the assassination attempt?" Li Jianheng let out a long sigh. "Just stay with me." Mu Ru said, "Her Majesty is very concerned for Lulang too. She has been chanting the sutras and going on a vegetarian diet these few days, all to pray for a peaceful new year for Lulang." Li Jianheng caressed Mu Ru's hand and said, "I wasn't close with the imperial mother in the past, and I saw her as the villain. Who knew she could still treat me so kindly today? Alas, it's all the fault of that old dog Hua Xiqian." "Who said it isn't?" Mu Ru looked at him fondly. "Lulang has suffered much all because of the trouble that Hua Xiqian stirred up. Her Majesty admonished him every way she could back then. But in the end, she's still a woman whose words hold no weight against a man's. He brushed off her advice and even blamed her instead. They say what you hear is just hearsay. Only seeing is believing. Li Jianheng said regretfully, if I could have gotten along with Imperial Mother earlier, there would not have been so many misunderstandings between us. There was an opportunity in the past. Mu Ru seemed to hesitate. I heard that many years ago, when Lu Lang was still an infant, Her Majesty was already raising the former crown prince. But seeing that Lu Lang had no one to rely on, she thought of taking Lu Lang back to her palace to raise as well. Emperor Guangqing gave his agreement too. Li Jianheng had never heard of this and could not refrain from probing further. Then what happened later? Why didn't she take me back? Mu Ru soothed him for a while before replying. Later on, the Prince of Libei, Xiaofangshu, submitted a memorial saying that by adopting the former crown prince, Her Majesty had the heavy responsibility of nurturing the heir apparent to the Eastern Palace. The crown prince is all grown. Raising another prince might be just inviting internal strife. Li Jianheng said, Li, so it's the Prince of Libei. The seeds of discord had already been sown between him and Xiaoqi. All sorts of mixed feelings instantly welled up in him when he heard of this old matter and thought about how Xiaoqi had never once mentioned it. He felt that Xiaoqi was too unfathomably shrewd and had never really opened his heart to him as a friend. When all is said and done, Li Jianheng said bitterly, he's the same as everyone else who treats me as a stepping stone. How pitiable am I to be born a noble, yet not even have a buddy I can rely on. Mu Ru hugged him and said, you aren't biological brothers after all. Who can compare to the former emperor when it comes to treating Lu Lang well? A pity the imperial heirs of our Li clan are few and far between. There's only me left now. At this point, Li Jianheng suddenly asked Mu Ru, your younger brother has been hiding at Xiozhua's residence ever since Pan Rugi was beheaded. Is he doing fine now? Mu Ru replied, yes, then turned around and covered her face to sob. Li Jianheng hurriedly asked, my dear Mu Ru, what's wrong? Why are you crying? As Mu Ru wiped her tears with a handkerchief, she looked at him tearfully and said, he's doing fine, but he's not by my side after all, and I can only see him once every few months. He isn't like any other brother who can still make meritorious contributions to serve the sovereign. All he can do now is to wait upon others. Li Jianheng could not bear to see her cry the most. He immediately said, all you had to do was to tell me earlier, and it'd all be fine, wouldn't it? We are husband and wife of the same mind. I'm willing to do anything for you. What's more, this is human nature. Don't cry. My heart is going to break from your tears. My dear Mu Ru, I'll get Xiozhua to send him back tomorrow and put him on duty at my side, okay? With tears in her eyes, Mu Ru said, how could that do? How are you going to justify it to the Secretariat Elder? The others won't agree either. I can't bear to put you in a difficult spot. Li Jianheng held her in his arms and said, I'm the emperor. I have the final say when it comes to affairs in the palace. Besides, if we get him to change his name, who can really insist on digging up his past? Pan Rugi is already dead. Mu Ru let him coax her for a while before she broke into a smile and said, Feng Quan would want to kowtow his thanks to you too. Li Jianheng said generously, we are family. By all sentiment and logic, it's what I ought to do. A few days later, the assassination case was still under investigation. Yuan Lu was tortured, and his confession was overturned. Yet he insisted that he had never sent golden peaches to Xiaoqi and did not know a single thing about the shady deal with the Donglong broker. Several times under heavy torture, he thought of giving in and getting it done and over with. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, he would remember that his entire family's life was still in Xiaoqi's hands. Yuan Lu had been with the imperial army for a long time. He knew Xiaoqi was a different man when it came to treating outsiders versus insiders. The second young master said he would take care of his son on his behalf, and that meant that he would truly look after his son for him. If he so much said a wrong word, his son would be a goner too. Yuan Lu was caught in the middle of this power struggle, unable to seek life or death. All he could hope was for the case to conclude as soon as possible so that he could be given a quick end. The opportunity to conclude the case soon came. The matter kept taking a turn for the worse. Memorials impeaching Xiao Qie came thick and fast. Strangely enough, after Li Jianheng personally took up his brush to berate Xiao Qie, the secretary for the Ministry of Justice submitted a report before the emperor and said that their investigation had led them to a person. This person's name was Yinzhu. He was a eunuch from the imperial bakery. According to his oral testimony, he had been distributing fortune candies to the various imperial concubines 4 hours before the feast of 100 officials was due to start when he saw someone rebuking Fuling at the side of Kaiwei Palace. And Kaiwei Palace just happened to be the place where Mu Ru resided. Chapter 57. Case closed. Chapter 57. Case closed. It was a cold day that day, thick with dark clouds and strong wind. This slave was distributing fortune candies to the various imperial concubines. When I came out of Kaiwei Palace, I happened to encounter imperial concubine Muningyang setting out, so I withdrew to the corner of the wall. It was then I heard someone in the midst of reprimanding another. I took a peek and saw the eunuch in charge of Kaiwei Palace arguing with Aunt Fuling inside. Why did you keep silent on this matter during the first trial? It was quiet in the hall, except for the sound of record-taking. A few lamps had been lit. Kong Qiu, who had been investigating for several nights in a row, had already drunk many a pot of strong tea. Right this moment, both of his hands were clasped before him as he asked Yinzhu, who was kneeling in the hall. Yinzhu's mouth opened and closed. To reply, Your Excellency, this slave thought this was a trivial matter, and because of the strong wind that day, I really didn't hear what they were arguing about. So I was afraid I would give the wrong answer. If that's the case, then why did you suddenly confess? Fu Linya questioned. Yinzhu wrung the corner of his clothes and gulped down his saliva in panic and trepidation. It took him quite some effort before he replied in a small voice. I was scared to death by the beatings of the prison guard, Grandpa. Ever since I was thrown into the prison, I've been listening to the sound of whipping every night. This slave's godfather was beaten half to death until he confessed everything regardless of importance. This slave is truly afraid now. You are in the solemn place of interrogation. How dare you ramble on and on? Fu Linya rebuked in a stern voice. Yinzhu was so frightened by him that he trembled and stammered while kneeling on the ground. This slave had no idea that she would commit such a despicable act. It's easy for one to be beaten into a confession under heavy torture. This person's words cannot be trusted. Fu Linya said to Kong Qiu, How can such a confession be submitted before the emperor? The detailed discussions of the third trial are all recorded in writing. Whether it's true or not, His Majesty will naturally make a ruling himself. Kong Qiu said, Once the statement has been transcribed and copied, the Secretariat Elder will require a copy on their end too. Fu Linya had never expected a Cheng Yao Jinwan to come charging out of nowhere when the case had already progressed to this stage. He could stomp on Xiao II because he was certain that Xiao II could not retaliate this time. A Yuan Lu whose name could not be clear meant that he, Xiao II, would not have a clean name too. Who knew that Kaiwei Palace would be dragged in as well? This was just great. Everyone was tainted. Could they even continue to investigate this case in depth? Fu Linya could immediately tell that this Yinzhu was not a simple man. He waited until the third trial before he was willing to voice this out. Most likely, someone had planted him here to wait. Fu Linya was burning with anxiety. He was different from Wei Huaixing, who had the Wei clan behind him, while the Wei clan had ties to the other clans. Even if Wei Huixing could not explain himself, he would only end up with a punishment based on the outcome of the investigation. But what about him? He had no influential clan to fall back on. Seeing his expression undergoing several changes, Kong Qiu said, "Kaiwei Palace is the imperial harem after all. It's not appropriate for us external ministers to investigate, so we still have to discuss this matter before the emperor. Your Excellency Fu, go back and get some rest. We'll meet again before the emperor." Fu Linye rose to his feet. Even though he was anxious, he could still plaster a smile on his face as he cupped his hands in respect to Kong Qiu and retreated in a hurry. At this moment, the sky was still dark and bitterly cold. Fu Linye urged the groom on. The horse carriage crushed noisily over the snow as it rushed towards Ohua Pavilion. Lifting the hem of his robe, he stepped down and hurried on upstairs. Shi Hongxian, who was versed in opera tunes, was presently discussing his new work with Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan was tired of the imperial bodyguard's robe, so he was wearing a wide-sleeved garment as he leaned against a chair and listened, all the while opening and closing the folding fan in his hand. Fu Linye was not expecting Shen Zichuan's presence when he barged in. Shen Zichuan closed his fan gently and turned a blind eye to Fu Linye's sorry sight. Without rising to greet him, he merely said with a smile, "Your Excellency, the censor has come a little too late. You've missed the wonderful timing." Shi Hongxian was a little displeased. He waved away the procuress, who had hurried over, and had her close the door. He did not get up either, and simply let Fu Linye take a seat on his own and said, "Linye, why have you come here? You should have sent someone over in advance to give notice. It's just a few steps away. Did you have to hurry over like this and disgrace yourself so?" Not only was Fu Linye older than Shi Hongxian, his grade was also higher than Shi Hongxian, yet he was now being chastised by Shi Hongxian like a junior being berated. This made him unhappy. He loathed the way Shi Hongxian was acting all high and mighty. "It's extremely urgent." It was as if Fu Linye did not hear the rebuke. He smiled as he lifted his robe to take his seat. He said, "I rushed here as soon as I left the Ministry of Justice, so you tell me if it's urgent or not." Only then did Shi Hongxian ask, "What's the matter?" Fu Linye looked at Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan lifted his fan and said, "It is I who have been rude." With that, he was about to get up. Shi Hongxian hurriedly said, "Lanzhao, what are you doing? Sit down. We are in the same boat, weathering through thick and thin. What is there that you can't listen to? Linye, go ahead and tell me. Don't you recognize this Shen Lanzhao? He's the great teacher of our Shi clan." Fu Linye initially only saw Shen Zichuan as a lackey who toiled for the Shi clan in an attempt to survive. Who knew that Shi Hongxian would value him this much? But tonight, Fu Linye had indeed come at the wrong time. If he had been a little earlier or a little later, Shi Hongxian would not have spoken so highly of Shen Zichuan. But they had only just finalized the follow-up plan to suppress the Yao clan, closing the loop tight around the latter's neck. Shi Hongxian just happened to be thinking of showing Shen Zichuan some due respect. Now that he had elevated him, he would no longer be able to call him his buddy as he wished in the future. Shen Zichuan smiled and looked at Fu Linye. Knowing what was expected of him, Fu Linye immediately said tactfully, "Your Excellency the judge, please take a seat." Shi Hongxian shifted his legs to step on the tiger skin and said, "Go on. What's the urgency?" Fu Linye said, "I was on jury duty earlier at the Ministry of Justice and heard the news that Fuling, who had instigated Guixing into carrying out the assassination, was involved with Kaiwei Palace. Second young master, the one living in Kaiwei Palace in Imperial concubine Munyan. This matter is going to be presented to the Emperor tomorrow morning. When the time comes, it won't be a matter of investigating just Xiao II." Shi Hongxian placed his hand on his leg for support. After a moment of silence, he said to Shen Zichuan, "You don't know it. I forgot to mention it to you earlier, but our man is connected to Mu Ru." Most likely. Shi Hongxian did not forget to mention it, but did not want to mention it. All this while he had been on guard and that he had never uttered a word. Shen Zichuan knew this all too well and merely said, "Isn't Muru originally Pan Rugi's woman? I remember her younger brother." "That's right." Shi Hongxian was unwilling to speak the truth and merely told half of the story. "Pan Rugi is dead. She has nowhere to go, doesn't she? At that time when his residence was searched and raided, they wanted to release her from Pan Rugi's residence and had her fill in as an official courtesan, too, but His Majesty could not bear to let her be one, so he asked me to help. I made use of that bit of friendship I had with Yanqing and had her swapped out. Then I found a residence for the two siblings to hide in. Later, His Majesty could endure it no longer and insisted on getting her into the palace. Secretariat Elder Hai even made a scene over it. You know about this too." Shen Zichuan did not really seem to care. He nodded and said, "I've heard of it. This doesn't bode well then. This case should have concluded already. Why did complications arise again?" He looked at Fu Linya when he said this. Although he said it with a smile, it sounded a little like he was blaming Fu Linya for not keeping close watch. Shi Hongxian was frowning too. He said, "You are on the jury to supervise. Can't you just think of a way to suppress this matter? It will only stir up trouble if it gets presented to the emperor." Fu Linya had plenty of complaints too, but he could only say, "Second young master, my words carry little weight. We're talking about Kong Chiu here. He's a stubborn man who doesn't listen to advice. He's Secretariat Elder Hai's man. How would he listen to me? What's of top priority now is to decide what to do next. If Imperial concubine Munyangyang is involved too, then who would still dare to continue investigating? I'm afraid even His Majesty himself would not be willing to." Shi Hongxian pondered over it in irritation, then asked, "Where is that Yin Shu?" Fu Linya instantly understood his intention and hurriedly waved his hands and said, "We can't kill him. Second young master, Secretariat Elder Hai is already on the alert now. If we silence him at this critical juncture, then it'd only prove to him that there's something questionable about us. It was originally going well. How did a Kaiwei palace suddenly pop up out of the blue?" Shi Hongxian covered up his teacup with the lid and said, "No, we can't continue to investigate this case any further. Before the emperor tomorrow morning, we have to think of a way to make His Majesty sever the notion of a further investigation. Muru was still of great use. They must let no one else take her down right at this moment." Fu Linya fidgeted in his seat and said, "That's right. It'd be best to pin it all on Fuling. Conclude this case as fast as possible, and everyone can heave a sigh of relief. But from the way Kong Chiu looks to me, he clearly wants to get to the bottom of the matter. The crux still lies with Secretariat Elder Hai." Shen Zichuan pressed his fingers against the teacup for warmth. Hai Liangyi was the one who reviewed Kong Chiu's papers during the imperial examination back then, so Kong Chiu could be partially considered a student of Hai Liangyi, whom Hai Liangyi selected for promotion. He usually has the most respect for Hai Liangyi. Hai Liangyi wants to send him into the Grand Secretariat. He handles all his cases beautifully. He's of the right age, too, and he comes from a humble family in the Qi-Jun commandery. He hits all the right notes with Hai Liangyi. Shi Hongxian said, "What fucking bad luck." We set up Xiao II, and all of them secretly enjoyed the show as they waited to see Xiao II suffer in silence. Now that something has happened, they all want to feign ignorance after having benefited from it. "Let's do this." Shen Zichuan said, "Your Excellency Fu, when the confession is presented before the emperor tomorrow morning, don't mention Kaiwei Palace. Just say the imperial army's name is not clear yet. Yuan Lu has not admitted his guilt yet, right? This is an opportunity. As long as Yuan Lu is still around, then he Xiao'er has accepted bribes. He won't be able to clear himself of suspicions." Fu Linya rubbed his leg and said, "But even if I don't mention it, Kong Chiu will still bring it up. We won't be able to hide it. Mending the fold even after the sheep is lost. Shen Zichuan nudged the fan open bit by bit, then closed it again and said, "Earlier, Your Excellency's speech before the Emperor was a righteous one, said, for the sake of the Empire and State. If you were to change your statement because of a confession that has yet to be verified, then I'm afraid His Majesty will come to question your loyalty too. So why not latch on to Shaoer and put on an upright appearance instead?" "That's right," Shi Hongxian said. "We can't be thrown into confusion now. Since you have already stepped forth to make your stand, it wouldn't look pretty if you were to pull out now. Let's just continue with this. As for the rest, I'll naturally have my own way. It's almost dawn. You mustn't stay for long. Head back first for a bath and a change of clothes. Just watch the way the wind blows when you are before the Emperor, and improvise as the situation calls for." Fu Linya came in a hurry, then left again in a hurry without even taking a sip of tea. As soon as he left, Shi Hongxian spat behind his back. If he hadn't been so eager for quick success and instant gains and reported Shao II's Quanqing silk matter to the top without saying a word that day, Hai Liangyi might not have noticed it. Shi Hongxian felt fed up and continued, "Those who come from poor and humble households are the most short-sighted. For that bit of glory, he didn't even dare to give us prior notice. See what happens now. What a waste of the chess piece, Yanqing, left us. After this, Shao II will keep a tight guard over the account books. It'll be difficult to get at them later. Position and wealth are ailments of the rich," Xun Zichuan said. "At present, we need to keep him from interfering in our plans. How is it going with the 8 great training divisions matter?" Han Cheng's younger brother took over the post. Shi Hongxian said, "Shao II has set up the 8 great training divisions into a heavily fortified network of relationships. We won't be able to lay our hands on it easily. To think he managed to hold all the important posts firmly in his hand in such a short period of time. It's not going to be easy to dismantle it. Even so, there are also descendants of the 8 great clans among the soldiers he selected for appointment." Shun Zichuan smiled and said, "You'll still get your chance." When Shun Zichuan emerged and got into the carriage, he saw a Guqin 3 placed within. Qiao Tianya lifted the curtain. In disguise with the face of a burly chap, he said, "That qin is mine. Master mustn't throw it away. It took me quite a lot of effort to swindle it away. It looks valuable." Shun Zichuan did not touch it. "Where did you get the money?" Qiao Tianya laughed merrily. "A reward from the ladies." But this qin was obviously something that money could not buy. Qiao Tianya had no wish to speak of it because it most likely had something to do with his family. So Shun Zichuan did not probe further. As usual, the horse carriage sent Shun Zichuan home to tidy up. After changing his robes, he entered the palace. Li Jianheng dismissed the morning court and told every important official to take a seat in Mingli Hall. He himself read the entire confession statement and stayed silent for a long time. Hai Liangyi had only just recovered from his illness, so Li Jianheng got someone to serve him a bowl of warm goat's milk. He took a few sips. No one in the hall said a word. Li Jianheng said, "Why are we back to Kaiwei Palace again? Yuan Lu hasn't been fully investigated yet." Kong Qiu answered, "This matter concerns the imperial harem, so His Majesty should be the one to make a ruling." Li Jianheng immediately got anxious and said, "What ruling? Even if she went to Kaiwei Palace, it can't have anything to do with imperial concubine Mu. Who knows if what he says is true or false?" Hai Liangyi said in a steady voice, "Of course it's false." "Right, it's false." With Hai Liangyi as his backing, Li Jianheng's voice grew louder and clearer. "The eunuchs are the most treacherous. To survive, what kind of lies can they not fabricate?" He thought he could save his own life by getting close to concubine Mu. "I'm going to make that absurd and befuddled head of his roll." "Even so," Shao Jiming, who had not uttered a word regarding this case, raised his eyes. This concerns the safety of the Son of Heaven. We can't be slipshod when it comes to certain matters. He hit the nail on the head as soon as he spoke. Wei Huixing said, "Of course we can't muddle through this. We have not investigated Yuan Lu yet, have we?" The lead investigator of this case is the Minister of Justice. The left and right censor-in-chiefs of the Court of Judicial Review, as well as the imperial bodyguards, are on the jury. Your Excellency, Wei has repeatedly intervened. This is inappropriate. Xiao Jiming said with poise and courtesy, even giving Wei Huixing time to speak. But Wei Huixing did not dare to continue, and so Xiao Jiming kept going. This case concerns the imperial army and the imperial harem. A scene should not have been made right out in the open. It's not the reputation of everyone here that is at stake, but the dignity of His Majesty. More than 10 days have passed since this case occurred. There is still no proof for one judge of the imperial army, and no clarity on one confession statement from the brothel. Everything has been delayed in the hands of the investigating censor of the Chief Surveillance Bureau. From what I can see, neither the lead investigator nor the jury has done their jobs. Let's leave aside the wasting of time and energy for now. It's the overstepping of authority that is the real problem. Fu Linya thought of the words Shi Hongxian had said last night. He found himself in a difficult position again when faced up against Xiao Jiming. But when he saw that Li Jianheng had not said a word, and that Hai Liangyi did not seem to have the intention to help him out of the fix, he could only brace himself to keep his composure. He said, "The hereditary prince has lived in Li Bei for too long. Kudu is not the frontiers, after all. There are many matters that are settled differently based on the difference in relevancy, so naturally, any abuse of power within the military all falls under the charge of insubordination. Under the military law, the offender would be executed." Zhao Hui, who held an official appointment in the military, stepped out and continued, "The hereditary prince should not be the one to speak on this matter, but it has been so long, and not even one of you has thought to remind His Majesty. Even their Excellencies censors-in-chiefs seem to be in dreamland the way they handled this case in such a muddled way. The token of the Imperial Army Viceroy has been suspended for over 10 days. The censor has already conducted a search thrice. And what has the investigation thrown up? Ought we not to be given an explanation?" Fu Linya said, "Didn't we find out about the matter of the Quanqing silk?" "You're being asked about the assassination case right now." Li Jianheng threw aside the confession statement. "Why are you dredging up this irrelevant case?" Fu Linya answered hastily, "Xiaojie is the root of all problems. He can't clear his involvement in the other cases too. Your Majesty, the assassination case must be investigated, but the bribery case must be diligently followed through as well." "What bribe did he take?" Li Jianheng stood up and pointed at Fu Linya. "Quanqing silk! Quanqing silk! Did you think I didn't know of this matter? I was still hanging out with him on the streets back then. I know about this more than you do. The assassin had already killed his way right before me. Yet you aren't anxious, and you are still fixated on this minor issue. Looks like the safety of the Son of Heaven is of no importance to you." Fu Linya did not expect Li Jianheng to turn around and rebuke himself after fastidiously deliberating over his words to reproach Xiaoqie a few days back. So he could not help but kneel in fear and said, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty, is this subject sovereign? It'd devastate me even if a strand of your hair was harmed. Your Majesty!" Everything has its own priority in terms of importance and urgency. For this assassination case, Minister Kong had not slept for several nights in a row. Xiao Jiming said Suin had handed over his waste token to avoid a conflict of interest. He doesn't even dare to ask about the progress of the case and has been reflecting on his faults the whole day at home. It would be better to clarify everything all at once now. The current progress of the case, the stage the investigation is at, and the future course of investigation. This way, my residents can be better prepared for it. The Vice Minister of Rights, Jiang Su, stepped out and said, "The case is clear as day and involves the imperial army. It does not concern the prince of Libei's residence, who went and conducted a search there. This is against decorum. Should the news spread, everyone will think that it's His Majesty who is investigating the Prince of Libei, and the friendly relations between Kudu and the frontiers will be impacted." Li Jianheng knew of the search at the prince's residence, but he had to feign ignorance. Dumb as he was, he still understood that Xiao Jiming had been observing everything that had happened these few days. There would be trouble if they kept on holding Xiao Jie responsible. Li Jianheng immediately kicked Fu Linya a few times with his foot and scolded him. "How dare you? Who allowed you to investigate the prince of Libei's residence? My order was for you to investigate the Imperial Army's office compound." Enduring the kicks, Fu Linya hurriedly said, "It wasn't this. This subject who investigated. Judge Shen was the one who went." Shen Zichuan was momentarily stunned before he said, perplexed, "I received the imperial edict to assist Your Excellency in the investigation. It was Your Excellency who exhorted me, saying that the imperial army is as impenetrable as a metal bucket. I'm afraid there will be many accounts that are both authentic and doctored. When the time comes, do a thorough search when you're at the prince's residence." And so I went. At that time, there were many people who were serving tea and water at the hall. Just call in one of them for questioning, and they can all tell you that it was Your Excellency who told me that. Fu Linya said through clenched teeth, "I only told you to do a thorough search. I did not mention the words prince's residence." Shen Zichuan said with a severe countenance, "I take orders from the Son of Heaven. I would never speak a word of falsehood before the Emperor. If I did not have Your Excellency's order and went alone to the prince's residence, then how could there have been an accompanying censor with me?" Fu Linya saw the malice in Shen Zichuan's eyes and knew that he had incriminated the wrong person in his moment of haste. He looked around and said, "Your Excellency Wei, didn't Your Excellency Wei?" Wei Huixing instantly yelled to cut him off. "Shut up! How dare you implicate others before His Majesty for what you've done of your own accord? Do you have no shame? Delaying the case is minor, but ruining the goodwill between His Majesty and Li Bei is of grave concern. You really have no sense for the gravity of matters." At this point, Fu Linya already knew that he had been kicked forth to be the scapegoat. He had to take the blame for Li Jianheng, for Wei Huixing, for Shi Hongxian and company, and these were all people he could not afford to offend. When the higher-ups were infighting, it was up to him to clean up the mess. Fu Linya immediately kowtowed and said, "This subject had a momentary lapse of judgment, and yet you still dare to make excuses." Li Jianheng pointed at him and admonished, "Suin's waste token may have been suspended, but before the case is concluded, he is still the viceroy of the imperial army. Investigate as you will. But how dare you also have an attitude towards the imperial army? Seems to me that you aren't investigating the case at all. You are clearly trying to eliminate the dissidents." Li Jianheng had not lost his temper ever since he denounced Xiao Jie that day, and now he was chiding Fu Linya until the latter trembled from head to toe. Fu Linya was sensible too, and knew to shed tears as he kneeled, completely restoring all dignity to Xiao Jiming. Xiao Jiming waited until Li Jianheng rebuked to his heart's content before saying, "His Excellency is just eager to investigate the case. Since the case has caused a commotion to such extent, why not dismiss Suin from his post? The Chief Surveillance Bureau's impeachment memorials these days make reasonable sense. If you ask me, Suin cannot be excused for his negligence. He is indeed ill-suited to carry on his duties before His Majesty." With that he smiled again. All the testimonies are pointing the finger at him. If he really did this kind of disgraceful, treacherous deed, then all 9 generations in his clan should be executed. With everyone present here today, then to avoid conflicts of interests and to clear myself of suspicions, strip me of my Libei military forces waste token too. I have already sent a letter to Li Bei to ask father to remove his crown and robe, and enter Kudu with my wife and son as commoners without rank for to stand trial. At the drop of Xiao Jiming's words, Li Jianheng panicked. It would not do for him to respond or remain silent on the matter, so he could only look toward Hai Liangyi. Hai Liangyi held gazes with Xiao Jiming for some time. The older man suddenly laughed and said, "The hereditary prince jests. Isn't this case already closed? So why tease this old subject again?" Kong Qiu composed himself and swiftly followed up. "That's right, the Secretariat elder is right. Although Yuan Lu has bought a house on credit from the Donglong broker, that is, after all, a private affair between him and Fuling. It isn't meant to be made public. The viceroy oversees 20,000 men. How would it be possible for him to investigate every single matter personally? As for the bribery case, Yuan Lu had been denying all this while, so we cannot only listen to Xiang Yan's one-sided statement. This subject has already ascertained that Xiang Yan most likely bore hatred out of love towards the viceroy, so her excuse doesn't stand." Li Jianheng personally stepped forward and said, "Since the case is closed, then there is no need to mention it again. Hereditary prince, please rise quickly." Li Jianheng did not want to investigate further either. The involvement of Kaiwei Palace meant that it would involve Mu Ru too. Fu Linya was already a pawn to be disposed of at one's convenience. To these people, Mu Ru was an even lesser being. If there were really something between her and these cases, then he, Li Jianheng, would really be all alone by himself from then on. Li Jianheng watched these people, who were still talking and laughing as usual, but he felt as though they were not human. What stood behind them were monstrosities that far surpassed that of the throne, like the unstoppable floods and hurricanes. Being a sovereign did not mean that he was free and unstrained. Every single move of his could have repercussions on the situation. Those that he raged against and delighted in could all become vulnerabilities that proved fatal to him. He was no longer his own master. He was a prisoner chained to the dragon throne. How terrifying! Li Jianheng hugged himself somewhere deep in his heart. It was as if he was standing on thin ice when he stood beside these people. If he were to accidentally fall someday, then he would end up like his imperial elder brother. In the blink of an eye, he would be trampled into a bloody pulp by the contending hooves of the various parties in the tussle for power. His life and death were not in the least bit important. What's important was merely the fact that he was the only one whose surname happened to be Li. But what if there was someone else in this world with the surname Li? Li Jianheng trembled at the thought and instantly broke out in cold sweat. Impossible, he gloomily muttered to himself. There won't be. Chapter 58, Heavy Snow. Chapter 58, Heavy Snow. The snow fell for several days. With the assassination case hastily concluded, the turbulent waves of earlier were swiftly buried under the snowstorm, turning into nothing more than a vast expanse of white. It was at this moment that Li Jianheng heard that Xiao Qia had fallen ill. He had reportedly caught a cold, and yet he still faced the wall in self-reflection until he eventually collapsed onto the couch, apparently too ill to even get up. Li Jianheng braved the snow and set out on a carriage with his retinue to the prince of Li Bei's residence. He led the various ministers and once again became good buddies with Xiao Qia. All the others had left the room. Xiao Qia's complexion was pale as he let Qinyang help him up to sit face to face with Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng said, "I feel very ashamed for rebuking you that day after believing those slanders." Xiao Qia said, "The ruler and his ministers are interdependent on one another. That's the way it should be. Your Majesty needs not take it to heart." Li Jianheng fell silent, as did Xiao Qia. In the end, they had both come to the point of addressing themselves as ruler and minister in private. Li Jianheng forced a laugh and said, "I used to think that you were made of iron and wouldn't get sick. I didn't expect you to be no different from the common man when you fall ill." Xiao Qia said, "This subject is merely an ordinary man with a body made of flesh and blood. I'd still bleed if I were to get stabbed. Li Jianheng recalled the night at the hunting grounds where Shao Jie had spurred his horse into the imperial bodyguards, all alone as the imperial bodyguards outflanked them. He had barely come out of it alive, and subsequently he had put him on to the dragon throne. Humans were truly strange. When they abhorred a person, they would only remember all that was bad about said person. But once guilt came calling, they would only remember his goodness. It was as if they had taken to heart those words they had used to cuss the other party with others, thereby feeling more and more ashamed. There are plenty of things Li Jianheng wanted to ask Shao Jie, but at this moment he did not feel like asking anymore. Shao Jie said that a body of flesh and blood would bleed. Then, what about the friendship that had grown apart? So Li Jianheng said, "Sitting in this position is not a choice I one willingly make. Suen, you've never sat here, so you won't understand how it feels like to be in a precarious position. The others all think that sitting in this position will make them happy and carefree. In the past, I used to think so too, but this isn't the case at all." Shao Jie said nothing. Li Jianheng's eyes suddenly reddened. He did not know what made him sad either, so he could only say, "I was originally a hopeless case. I'm telling you, I'm very much aware of it. If my brothers hadn't died, this position would not fall into my hands. But what have I done wrong? I have always wanted to be an idol prince. You people shove me up here without even asking. I have done my best, Suen. I have really done my best. I'm not capable enough to control this power of the world. I can only let it control me." Li Jianheng covered his face in agony and started to choke with sobs. "Suen, it's too high sitting up here that I can't even get a clear look at anything." Shao Jie's eyes reddened too. He said, "We are brothers. Why would I blame you?" Li Jianheng forcefully wiped away his tears and said, "But when all is said and done, I have marred our brotherhood." Shao Jie said, "Why blame yourself for something you have no choice over? I'm the one who has been too ostentatious in the way I do things. I deserve to be put in my place by someone else." Li Jianheng said, "Such is your temper. You can't be faulted for this. They're only egging me on like this for their own sake. I've let you down, Suen." They both seemed to have buried the hatchet and returned to the time they were each other's confidants. But the usual light-heartedness of clowning and jesting around had eventually given way to an awkward atmosphere that was more deference and less closeness. Li Jianheng did not stay long and left after he was done saying his piece. But before he left, he showered Shao Jie with lots of rewards and urged him to rest well. As soon as the people cleared out, Shao Jie tossed away the pillow supporting his back. Rising to his feet, he draped on his clothes and put on his shoes before heading for Shao Jiming's study. Shao Jiming was in the study, listening to Zhao Hui speaking on military affairs. When he saw Shao Jie coming in, he waved his hand at him and motioned for him to sit before him. Zhao Hui did not stop and continued to say, "The Ministry of Revenue has already investigated the expenditure of military funds before the new year. The Grand Secretariat is still in discussion regarding the sum after the new year. The snow is heavy this year, and the people of Jueshi are happy because the timely snow is an auspicious omen for a prosperous year, and they can look forward to a bumper harvest this year. But in Zhongdu, people are already starting to freeze to death. In recent years, the prefectural yamen in Zhongbua has been short of manpower. With this heavy snow, there are few people who will be able to go and repair the collapsed abodes." Shao Jiming drank his hot tea and thought for a moment. "Tell the Ministry of Revenue to set aside 40,000 silver from Li Bei's military funds at the start of the year to be used as repair funds for Cizhou of Zhongbua." Cizhou was right next to the Northeast Provisions bridle path. This favor Shao Jiming did could be said to be the rendering of timely assistance, much like sending charcoal in snowy weather. To understanding his intent, Zhao Hui lifted his brush to record it in the book. The prefectural yamen of Zhongbua lacks manpower, and there aren't many officials in the capital who are willing to go over. But it's indeed not a long-term solution to leave it hanging like this. Xiao Chia poured tea for Xiao Jiming. Hua Xiqian was unwilling to take charge of this in the past. This is a hot potato. Taking it means having to fork out your own money. Xiao Jiming moved his fingers along the teacup and said, "But now, Secretariat High is in charge. This year's spring examination 3 should be to seek a suitable candidate for Zhongbua. Most of the new officials are inexperienced and have no prestige to speak of. They can be low-ranking officials, but they won't be able to secure their positions if they are to be high-ranking officials of the border provinces." Xiao Chia said, "The one going to Zhongbua to run the show still has to be selected from the central administration. There is a shortage of talents who can assume responsibility and are up to the task nowadays." Xiao Jiming said, "Zhongbua used to be a vassal state in the past. Thanks to the Shen clan, there were many deep-rooted and complicated collusions taking place under the table, and plenty of matters that couldn't be explained or accounted for. When Shen Wei was still around, it was already a set stage. 5 years ago, it was abruptly thrown into anarchy, and is now a land of chaos. At that time, the common folks fled away from it because of the Bianches massacres of the cities. The imperial court was tardy in coming out with a pacification policy. Those who are still in Zhongbua are mostly the remaining military households from the garrison army and the roving bandits. As they say, barren hills and untamed rivers will produce undesirable citizens, and the current situation in Zhongbua is nothing but such. If the typical official were to go, he won't be able to hold the fort. On the contrary, he will be shown who's the boss. If the imperial court is willing to send a military general with an army, they will still be able to take charge of the matter on the pretext of suppressing the bandits." Zhao Hui closed the book neatly. "But looking at the situation, I suppose they won't dare to do it." Of course, they would not dare to. At present, Kudu already had the Libe's armored cavalry to the northeast and the Chidong garrison troops to the southeast. These were both frontier lands with massive military forces. Holding them in check was already a strain. Taking the risk to send one out again would make it even harder to deal with once conferment was bestowed. But it would not do to leave things as it was in Zhongbua either. This issue had to be resolved through a compromise. This is a headache for the Grand Secretariat to deal with. Xiao Jiming pushed aside the military affairs and looked at Xiao Chia. "How did it go?" Xiao Chia's elbows were propped against the armrests of the chair. He wanted to prop up his legs too, but he could not find a spot to. So he said, "You gave His Majesty such a scare. He's so frightened that he still wants to continue being buddies with me, even if it doesn't please him to. Both of you are dining and drinking buddies 5 to begin with." Xiao Jiming smiled. "Let him fear. It's better than him not being afraid. Fu Linya has made a great effort." Xiao Chia said, "I'll have to find a chance to thank him sometime." "You might as well thank the friend who has been helping you in secret." Xiao Jiming said, "Someone on the inside has put in quite the effort for this case to conclude so smoothly. Given Fu Linya's experience, he shouldn't have been so careless as to fall for the trap this easily." "Aha!" Xiao Chia merely smiled and changed the subject. "Where's Gu Jin? Call him in. I have orders for him." "It'd be better to call all of them in. I have orders too." Xiao Jiming turned his head to Zhao Hui and motioned to him. Zhao Hui headed out to call them over, and Meng flew in immediately right after. It landed on the clothes rack, and the snow it shook off wetted the clothes that had been hung up to dry. Ding Tao took off his shoes before hopping in and rushing over to stand as straight as a ramrod before Xiao Jiming. Behind him, Chunyang and Gu Jin entered. "Hereditary prince!" The person Ding Tao held in esteem the most was Xiao Jiming. Revealing his snowy white teeth, he said, "Hereditary prince, please go ahead and give your command. I, Ding Tao, will not hesitate to brave fire and water for you." "Yo!" Xiao Chia lifted the teacup and said, Why have you never said that to this second young master? Ding Tao said, You're always throwing me out. What wrong have you done to make the second young master throw you out? Xiao Jiming asked in a mild tone. Ding Tao immediately replied, I haven't. It's just that the second young master is always getting me to keep an eye on that. Xiao Chia almost spewed out his tea. He closed the lid with a clatter and signaled to Qin Yang with his eyes. Qin Yang promptly rapped Ding Tao on the head. Ding Tao, still not knowing what was happening, covered his head and did not dare to say a word more. Xiao Chia's tongue was hurting from being scalded. He said, Drag him out and bury him on the spot. What's with that complaint? Let Gu Jin explain. Ding Tao said in aggrievement, I'm not. Qin Yang covered his mouth and dragged him out. After opening the door, he really buried him in the snow. Gu Jin thought to himself, what do I say? What the hell can I say? Standing before Xiao Jiming, he saw that Xiao Jiming was about to put down the teacup, so he immediately kneeled on one knee and respectfully took the teacup before setting it on the table. He said clumsily, Hereditary Prince, it's hot. Xiao Jiming was not in a hurry to ask on seeing this. He looked at each of them in turn until Xiao Chia felt uncomfortable, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Xiao Jiming asked, What's the matter? Is the second young master hiding someone in the residence? Xiao Chia said, How is that possible? Sage, I have not even proposed marriage yet. There's no reason for me to tarnish a maiden's reputation. Xiao Jiming looked at him for a long while. Xiao Chia did not know if Xiao Jiming had believed him, but Xiao Jiming dismissed the topic and told him to continue. Xiao Chia found a comfortable position and said, I'm thinking of asking Gu Jin to do a check on Shangyun Villa. Zhao Hui pondered and said, Shangyun Villa is on Donglong Street. It's a mixed bag of crooks and honest folks to begin with. It'll not be easy to investigate in secret. Does the second young master think there's something fishy about Shangyun? There's definitely something fishy about her. Xiao Chia said, Wei Huixing has her testimony in hand. Why would she offend me for no good cause? Zhao Hui said to Xiao Jiming, Hereditary Prince, I heard someone said it was hatred born out of love. Xiao Jiming said to Xiao Chia at his own pace, Since she has become an old flame, then you must have a new lover now. It's been a few days since I entered the capital. Why haven't I heard you mention it? Xiao Chia said, I'm just bored with fooling around. There's nothing else to it. Why blink your eyes when you are talking? Xiao Jiming said, Blinking means you're lying. Which clan is this maiden from? This matter has been on father's and your sister-in-law's minds. If there's indeed something this time, then what's so hard about telling me? We'll handle it for you immediately. There isn't one. Xiao Chia could not sit still any longer. He wanted to run, but he did not dare to. So he could only say, There isn't one. Really, what am I getting married for? Isn't that just going to hold up her future? Once you get married, you'll mature a little. Xiao Jiming wanted to pat his head, but he could not do it before his subordinates and diminish his dignity and authority. Thus he lowered his voice. How long can your sister-in-law and I keep you company? In this kudu, there has to be someone who can hold a lantern or light a lamp for you and chat with you. No matter who catches your eyes, Father and I will do our best. As long as you like her, we can settle it for you, even if she's a lady of a noble clan. Xiao Chia originally thought of bantering his way through it, but on hearing this, he suddenly felt touched and said, Commander-in-Chief Chi, you can do it, even if it's someone like Commander-in-Chief Chi? The expression in Xiao Jiming's eyes underwent a slight change. He did not expect Xiao Chia to like someone like the commander-in-chief. After a moment's pause, he said with complicated feelings, I'll consent to it if she hasn't hacked you to death by then. At night, when Xiao Chia got on the bed, he suddenly stepped on an object. He bent over to pick it up from the woolen rug. It was a pearl that was used as a button. Xiao Chia's eyes followed the pearl to the base of the bed. Chen Yang! Xiao Jie suddenly opened the window and shouted. Chen Yang walked over from the foot of the stairs. Xiao Jie thought for a moment while looking at him before saying, "Make a trip to the jewelry shop on Xinwu Street tomorrow morning." Before Chen Yang could reply, Xiao Jie raised his hand and tossed a box to him. "Tell them to make these into earrings. Make one of all the designs available." Xiao Jie thought long and hard before continuing. "Keep it simple. Nothing too fancy." Chen Yang looked at the box and asked, All. Xiao Jie closed the windows. After a moment of silence, he opened them again. Chen Yang did not dare to move. He held the box with both hands and called out in bewilderment, "Master!" Xiao Jie said, "Put it on the account." Chapter 59, Romantic Liaisons. Chapter 59. Romantic liaisons. Yuan Lu died a sudden death in prison, and Chen Yang was the one who went to collect his body and bury him. As per Xiao Jie's wish, he settled Yuan Lu's wife and son down in a new house in the city of Danqing and hired a decent teacher for Yuan Lu's son. Xiao Jie's illness lasted until the snow in Kuta melted. By the time he could step out to attend court sessions, Shi Hongxian had already been promoted to the secretary of the Bureau of Evaluations. Shen Zichuan returned the imperial army's waist token to Xiao Jie. In the time Xiao Jie took the token, he eyed Shen Zichuan all over thoroughly. "Thanks." Xiao Jie extracted the waist token from Shen Zichuan's hand. "Your Excellency, the judge. I'm not deserving of it." Shen Zichuan's fingers curled slightly, as if he could not bear to let go. Xiao Jie swung the waist token and said, "Got attached to it." Shen Zichuan laughed and said, "Yeah, got used to feeling it these days." Xiao Jie saw that the people around them had all retreated far away from them, so he said, "It's too pathetic to just feel my waist token alone." Shen Zichuan clasped his hands behind him and said to him, "You've just recovered from a major illness. Second young master, you can dally all you want, but you have to know when to stop. I've been pure of heart and free of desires for more than half a month." Xiao Jie felt sleepy as he basked in the sunlight. He shuffled his feet. "The heartless cad I've been yearning for day and night did not even visit me once. Now that I'm out, I have to find a way to heal my broken heart." Shen Zichuan bathed in the breeze and said, "It's better to forget that kind of bad egg who often ditches the old for the new and has countless new and old flames before it's too late. Wasting the prime of one's youth for him is so not worth it." Xiao Jie said, "Bad what?" Shen Zichuan said, "Second young master." Xiao Jie wanted to squeeze his nape, but it was inappropriate to stand here and squeeze him, so he said, "Well said. It's so well worded that this second young master wants to applaud." "That's very kind of you." Shen Zichuan said modestly, "It's all good as long as you feel my sincerity. So, I see you've made a point of checking out who some of those old flames are." Xiao Jie said, "You're that bothered, huh?" "Check, I didn't." Shen Zichuan said, "I can pry out all sorts of love affairs just by sitting and drinking wine in Shangyun Villa. For example, how the second young master is a regular patron and an old hand when it comes to romantic liaisons. Admirable, isn't it?" Xiao Jie asked. "Indeed, indeed." Shen Zichuan looked at him as he spoke and slowed down. But hearsay cannot be compared to personal experience. The legendary man himself doesn't seem to be the same person as the one I've encountered. To be fair, you didn't get that many opportunities. Xiao Jie raised his fingers to hang up the waist token. "You will understand it better once you've played with me a few more times. It's not like we haven't tried, taking the time to savor and devour. How was the taste of it?" Shen Zichuan pursed his lips tightly under Xiao Jie's gaze. Xiao Jie smiled and said, "Looks like you still remember it. Then, do you still remember what you have promised me? To pass Shangyun a message on your behalf." Shin Zichuan said, playing the matchmaker for the two of you and earning myself a cup of wine to drink at your wedding feast. Of course, I remember. I knew you were reliable. Xiao Jie said, how should I thank you if this matter succeeds? Just treat it as gift money for your wedding. Shin Zichuan said absent-mindedly as he lazily looked out along the stone slabs. Han Qing just happened to exit the hall. He waved his hand at both of them as the little eunuch beside him came running over. This way, my lords. His Majesty is waiting. Li Jianheng sat on the dragon throne and listened as the others discussed official matters. It was soon to be the beginning of spring, a time when the planting and cultivating of mulberry and flaxseed were major issues. Xin Yu, the left censor-in-chief of the Chief Surveillance Bureau, submitted a memorial and mentioned that there were signs of public ditches in the various residential areas in Kudu being illegally occupied. At present, the snow was starting to melt. If they could not keep the clogged ditches unobstructed, then the streets would be flooded once the rainy season hit. This was such a minor issue, at least compared to what was being discussed, that it seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Li Jianheng did not even hear him clearly before letting the matter drop, as the loud voice of the provincial administration commissioner from Zhongbua drew away his attention. Several times, Xin Yu tried to speak again, but was interrupted. When Xin Yu left the palace after court was dismissed, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He looked back and saw that it was Shin Zichuan. Shin Zichuan paid his obeisances and said, as presumptuous as it is of me to stop Censor-in-Chief Xin, this humble official has an issue to seek your advice on. Xin Yu said, Judge Shin, please speak. Shin Zichuan said, I heard the Censor-in-Chief mention the clogged public ditches in your memorial during the court session earlier. Are you referring to the unexpected upsurge of ditch water in the residential area on Donglong Street? Xin Yu motioned for Shin Zichuan to talk as they walked. He said, that's right. Donglong Street's illegal claiming of the public ditches has been ongoing since the reign of Xinda. At the start of spring in previous years, it would flood the residential areas, but since it has not resulted in any deaths or accidents, no one really gives it that much thought. Shin Zichuan promptly gave a faint, bitter smile and said, to tell your excellency the truth, this humble official is currently living there. Startled, Xin Yu hurriedly asked, has it already been flooded these days? Shin Zichuan said, the place this humble official lives in is on higher grounds. In my immediate neighbors attempt to lay claim on the public ditch and expand their courtyards, the eaves of their residences are already pressing up against mine. Owing to the obstructed flow of passage, sewage water had already begun to inundate my courtyard. Before this morning's court session, this humble official made a trip to the surrounding residential area. The low-lying civilians' houses are already all underwater. Xin Yu said worriedly, it'd be bad if we were to encounter an epidemic. Let's leave aside the matter of the flooding for now, because everyone wants to snatch those few inches of land. Their houses are all built close to one another with no bricks and stones in between. It's all wooden planks. It is a major accident waiting to happen if a fire were to start. Shen Zichuan thought about it and comforted him. Your Excellency, don't worry. This humble official will speak to His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief to see if he can report to the Emperor and send men to clear out the ditches before it's too late. All right, I'll also talk to the Secretariat Elder again. Xin Yu lifted his foot to leave, then turned his head back and said to Shen Zichuan with a smile, I appreciate the judge's thoughtfulness. If we can resolve this matter as soon as possible, then it'd count as one merit. Shin Zichuan cupped his hands in respect to him and saw him off. The red plum blossoms in the residence had withered. When Shen Zichuan arrived, Xiao Qie was standing in his study, looking at the remnants of those plum blossoms. It's so terribly damp everywhere with the snow melting these few days. Xiao Qie plucked a plum blossom branch. That house of yours is not inhabitable now, is it? Shen Zichuan had indeed been fretting about this matter recently. He gently pulled at his collar and said as he changed his shoes, "The courtyard is already flooded. When I passed by that place 5 years ago, Zhao Hui mentioned the issue about the public ditches." Xiao Qie turned back. It has been so long. To think no one has gone to fix the problem. Anyway, those who soak until they rot in there are all lowly lowlifes. What's more, it takes time and effort to fix the issue. Shen Zichuan said with a mocking expression, "Who will be willing to do it?" "Aren't you going to do it?" Xiao Qie looked at him and walked over. "This year is the first year of Tianqin. There will be a merit and achievement appraisal by the censorate. If something were to happen, the entire imperial court of civil and military officials will fight over themselves to do it." "Doubt it." Shen Zichuan supported himself against the wall and was about to step onto the mat when Xiao Qie blocked his way. He raised his eyes and said, Xiao Qie bent down to pick up Shen Zichuan's boots. He pressed a few times on the leather and said, "Is the imperial bodyguard so stingy that they can't even give you a pair of deerskin boots?" Shen Zichuan's socks were half wet, so Xiao Qie asked the servants to fire up the charcoal basin to heat the room. Shen Zichuan did not look too good today, and it turned out that he was freezing. Deerskin boots won't be able to withstand the soaking either. Shen Zichuan shifted away his foot, refusing to let Xiao Qie grab it. He lowered his eyes to look at Xiao Qie and said, "The low-lying areas of Donglong Street are all impoverished brothels. They are all now soaking in filthy waters." Xiao Qie remained squatting the way he was and raised his head to say, "Those brothels normally don't pick patrons. They accept everyone who has a few copper coins to spare and let them do as they please. They can't afford to pay taxes at all and are always in arrears year after year. The lower levels at the Ministry of Revenue, who pass their days counting copper coins too, are a worthless bunch with the specific intent to leave them out to dry in the air. The residential area has also been submerged." Shen Zichuan said, "They are all used to waiting. It'll be fine once spring is over." Xiao Qie got up and said, "There are plenty of people available to work on it, but those who are willing to handle work without any merit to earn are few and far between. I have yet to eat after court dismissal today. Let's have our meal together." The maidservant came over to prepare wooden clogs for Shen Zichuan. Even after putting on the wooden clogs, they did not make him taller than Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie looked at Shen Zichuan's slender and pretty ankles in those socks and thought of the medicine the latter had been consuming in the past. "I don't see you gaining weight during the new year." Xiao Qie pushed the door open and let him outside. "I'm so busy that I only sleep for 4 hours a day." Shen Zichuan pattered on the ground with his clogs. "I initially thought that the southern judge was an idle position with little to do. Who knew that the ways of the military craftsman would be that many? If Shi Hongxian can't keep you." Xiao Qie turned his head aside. "Switch over to this second young master's camp while you still can. Then I reckon I won't even have 4 hours to sleep." Shen Zichuan followed after him. The remaining men from the imperial bodyguards are mostly those who inherited the positions and follow in their father's footsteps. They rely on their ancestors for their meals. The benefits that come with the imperial army aren't worth much in their eyes. The snow was in the midst of melting these few days, and so the yard was wet as well. Xiao Qie strode across the water puddle and turned back to look at Shen Zichuan for a moment. Although Shen Zichuan was wearing the clogs, the hem of his lunar white robe would trail into the water unless he held it up. At present, it was already dark. Their surrounding was bright and clear set against the backdrop of the white, charming moon hanging up high far on the horizon. The contrast also made Shen Zichuan's reflection in the water puddle thin and pleasing. He was so focused on the road as he spoke that he did not notice when Xiao Qie had stopped. He lifted his white robe and, like a child, skipped over the water puddle and landed right before Xiao Qie. Without even thinking, Xiao Qie leaned over to hug him around his waist and hoist him over his shoulder. The wooden clogs slipped to the ground, and Xiao Qie picked them up. With one hand carrying the wooden clogs and one hand around Shin Zichuan, he headed back to the house where they had drank wine the last time. Chunyang retreated several steps back and gestured to the guards at the back, dismissing everyone in the yard with a silent wave of his hand. Ding Tao did not dare to utter a sound on the rooftop and only showed his eyes as he watched the second young master carry Shin Zichuan over his shoulder. Qiao Tianya and Gu Jin each squatted at the projecting tiles of the eaves and took a sip of wine in unison. "You didn't look too good this morning," Xiao Qie said. "You're burning up. Have you fallen ill?" Sprawled over his shoulder, Shin Zichuan watched the moon on the ground and said, "Perhaps. The grand ambition for supremacy is not something that can be accomplished at a single stroke." Xiao Qie ascended the stairs and kicked the door open. "Life is the most precious of all. This wasn't what you said back then when you hated me." Shin Zichuan landed on a mass of softness. He gazed at Xiao Qie. "Just a minor illness. I'll sleep it off." Without looking at him, Xiao Qie took off his own shoes and removed his outer robe. The maidservants entered in a single, ordered file and set the plates on the small table to serve up the dishes. Shin Zichuan finished washing his hands and was about to pull at his collar again when Xiao Qie reached out his hand from the side to pull it for him. He used his fingers to part the collar gently and saw some red rashes. "It's been too damp lately." Shin Zichuan nudged away Xiao Qie's hand with the back of his hand. In order to stake their claims on the site, the eaves of the neighbors' houses have even blocked out all the light. Xiao Qie seemed to pay it no mind and let the matter drop with an aha. Both men took their seat. As they were eating, Xiao Qie said, "That residence of yours is no longer befitting of your status. Why haven't you moved?" Shin Zichuan replied, "It's close to Zhao Zui Temple, which makes it convenient for me to see Shifu. It's also on Donglong Street. If there are any movements from Shihongshan, it'd be easier to look into it." Xiao Qie watched him eat and said, "Ji, Gang Shifu, can't keep staying at Zhao Zui Temple as an errand runner. It'd be more convenient for you to act if you were to relocate and live together." Shin Zichuan said, "Let me see if I can find any suitable residences these days." As a matter of fact, he still had Grand Mentor Chi's residence in his hands. But it would not do for him to live in that residence now. It was too ostentatious and would draw too much attention. Moving house was simple. What was hard was that Shihongshan was keeping a close watch on him. He dared not put his Shifu and teacher at risk. It was already very late after their meal, and the weather was still cold. Shin Zichuan stood up and prepared to take his leave, but Xiao Qie opened the windows and let out a whistle at the rooftop. 3 guards plus 1 Meng poked their heads out in unison. Propping himself against the window ledge, Xiao Qie watched Shin Zichuan pick his coat up and said to them, "Close the doors. His Excellency the Judge is not leaving tonight." Shin Zichuan looked back. Xiao Qie did not smile. His flippancy in the morning seemed to have been blown away by the night wind. Concealed in those eyes were the secluded forest and thick fog, made even more hazy and deep under the moonlight. Perhaps he is really an old hand when it comes to romantic liaisons, Shin Zichuan thought. Just the expression in these eyes of his alone was enough. Chapter 60, Shackles. Chapter 60, Shackles. With early spring approaching, many troublesome matters have cropped up. We have yet to discuss a plan today. It wouldn't be easy to see each other again if you just leave now. Xiao Qie said, "So rest up here tonight." Shin Zichuan broke into a smile and said, "No hanky-panky." The way he enunciated these words were melodious, with a hint of sensual suggestiveness lingering on the tip of his tongue. His eyes were clearly stirring up the waves of lust. Even the fingers he had released from his grip at the drop of his words were plucking away at the strings of desires, rousing it. This despicable man. Xiao Chia watched Shin Zichuan intently and thought to himself, this was the real bad egg. He kept pushing against the boundaries of his diminishing limit every given second and trampled all over his endurance with cunningness and naivety, as if he was leaning next to his ear and calling him to come mess with me. The tail of the sinner that was this fox tickled its way to his legs, his eyes full of tease. Serious matters. Xiao Qie closed the windows. Must be seriously discussed. Prepare a memorial tomorrow morning regarding the public ditches, and I'll bring it up to His Majesty. Xiao Qie lay on the rattan chair and picked up the robe that had slipped onto the floor. One by one, he set the items in the sleeve pocket onto a cabinet shelf. You can't. Shin Zichuan soaked in the bathwater and said after giving it some thought, You're the viceroy of the Imperial Army. You are not in charge of the official proceedings of public works, nor the complaints of the commoners. It does not concern you. You will definitely draw suspicion to yourself if you submit a memorial out of the blue. Then you bring it up. You live there, so it is not strange for you to mention it. I'll make a note to go along as the accompanying supervisor. Xiao Qie fished out an ivory folding fan. He asked, Why are you carrying an ivory one? The literati, who kept items of elegance in their sleeves and were particular about portraying themselves as distinguished and sophisticated, viewed the likes of ivory and ebony as the most unbearably vulgar. Therefore, descendants of the noble clans would never bring with them folding fans made of sandalwood or ivory as they went out, regardless of whether they were well read in the classics or not. Most used folding fans of mozo bamboo, adorned with calligraphy by famous calligraphers. Shin Zichuan said, for fun, such an uncouth object suits me the best. He had stayed in Zhao Zue Temple for 5 years, so he could not engage in literary pursuits with the noble descendants. He had to be an uncouth commoner who was a culture snob feigning to be refined. Only this would be right, and only this would be fitting. So besides the ivory folding fan that he always carried with him, he had picked the most expensive-looking kind for his jade pendant that he hung by his waist. Having done groping around Shin Zichuan's sleeve pocket, Xiao Qie realized that they were truly polar opposites. Xiao Qie's likes and dislikes seemed to be clearly distinguished on the outside. Yet, if one had really dug deeper, they would realize that these distinctions were rather murky. Most of the activities he seemed to indulge in could be forgotten as soon as he closed his eyes. There were none that he truly took to heart. On the contrary, what seemed to be shady deals he engaged in to get by were the results of his own sweat and blood. He did not have a favorite dish, nor did he have a favorite wine. All one could say when the topic was brought up was that the second young master loves to drink. But what exactly did the second young master like to drink? No one could really say. On the other hand, Shen Zichuan looked as though he had no preferences and could go along with anything. But feel him up a little, and one would be able to get a clear grasp on his likes and dislikes. He did not like strong bitter tea, just one sip, and he would never ever touch it a second time. He loved eating fish. As long as the location was right and no one was watching, he could deb one the fish just as cleanly and neatly as a cat. Xiao Qie found it amusing. It was as if he had seen Shin Zichuan's soft spots, Shin Zichuan's waist, Shin Zichuan's back, Shin Zichuan's shoulder blades. He could recognize all these even with his eyes closed. A boaster. One Xiao Qie thought to himself with lowered eyes as he held the robes. He could intimidate a person with a sudden glance. But after a few embraces, Xiao Qie could sense the joy and anger behind all those gentle words and flattery of his. He was just like the moon reflected in the water puddle tonight, where one provocation did not seem like it would stir up any great waves. But in fact, he had already put a black mark against you in his book and would find the next opportunity to kick back at you. Shin Zichuan came out with his robe draped over his shoulders. His hair was still damp. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Qie seated in the chair, playing with that ivory folding of his. His own clothes were neatly hung at the side. We aren't done discussing, Xiao Qie stood up. Drink the ginger soup and sit down to talk. Shen Zichuan stretched out his hand to raise the curtains, but Xiao Qie beat him to it and raised it with the fan. Both men stepped out. Most of the lights in the inner chamber were already extinguished, leaving only a glazed lamp lit. Shen Zichuan felt a little hot. After downing a bowl of ginger soup, he felt better. Although he was fine during the day, he was feeling dizzy and heavy-headed now. Shi Hongxian has been transferred to the Ministry of Revenue. The assessment for officials is around the corner, and he's in the Bureau of Evaluations. Xiao Qie said, "This will interfere with the officials' observational appraisals from the inspections. Did you come up with this idea for him?" Shen Zichuan shook his head with the ginger soup in his mouth. After swallowing it down, he said, "It should be Xiaozhue's idea. I have men in both the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War. If they were to be transferred out because of the assessment this round," Xiao Qie looked at him, "then our losses will far outweigh the gains." Shen Zichuan nodded and said, "This isn't something to worry too much about, other than the connection through marriage between the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jiangsu, and the Deputy General, Zhao Hui. The others aren't too conspicuous. I can't see how Xiaozhue would get a thorough read on you either. Just let everyone conduct their businesses as usual. Besides, the inspections and assessments won't be carried out by just one clan. Secretariat Elder Hai will send his men over too. Shi Hongxian won't dare to act too brazenly. The inspection this time concerns Zhongbua. The snowstorm a while back has brought hardships upon Zhongbua. 10 or so people in total have died one after another. Hai Liangyi should be sending an official over this year to rectify the problem." Xiao Qie said, "Zhongbua." Shen Zichuan seemed to think back on it. Zhongbua isn't easy to manage now. Should they send a literary official, he can't be guaranteed to hold up his own against the bandits. Nor will he be able to command the newly dispatched garrison troops. There needs to be a proper plan for this place. Even Secretariat Elder Hai himself would have to fret over it. At present, there is no suitable candidate in Kudu. It's all negotiable as long as the one assigned is not from the noble clan. Sizhou has a bearing on the Northeast Provision's bridle path. It'd be inviting trouble if Sizhou were to fall into their hands. There is a need to plan ahead for rainy days. Xiao Qie softened his tone as he looked at Shen Zichuan's weary face. After Shen Zichuan's promotion, he had been running around on assignments on both ends. At night, he often had to be at Ohua Pavilion and socialize with Shi Hongxian, who had fair maidens in his arms and a position with practically no obligations. And because he wrote tunes for Li Jianheng, he did not even have to attend morning court sessions. He had plenty of time to rest. But Shen Zichuan had to stand guard before the emperor every day with his blade. He did not sleep at night, and in the day he even had to deal with military craftsmen of all sorts. He was even busier when he was on duty, so much that he might not necessarily get the chance to eat his meals. He did not even have the time to bother about his residence on Donglong Street, which had been devoid of light due to the blockage of the protruding edges of his neighbor's eaves. It was only yesterday that he realized that his courtyard was already flooded. The bedding in the house was so damp that there was no way he could stay there. He could send Xiao Tianya over to Zhao Zui Temple to stay with his Shifu and teacher, but he himself was not at liberty to. He looked even thinner now, let alone talk about gaining weight after the new year. Xiao Qie watched him for a long time, then reached out his hand across the small table to stroke Shen Zichuan's cheek. That cheek was unbelievably scalding hot. It was far from a little hot. Medicine had yet to be applied on the rashes on his neck. Xiao Qie wanted to call out to him, and yet at the same time he did not feel like doing so. But his touch woke Shen Zichuan up. Shen Zichuan braced himself to keep his spirits up and said, "Aha, we do have to plan ahead for rainy days." The hereditary prince, before he could finish his words, Xiao Qie had already leaned over to him. Xiao Qia's arms were strong and sturdy, and it was effortless for him to pick up Shin Zichuan. The bowl on the table was knocked over, and Xiao Qia used his leg to kick it away as he said in a leisurely and carefree manner, "This second young master will now take you to the nuptial chamber." Shin Zichuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and let himself hang over him, saying, "Have we already finished discussing the serious matters tonight?" "We're done." Xiao Qia clasped him around his back and said, "And now it's time to repay your debt." After saying this, he bent his back to lay Shin Zichuan on the bedding. Shin Zichuan shielded his face from the light with his hand and said under his breath, "No lights. All the clearer to see you with if there's a little light." Xiao Qia undressed Shin Zichuan in this position. Shin Zichuan's chest was exposed, and he suddenly felt a coldness on his nape. He looked at Xiao Qia through the gaps between his fingers. Xiao Qia dipped his fingers into the ointment and dabbed it on the rashes. This whole process was as if he was oiling a piece of jade. The more he applied, the smoother it felt. It was so smooth Xiao Qia's heart was wavering out of control. He really did not have the makings of a gentleman. "I'll have to tie you up in a while, so you don't roll all over the place. Otherwise, this ointment would have been applied in vain." Xiao Qia closed the ointment box and took out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers slowly as he sat on the edge of the bed. He said, self-mockingly, "You are the only one this second young master has ever served in his life." Shin Zichuan slipped into the bedding and turned his head aside to sleep. Xiao Qia sat for a while before he rose to blow out the last lamp. The bed sank as Xiao Qia hugged Shin Zichuan around his waist from behind and pulled him over from the edge of the bed to hold him captive in the crooks of his arms. "Got you bound." Xiao Qia said, "I'll throw you out right away if you dare to kick me." With opened eyes, Shin Zichuan looked at the window through which hazy moonlight was shining. His icy hands touched Xiao Qia's wrists that were restraining him. He said, "You're so hard." "Uh-huh." After a moment of silence, Xiao Qia said, "I'd advise you not to venture downwards." Shin Zichuan endured it for a while before saying, "I'm talking about your waist token." "Is it the waist token?" Xiao Qia tilted his head slightly to the side and pressed it down beside Shin Zichuan's ear. He repeated, "Is it the waist token?" His words scalded Shin Zichuan. Xiao Qia said, "You can't take it when I bite your ears, and you start trembling when I just ask a few questions. How dare you laugh at me for being rusty in bed when this is all you've got?" Shin Zichuan composed himself for a moment before he said, "Then why don't we try switching positions?" Xiao Qia actually sat up and helped Shin Zichuan sit on top of him. He released his hands and laughed, undressing the robes or unbuckling the belts. Xiao Qia said, "Do as you please." There was no knowing whether Shin Zichuan was too sick or too feverish, but his breathing was in disarray, and he was not as composed as he always was. He said softly, "Tonight." Shin Zichuan had yet to finish his words when Xiao Qia held down the back of his head to kiss him ever so fiercely and guided his hand down to his sweet spot. Shin Zichuan cowered back. Xiao Qia laughed at him until Shin Zichuan felt indignant and started to struggle. Xiao Qia suddenly turned over and pinned him down once again under his body. The bed let out a creak and the bedding sank. It was so burning hot that Shin Zichuan's palms were sweating. Xiao Qia's temperature was scalding. Shin Zichuan loathed this blazing heat, but he seemed to have nowhere to run. Yet, at the same time, there seemed to be still room for maneuver. They lurked in this intricate, labyrinth-like game of chess. Gaining a moment of reprieve from the illusion of mutual dependence they came to possess in the throes of passion and intimacy. Once they sank deep into indulgence, the feeling of ecstasy urged them onward. Sweet, drunken whispers resonated in their ears. Even though Shin Zichuan loathed that numbing heat, he was pushing Xiao Qia away, and at the same time also pulling Xiao Qia towards himself. Xiao Qia tore away those clothes and pushed himself up along Shin Sichuan's back. Just as Xiao Qie had fantasized when he sat in the rattan chair, he did not miss a single inch of Shin Sichuan. He dominated this man, forcefully using his own scent to overpower the latter. Shin Sichuan wrapped his arms around Xiao Qie's neck and bit him. The two nuzzled the tips of their noses together, once again forging an extraordinary closeness in this moment of madness and depravity. Kissing him, Xiao Qie said, "You're insane." Those torrents of bites that fell like a raging storm gradually settled into tender kisses, and the softness of lips and tongues dissolved away all defenses. It was under these intermittent murmurs of words that the insane man fell asleep. Xiao Qie caressed Shin Sichuan's cheek with his thumb and propped himself up slightly. Shin Sichuan was still grasping some of Xiao Qie's hair between his fingers as he slept soundly. Xiao Qie lowered his head and scrutinized him. In that instant, many thoughts ran through his mind. Desire is a shackle. In this moment, Xiao Qie invited Zuiqianqiu over to Kudu, just to ask Shifu one question. Can desire be conquered? But in the end, he did not voice his question, because he already knew that it was a question that Zuiqianqiu had no answer for. The only one who could answer it was Xiao Qie himself. Many people had said that he had been born at the wrong time, but he had already come into this world. To be in possession of desire was not a fault of his own making. He was merely a human. His name was Xiao Qie. He seemed to be the polar opposite of Shin Sichuan, yet he also seemed to be completely similar. The only one in this world who could understand the entirety of Xiao Qie's pain and suffering without any use of words was Shin Sichuan. And this was something they were perfectly well aware of since their very first kiss. Xiao Qie kissed Shin Sichuan between his brows and on the bridge of his nose. It did not matter by which name this feeling was called. They mutually staked their claims on one another, increasingly growing closer amidst their struggles. The pit of desire was bottomless, and the abyss of misery unsurmountable, grinding against each other ear to ear, temple to temple. Two was a way to wear down their agony, but this way was getting too addictive, as if they could mutually alleviate their own pain by simply being next to each other. After that bout of insatiable pleasure-making, they tacitly began to shed their shells and reveal their true selves. The ravine of the past had become a puddle. It was as if all it took was a single leap or a single helping hand to stride over it before merging once again into one. Xiao Qie kissed Shin Sichuan again, and Shin Sichuan, in his slumber, tightened his grip on Xiao Qie's little braids. Ripples washed over the white moon in the water puddle under the abundance of cool breeze, while the heartbreaker and the lover boy slept the entire night away nestled under the blanket of the moonlight. Chapter 61. Collapse. Chapter 61. Collapse. As the hour of Yinwen approached, it suddenly rained. Chunyang washed up in the resting hall. After wiping his face, he looked outside to see a drizzle of misty rain adorned with tiny flakes of snow. Have the kitchen, heat up the stove. Chunyang instructed to his left and right. Serve up the medicine for colds while it's hot, then prepare the ginger soup. Has master and the judge's official robes been steamed? Send them over quickly. It's raining and snowing today, and the ground is slippery. Be careful when you go in and out to serve. Don't fall, lest you make a disgrace of yourself. Before the day broke, those who served in the courtyard were already moving. Chunyang held up an umbrella and made his way to the kitchen to check on the day's breakfast. When the cook saw him, he hurriedly got the attendant to get the lunch boxes. I heard last night that the judge had fallen ill, so I made fish soup this morning, along with some light side dishes. I've also prepared rice porridge and steamed twisted rolls. The cook personally handed the lunch boxes to Chunyang. These are breakfast for you gentlemen. All of you have been on guard the entire night last night. Drink something hot to dispel the chill. Chunyang laughed when he touched the lunch boxes and said, "All right. You even prepare Shaojia wine 3 for Gujin. I shall thank you on his behalf. Get someone to serve up master's breakfast without delay." I'll hurry over to wait on him first." The cook sent him out. An attendant wanted to continue sending him on his way. Chunyang turned the ladder down and hurried back to the courtyard with his umbrella up. The 3 meals of guards like them cannot be touched by anyone else. They could only take turns to get it themselves. This was a hard and fast rule that had been laid down back in Libe. Chunyang arrived at the courtyard and called down the other 3 men. They opened the lunch boxes and stood together to have their meals. Biting on the steamed bun, Ding Tao looked at the house and said, "Master is up." Gu Jin said, "Is the horse carriage ready? He's running a little late today." Chunyang nodded and said, "I didn't expect it to rain today. Master still has to soak in the rain later when he arrives at the palace and waits to sign his name. His Excellency, the judge's cold won't go away for quite a while. Does he not plan to take a leave of absence?" "Who's he asking?" Gu Jin and Ding Tao looked at each other, then simultaneously looked at Xiao Tianya, who had come along for the free meal. Xiao Tianya drank the porridge in one mouthful and held up a finger. Before he could speak, the other 3 said in unison, "Swallow." He swallowed and said, "He won't dare to take even a day off. My master is still considered a newly appointed official. How would he dare to be the first to take leave when the senior above him is still fine? He can't be busier than the commander-in-chief, can he?" Ding Tao said, "You imperial bodyguards are really no good. Even when it comes to falling sick, you have to talk about seniority." Xiao Tianya said, "It can't be helped. Everyone at the top and bottom is watching." As the 4 of them ate and chatted, the door on the other side opened. The maidservants entered and exited with serving trays in hands. Shin Zichuan was drenched in sweat after being embraced by Xiao Chia for the entire night. The rashes on his neck had not gone away. Xiao Chia had already put on his clothes. Seeing that Shin Zichuan still did not look too good, he set his fingers against Shin Zichuan's forehead and said, "The medicine is on the table. Drink it while it's hot." Shin Zichuan put on his boots and got off to drink the medicine before he draped his clothes around him to put it on. Both men stood back to back before the mirror amid the rustling sound of clothes scraping across skins and fabrics. Shin Zichuan fastened his waist belt and pushed the window open to look at the sky. He said, "This rain really comes at a bad time. There's no movement last night. It's still not too late to unclog the ditches today." Xiao Chia came closer. The maidservant behind him, who was trying to put on his crown for him, could not reach him. So Shen Zichuan reached out to take it. Xiao Chia propped himself against the window, and Shen Zichuan put on for him. Both men locked gazes with one another. "Smells bitter," Xiao Chia said. "If you come any closer," Shen Zichuan said, "the smell will be even stronger." The maidservants at the sides lowered themselves, not daring to make a sound. Xiao Tianya was already holding up the umbrella just before they stepped out. Shin Zichuan descended the stairs. He had yet to walk out of the courtyard when he saw Tantai Hu hurrying over. Tantai Hu still did not look too good when he saw Shen Zichuan, but he still bowed to him in greeting before striding up the stairs in a hurry. "Lao Hu." Chunyang greeted him. "What's the matter?" Xiao Chia had already come out. Gu Jin put on his cloak for him while Xiao Chia looked at Tantai Hu and said nothing. Tantai Hu kneeled on one knee and reported in an urgent tone. "Viceroy, the Donglong Street Patrol Squad sent back word earlier that Ohua Pavilion has collapsed." Shin Zichuan halted in his tracks and waited for Tantai Hu to continue. Tantai Hu wiped away the rainwater on his face and said, "It's one thing for it to collapse on the second young master of the Shi clan, but who knew his majesty was inside too?" Xiao Chia's gaze was cutting cold. As he raised his head, the rain and snow fell even harder. Shin Zichuan took large strides out of the office. Gu Qingqing was already waiting at the bottom of the stairs. As Shin Zichuan hung up his waist token, he said, "Tell me the details." The imperial bodyguards swiftly followed him out of the courtyard. With a hand on his blade, Guqingqing whispered. His Majesty sneaked out on the sly. No one knew about this when the building collapsed this morning. When those courtesans were dug out, men from the 8 great training divisions were still urgently looking for Shi Hongxian. Who would have expected His Majesty to be missing when the eunuch lifted the curtain for a look? Once the time came for the palace's morning court session to start, they couldn't find him. At first, they went to Kaiwei Palace to check with Imperial Concubine Mu. But Imperial Concubine Mu had no idea either. That was when chaos erupted. It was only when the presences of Empress Dowager and 3rd Missy Hua were requested and the palace maids serving him were interrogated that we learned that His Majesty had disguised as an eunuch last night and insisted on going with Shi Hongxian to Ohua Pavilion for some fun. Shen Zichuan did not look pleased as he said, "There are patrol checks at all levels in the inner palace. He must have had help, otherwise he won't even be able to stride out of Mingli Hall." That's the odd thing. Guqingqing lowered his voice even more. During my questioning, I heard the guards say that no one came in or out at all last night. Shin Zechuan's expression remained unchanged as he detachedly watched the 8 great training divisions march past in formation. He walked the entire way in a hurry, braving the rain. No one dared to hold up their umbrellas at this moment. Dark clouds hung over each of the officials' faces, their gloomy expressions so somber it was as if their parents died. Hai Liangyi and Xiao Qie stood before the collapsed building. The collapse of Ohua Pavilion had consequently brought down half the street of closely clustered buildings with it. The swill in the gutter had long overflowed, causing the entire Donglong Street to reek to high heaven in this downpour. Everyone had to wade through the water to make their way through. The Minister of Works, Pan Shangjia, was the head of the Pan clan, one of the 8 great clans. Although he shared the same surname as Pan Rugi from the reign of Shinda, Pan Rugi was really not in the same league as them. Pan Shangjia was of the same age as Hai Liangyi and had never dared to commit any major blunder while he held this position. Knowing that he would never make it into the Grand Secretariat, he had always been careful and prudent with the hope of retiring in peace after a few more days, especially since his son was already the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He had never expected to get himself some sleep, only for the sky to collapse when he woke up. Pan Shangjia could not even stand steady on his feet, and he was so anxious his hands trembled. He kept saying, "Quick, dig quickly. His Majesty is still inside." The rainwater had doused Hai Liangyi to the point he was expressionless. He had never thought that Li Jianheng would be so muddle-headed to such an extent just to play. Several times he wiped away the rainwater, looking as though he was also wiping away his tears. He said to Xiao Qie, "Rescue His Majesty first." Xiao Qie took off his cloak and waded his way down through the water to take a look at the situation. The current stand-in for the 8 great training divisions was Han Cheng's younger brother, Han Jin. Han Jin rolled up the legs of his trousers and lifted the hem of his robe to follow Xiao Qie down. "Viceroy!" Han Jin shouted in the rain. "The bottom is already hollowed out. We dare not dig." Not only was the lower area hollowed out, but it was also all set with vats and jars. But no one dared to voice it out. These vats and jars had been smashed when the building collapsed. If Li Jianheng were to be squashed underneath, then he was really a goner. The first emperor in the history of Dazhou who was crushed to death when he sneaked out for a rendezvous. Which historian would dare to write it? No one had ever seen anything so depressing. His Majesty rested in the upper area last night. Shin Zichuan removed his blade and got into the water. He said, "The place isn't deep. I fear it will collapse further." Xiao Qie raised his body. "Call the men from the Ministry of Works over." Xin Yu had just rushed his way over. The moment Shin Zichuan saw him, he immediately said to Hai Liangyi, Secretariat Elder, "The public ditch must be dredged today. If this rain doesn't stop, we won't be able to drain the water. And it's near the Kaling River at the back, too." Sin Yu said, I went to take a look earlier. The buildings along the banks have already all collapsed. The foundation at the bottom has long been soaked rotten. How long has it been since the stone bricks on the dam have been repaired? If the water rises later, half of Kudu will be flooded. What has the Ministry of Works been doing all these years? Pan Xiangjie, you muddle-headed fool. How many times have I told you about this, huh? Pan Xiangjie fell to his knees with a thud. His old mob of hair was already half white. He burst out wailing, What can I do? Can you blame me for this? Those from the Ministry of Revenue are all influential bureaucrats. I've already mentioned this to them 800 years ago. What can I do if they don't allocate the funds and transfer manpower? Sinshuani, what can I do? He scooped up this swill water, unable to speak as he choked with sobs. Kowtowing on the ground with his head, he cried out, We are going to have to pay for this with our lives. You are a senior of the present imperial court. Stop disgracing yourself. Hai Liangyi suddenly cut him off and bellowed. His Majesty's fate hangs in the balance. We don't know if he's dead or alive. It's an emergency now. Even if you want to shirk responsibility and shift the blame, at least wait for him to be rescued first. Assign 800 men from the Imperial Army's current defense and follow the Ministry of Works to unclog the public ditch immediately. Tear down all the houses that have violated the regulations and occupied land illegally. As for the Ministry of Revenue, total up the state treasury money without delay and assemble the victims of those whose houses have collapsed at Zhao Zue Temple to centralize the distribution of aid reliefs. The 8 great training divisions shall patrol the major city gates. All entries and exits must be accompanied by diplomatic notes and official documents. We are at the critical juncture now. I expect everyone to work as one to stabilize the situation. Don't lose your composure. With that, Hai Liangyi suddenly looked at Xin Zichuan. Have the imperial bodyguards guard the inner palace. You mustn't let any other people take advantage of this situation to stir up trouble. If there's anyone who rebels, then act in accordance with my orders and execute them on the spot. Those starting to get restless in this heavy downpour instantly calmed down under the succession of commands teeming with murderous intent. Hai Liangyi walked a few steps and removed his wuxia hat in the rain. His Majesty is the Son of Heaven. With rainwater sliding down and dripping off his face, Hai Liangyi said with finality, Our dajo has been in power for a century. It's still not the time for its demise. Li Jianheng was stuck underneath broken wood, facing down. The icy cold water pouring on his neck jolted him awake. He found it hard to breathe. His chest was too tightly wedged, and his ribs were hurting terribly. Li Jianheng coughed and shouted in a raspy voice, Save me! These sounds were hoarse and powerless, too quiet to be heard in the downpour. Li Jianheng shifted his gaze to see that the courtesan beside him had already gone cold. Her ghastly white flesh lay squashed between broken walls, and several strands of her hair had been stained red from the dripping blood. Li Jianheng began to tremble. He could no longer recognize this to be the beauty he had been clapping hands and dancing with last night. Save me! Li Jianheng hung down his head and said with all his effort, Save me! The coughs of someone choking on water rang out below him. Half of Shi Hongshuan's body was soaked in the water. He was half on his back, having crashed down right on top of the jars, and his bloodied back was badly mangled. He gasped for air and said, Your Majesty, stop calling for them. No one can hear you. Li Jianheng was beside himself as he pushed at the broken pieces of wood with his elbows, but it was all in vain. One of his shoes had fallen off, and he was so freezing cold that his face had gone pale. He said, Someone will definitely come to save me, of course. Shi Hongxian began laughing in a muffled voice. You are the Son of Heaven. Li Jianheng said, What are you laughing at? Shi Hongxian smacked his lips and spat out some sandy mud. He said, I'm laughing at this thing called fate. Don't you find it strange how people seem to be repeating the cycle of life on the wheel of reincarnation? Li Jianheng lifted his eyelids but could see nothing. He said darkly, No, there's no cycle. Your Majesty's birth mother of the Yu clan, Shi Hongxian shifted his body with some difficulty, was drowned in the same way. Splash. The dirty, foul water moved away from his neck and splashed somewhere else. In this minute trickle flow, Li Jianheng swallowed. Drowned. With difficulty, Li Jianheng recalled those fleeting and ephemeral childhood memories. He looked at that morbidly white flesh once again, yet it seemed to be his mother he was seeing. The woman was pressed into the swill bucket, her fingernails raking at the ground until they were bloodied pulps of flesh. As water splashed on her face, Li Jianheng saw her ghastly white neck and arms. Drowned. Li Jianheng's tears welled up. He frantically covered his eyes with his hands and yelled resentfully, Shut up! You shut up! Shi Hongxian fell silent, but Li Jianheng no longer wanted to stay close to this body any longer. He started to cry and shoot his mouth off, hurling abuses and profanities as he said, Don't mention her. I am the supreme ruler on the imperial throne. Li Jianheng rasped for air, his face looking sinister through the gaps of his 10 fingers. My mother is the current Empress Dowager. Chapter 62. Family Background. Chapter 62. Family background. Li Jianheng never spoke of his birth mother to anyone else, because the topic was his sore spot. His birth mother of the Yu clan did not have an imperial concubine title and was just a lowly palace maid. Official records had her surname shoddily listed as Yu, and that was all the information provided on her. When Li Jianheng was still in swaddles, Emperor Xinda's birth mother, Lady Lu, brought him back into her palace, but she merely fed and clothed him. His lack of education and skills today was all because no one remembered him when he was supposed to begin schooling. Subsequently, he spent all his time playing with the eunuchs. He did not have an imperial concubine mother, only a nanny. His nanny was the lover of the personal eunuch serving Emperor Xinda. She was a snob, and she treated Li Jianheng cruelly. Every day, she dressed him up until he looked all fine and presentable, yet he often woke up hungry in the night. Li Jianheng did tell his older brother about this once, and Emperor Xinda threw a fit at his personal eunuch. The eunuch then went back to cuss and hit the nanny. The next day onwards, the nanny gave Li Jianheng the cold shoulder and served him cold meals. She never hit him, but she had a tongue so sharp and cutting that Li Jianheng never dared to mention it to anyone again. Before he learned how to speak properly, he already knew a whole plethora of vulgar words. His nanny told him that his birth mother was a cheap whore from the palace, because of her secret pregnancy that was the result of an illicit relationship. She was kept indoors by the former lady of the palace to recuperate. Although the word was recuperate, she never left the compound for years and was deathly ill. She even kept harboring the wishful thinking of getting the chance to meet her son and speak to him. When Li Jianheng was 5, Emperor Guangqing came to Lady Lu's palace to check on Emperor Xinda's, Li Jianyun, progress with schoolwork. As they were speaking, Li Jianheng, who was playing cricket with others, was seen by Emperor Guangqing, who called him over. That was his first time meeting his father. The Guangqing emperor asked him about some writings. Li Jianheng held the cricket tightly in his hands and did not dare to look at Emperor Guangqing. He was unable to speak eloquently either, often stuttering and ignorant of what was asked of him. Emperor Guangqing found him stupid. Li Jianheng was already 5, yet he was still unable to articulate himself well, had not an ounce of decorum, and seemed timid. He did not have the aura of a royal scion at all. Li Jianheng really wanted to talk to Emperor Guangqing, but he was afraid. He did not think that this person was his father, and he even started crying during the lengthy questioning. This made Emperor Guangqing disdain him utterly. And this first time was also the last time he saw Emperor Guangqing. It was only when Emperor Guangqing left that Li Jianheng realized that he had unknowingly squashed the cricket in his hand to death. Li Jianyun thought that this younger brother of his was useless. His health was still fine then, and he was the prince after the crown prince who was the most in favor. He pitied Li Jianheng, so he pleaded with Emperor Guangxing and started to bring Li Jianheng along to classes with him. Li Jianheng got to know his brothers, but they were all living in the lap of luxury. He slowly came to the realization that they were not his brothers. They ridiculed him. They spoke of protocols and propriety. They made him bow to them. Li Jianheng did not understand. He did not have to kneel and kowtow to his brothers on seeing them, but this was what they taught him. When he did so, not one eunuch or palace maid went forward to help him up. It was only when the crown prince and Li Jianyun were around that everyone acted with brotherly affection like kin brothers. Li Jianheng would not say a word about it, and he had no one to tell either. Gradually, he stopped going to school on time. He started to play the fox with Li Jianyun, feigning illness and sleeping in. He would not go if he could help it. Li Jianyun felt that Li Jianheng was a lost cause who could not be taught and set straight. Subsequently, he came to give up too. There was a time when Li Jianheng followed a eunuch through a dog hole. He squeezed his way through, and the eunuchs covered their mouths to snicker at him. They gave him candies from the imperial bakery. He was like a puppy seeking food, one that had been coaxed into wagging his tail by those few melted candies. It was in that dog hole he obtained a lot of food he had never sampled before, and it was also from that dog hole he saw his mother. Li Jianheng did not recognize Lady Yu. The eunuch egged Li Jianheng on, calling Yu a feeble invalid, so Li Jianheng spat at her and called her the same. Lady Yu leaned against the wall, crying as she looked at him. Li Jianheng found this woman eccentric. The way she looked at him gave him the heebie-jeebies, so much that even he himself wanted to cry. After getting back, his nanny scolded Li Jianheng again. When Li Jianheng wanted to pee in the middle of the night, he heard the nanny having a secret rendezvous with the eunuch who had egged him into cussing. He was caught red-handed by both of them when he accidentally kicked the chamber pot after he was done peeing. The nanny was afraid that Li Jianheng would tell on them, so after that night, she gave him lots of candies and never scolded him again, instead treating him as though she yearned to hold him in her arms and coax him all day long. There were many kinds of candies, and one of them was called the silk-nested tiger's eye candy. There was only a little of it every day, which Li Jianheng could not bear to eat. Instead, he followed behind Li Jianyun every day and gave it to him to eat. But from that year onwards, Li Jianyun's health started to deteriorate to the point he was so sick he could not even attend classes. Lady Lu checked the food and beverages in the palace, but her investigation threw up nothing. Every night, she wept before Li Jianyun. The imperial physicians came and went, but Li Jianyun never got better. The nanny stopped giving Li Jianheng candies. Li Jianheng created a din demanding his candies, so the nanny told him that the feeble invalid in the eastern courtyard who had been cussed by Li Jianheng wanted to tell on him to forbid him from eating candies again. Li Jianheng had been thinking of the silk-nested tiger's eye candy, and thus he hated that sickly woman. The nanny also said that if Li Jianheng wanted to eat candies again, he had to complain to Lady Lu and tell her that those earlier candies had been given by the sickly woman. Li Jianheng did not dare to tell Lady Lu, so he secretly told Li Jianyun. Li Jianyun looked at him from where he lay on the couch, and it was in that instant Li Jianheng felt that his elder brother resembled his father. Li Jianheng was roused awake in the night. The nanny led him out, where he heard sploshing sounds from the main hall. From where he was behind the hanging curtain, he saw a blur of human figures. Li Jianyun, who was lying on the couch with an overcoat around him, beckoned to him. Li Jianheng ran over. That sickly woman was half naked, with her head pressed into the bucket of swill. Again and again her head was forced into it. She choked and coughed out water, and water poured back into her nose and mouth. Her fingernails had been reduced to bloody pulps from all that clawing. Li Jianyun held Li Jianheng and said nothing. The sight frightened Li Jianheng, and he looked back many times at Li Jianyun. But there was no smile on Li Jianyun's face, and so Li Jianheng did not dare to smile too. When the woman was pressed into the bucket, a gurgling sound rang out. She raked her nails on the bucket in agony, her skinny fingers digging into the wood shavings, making the slits in her nails a dirty mess. Li Jianheng looked at her, but he could not remember her face clearly. But the sloshing sound stayed in his memory. The nanny was a tall and healthy woman. Li Jianheng did not like her. All the women he came to choose in the future were petite or sickly. Li Jianheng did not like water either. He found it filthy. After that night, the nanny treated him well. Li Jianyun treated him well, too. It was just that no one mentioned his study anymore, and Li Jianyun no longer kept him to practice calligraphy. Li Jianyun even assigned eunuchs to play with him. Li Jianheng was thoroughly free. He played the whole day until he fell asleep. When he grew to be a teenager and had to move to a separate residence, Li Jianyun sent quite a number of pretty women to his residence. Once Li Jianheng got a taste of them and understood the pleasure of indulging in beautiful women, he spiraled out of control, until many years later, Li Jianheng found out that that sickly woman was Lady Yu. My mother is the current Empress Dowager. Li Jianheng's fingers trembled. He seemed to be saying it to Shi Hongxian, and at the same time directing it at himself as he muttered these words over and over like a man gone mad. Shi Hongxian sniffled and listened as Li Jianheng harped on. He could not help but grin and say, "Your Majesty, to let everyone think this, the honor accorded to the Empress Dowager has to be sufficient." And now the Empress Dowager hisses. He sucked in a breath from the pain and continued, "Happens to lack a son." Li Jianheng felt a stabbing pain in his chest as he gasped for breath. He haphazardly wiped away his tears with his fingers and said, I want know. I don't think you know." Shi Hongxian said, "Li Jianheng said, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner here?" The words of a man on his deathbed always come from the heart. Blood oozed from Shi Hongxian's mouth. He spat a few more times before saying, "If you and I can't get out today, then there will be no ruler and his minister. We will be merely rats in a pit waiting to drown in the water. What kind of emperor are you? When Shao II lifted you onto the dragon throne earlier, you ingratiate yourself with him like you would an ancestor. Have you forgotten? You are his master to begin with. Risking his life to save you is what he should do. What logic is there for parents to be grateful to their sons and grandsons? It's with the Li Bei armored cavalry that each of the men of the Shao clan now enjoy such prestige and power. Such a ridiculous thing would be totally unheard of a few decades back with Emperor Guangxing at the head. I get truly worried when I look at you. How does it feel to be an emperor to such an extent? You aren't even as carefree and happy as I was during the times I was mixing around the Salterns being an imperial merchant. If you're going to remain in this position and suffer such trifle indignities, you might as well drown here with me today." Hurting from having spoken such a big chunk, he grimaced in pain and spent a moment to take a breather. As he listened to Li Jianheng's sobs, he suddenly began to choke with sobs too. "Your Majesty!" Shi Hongxian laid bare his feelings and said, "My mother was a woman from Qinzhou. She was of lowly birth. She could win my father's favor because her mother's old man earned some money by relying on the pointers given by the preceding old Madame Yao. Look at me. I am the second son of lawful birth, but instead of living like a man, I lead a dog's life back at home. Why do you think I dared to head down to the Sioux Sea when I was 18 to beg for a living among the wind and waves there? It's all because my parents were biased and handed this massive family fortune to my eldest brother. Later, I met with a disaster at sea. With my constitution wrecked, I had to recuperate in Qinzhou for more than half a year. See how horrifyingly obese I am. It's all from the nourishments I downed back then to preserve my life. Ugly, right? Ha! But before I was injured, I was also a handsome man in Chinjo. Before I left, I met a woman whom I loved very much. We were engaged to get married before I set out to sea. But when I returned, she had already married someone else. She became my dear sister-in-law. What a great elder brother Shiguin is! He even had to take care of my woman for me when he heard that I had met with difficulty. Where else can I find such a wonderful elder brother? I'll thank him all my life. Shi Hongxian cried and laughed as he spoke in this dimmed, damp, and narrow place. I'll freaking thank him all my life. Your Majesty, who in this world isn't pitiful? Are you willing to let me be the Grand Secretary who holds sway over the imperial court and commoners? Because you pity me? You pity Shao II, and let him become the tremendously popular viceroy in Kuru for a time. But who will pity you? If Shao II is truly sincere towards you, then would he have let Shao Jiming say the kind of words before you? Isn't that just abusing his power to bully people around? Then look again at that Shin VIII who has landed himself Shinwei as his old man. Is the imperial prison such a fun place to be in? He fell into Ji Lei's hand at 15 years of age and was whipped and flayed so badly it was as if he had taken a tumble in hell itself. He may be out of there now, but look at him. He has clearly grown into a specter. Everyone in the world is pitiful. If you pity each and every one of them, then how are you going to be an emperor? As the saying goes, every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. One has to look out for their own interests first. Your Majesty, don't listen to all those garrulous people who speak of the lowly origins of their mothers and the likes. Your surname is Li and mine is Shi. For us, that's enough. Men are born to be distinguished between the superior and the inferior, the lowly and the nobles. All those rhetorical questions insinuating no one is born to be ruling classes too are just to goad and egg on fools. If no one goes by the rules, then where would countries and states come from? Your name is Li Jianheng, and therefore you are born superior to him. Shao Qiya, what are you afraid of even if his Shao clan dares to harbor wicked intentions? You're the one who has the hearts and minds of all the commoners in the world. No matter what their maneuver is, they are all traitors and rebels. Who in the world would dare to disobey if you raise your arms and make the call? This is what the Son of Heaven is. This is what the Son of Heaven is. Li Jianheng found these words so rousing and enlightening that it snapped him to his senses. For the first time in this wet and filthy, caved-in pit, he came to understand who he was. At some point, the tears were already streaming down his face. He thought back on everything that had transpired in the past, feeling as if he had lived in vain, unwilling to let this opportunity slip. Shi Hongxian braced himself and continued in a strained voice. Are they laughing at you for being uneducated and cowardly? Who in this world doesn't fear death? They can say anything they want when the blade is not held against their necks. But when it is, 9 out of 10 will pee in their pants. You are the emperor, not an artisan. When it comes to matters involving learning, the students from the Imperial College will naturally provide the answers. As for governmental affairs, isn't that what the Grand Secretariat is for? Isn't it there to deliberate over matters for you and advise you? You are the emperor. You are an emperor. I'm the emperor. Li Jianheng was feeling both hot and cold as he trembled and repeated, You're right. I'm the emperor. Shi Hongxian grabbed the moment with finesse. Seeing that he was almost there, he heaved a sigh of relief. The fucking nerve of whoever it was to tamper with Ohua Pavilion. With the building collapsed and flooded, all evidence would have been washed away. With no lead in the investigation, the blame would fall squarely on Shi Hongxuan's head. If he could not hold Li Jianheng in his grasp, then just the impeachment from the Chief Surveillance Bureau alone after he had gotten out of here was enough to skin him. He could kiss goodbye to his newly appointed secretary for the Bureau of Evaluations of the Ministry of Revenue position. It was even possible that Hai Liangyi would execute him because of this incident. In this filthy water, Shi Hongxian carefully ran his hands through his interpersonal network of connections. He did not want to die, nor did he want to be exiled. It had not been easy for him to kick off Shi Guin and climb his way to this position, as well as meet such a rare, good master like Li Jianheng. He had to live. Hurry up! With his lips turning pale from the loss of blood, Shi Hongxian silently said to himself, Xue Xiuzhua, Hai Liangyi, Xin Zichuan, and even Shao Qia. Whoever it was, hurry up and take him out of here. Li Jianheng must not die here. If he were to die here, all he had done in the past would go down the drain. Just as Shi Hongxian was about to close his eyes, a loud rumble suddenly rang out above them. Following right after, the broken wall debris tumbled down noisily. The stinky water also came pouring in as various voices mingled in the heavy rain. Shi Hongxian almost wept with joy. He heard Li Jianheng being hoisted up. Then, under the simultaneous shouts of the imperial army, the heavy weights pinning him down were lifted off him. The stinky water was already up to Shi Hongxuan's waist. He shifted his arms and shouted, Save, save! Shao Qia looked down at Shi Hongxian from above. The heavy rain washed down on him, and Shi Hongxian suddenly felt a chill rose within him. Even when the water swelled to Shi Hongxuan's chest, Shao Qia still did not look as if he had the intention to pull him out. Shao Er! Shi Hongxian enunciated his words with hatred. The water swiftly brimmed over his head. He struggled all he could as he choked on foul water and flailed about for survival. By the time Shi Hongxian was dragged up, he had already been submerged until his entire mouth reeked of sewage. As Shao Qia lifted him, he dug his fingers hard into Shao Qia's arms, cutting a sorry sight as he craned his neck and gasped under his breath, Screw your mother. Shao Qia flipped his hand over to press him down, and Shi Hongxian clawed at the mud as the sludge filled his mouth and nose. This sense of suffocation made him rake and pull with all his might, but he could not make Shao Qia's iron arms budge even the slightest. Shao Qia had the intent to kill, but he could not hold him down to his death for real. The people at the back had yet to withdraw completely, and Li Jianheng had been awake and sober when he was taken out. Shao Qia lifted him by the back of his collar and lowered his head to say sinisterly, Say that to me again. Chapter 63. Dredge. Chapter 63. Dredge. Shi Hongxian trembled as he puked, his face terrifying pale. Han Jin, who was behind them, saw that the situation did not bode well and hurriedly waded over to stop them. Shao Qia released his hands and watched as Shi Hongxian was lifted into the sedan. The rain was still pouring, and all the major and minor officials were crying as they chased after Li Jianheng's sedan and swarmed their way back to the palace gates. Pan Xiangjie ran until his shoes fell off. The old man lifted the hem of his robe, panting and not forgetting to cry out, Your Majesty. Everyone around them was more or less the same. Only Hai Liangyi was as dignified as ever as he followed the sedan the entire way back to the palace. The imperial physicians, who have long been waiting, rushed over to meet them in a fluster, and the chaotic procession continued into the inner palace, where a plainly dressed Mu Ru came to receive them. The moment she saw Li Jianheng all covered in blood, her tears began to flow. The Empress Dowager let Hua Xiangyi help her out and said in a hostile tone to Han Cheng, It's one thing for you to be anxious, but why did you call a bunch of elder excellencies to run along? All of them are advanced in age, and they have all got caught in the rain. Won't it exacerbate the situation further if anything were to happen to them? There was a rustle as the imperial bodyguards kneeled. Han Cheng said, This humble subject deserves death. Hurry over and get them to prepare the soup and distribute clothes. The Empress Dowager then said to the ministers, It touches me to see how sincere and loyal everyone is. Now that His Majesty is already back at the palace, there's no need for any rush at this point in time. The weather is so cold. Everyone, please head to the side hall to seek shelter from the wind and have a bowl of hot soup. Do not fall ill at this juncture. The various officials kowtowed to say their thanks. The Empress Dowager said again, Grand Secretary and the Grand Secretariat, as well as the excellencies of the various bureaus, please come in for a talk. Sinyu was not around. He remained at Donglong Street to dredge up the public sewers together with Xiaoqi. Yu Xiaozai, who was of low official grade, followed behind them and helped Sinyu to carry the straw raincoat. Xiaoqi's head and face were thoroughly drenched in water. The chilly wind blew until everyone all around was trembling, yet he was not the least bit affected. While digging up the two men earlier, he had alone lifted up that weight that was near 100 jin. One at present, he was wrapping a handkerchief around the area between his thumb and index finger, with an expression that did not look too good. It's all poverty-stricken households living in the low-lying area. It isn't easy for them to have a house built out of broken wood to live in. 9 out of 10 did not give their agreements when they heard that the houses are going to be demolished. With his bare feet soaking in the water, Sinyu lifted the hem of his soaked official robe and tucked it around his waist. He continued, Only Donglong Street is flooded today because Donglong Street is right next to Kaling River. If this rain doesn't stop, Viceroy, then the water level on the other streets will rise tomorrow too. If the imperial court is willing to give those poverty-stricken households whose houses are demolished a subsidy of 5 taels of silver, then they will all be willing. Partially covered in mud, Tantai, who said, They just want to have a place to stay. As long as we are willing to subsidize the money, then it won't be a problem. This humble subject feels that those who obstruct the dredging are the big residences. Each of those residences violated the regulations to expand their lands, and there have been many cases where they come to blows with one another in private. Who would be willing to wreck a perfectly good house for just 5 taels of silvers now that we are telling them to tear down their houses? They won't even respond if we knock on their doors. I'm afraid we can't come to an agreement regarding the subsidy. Sinyu, who had run around in official circles for a long time, was very much aware of the ins and outs of it. He said, It is on account of the Grand Secretary High that the Ministry of Revenue is willing to take out the money to offer aid reliefs to the disaster victims. This sum of money still has to be separately counted when the time comes. They will never agree if they still have to subsidize each household 5 taels of silver. Your Excellency, don't hold it against this uncouth fellow for saying something unpleasant. But why are you still thinking about the money at this juncture? Tantai, whose chest heaved. An epidemic might break out once this water rises and people die. At that point, it'd be pointless keeping the silver. Brother Hu, don't get worked up. Yu Xiaozai raised his hands to soothe everyone. He said, You don't have a clear idea of this account. The Ministry of Revenue has their own difficulties. They don't really begrudge this amount. As it nears the inspection, they will have a peace of mind if they can do a wonderful job on this matter. It will make them look good, so they will only be too happy to do it, won't they? But why are they unwilling? It's all because they are embarrassingly short of cash. Let's say they take this sum of money out now to deal with the emergency at hand. In a few more days, it will be the spring plowing farming season in the various lands. There is not a single harvest in the places affected by disasters last year. Based on the localities' reports, the Ministry of Revenue has to consider allocating money to the localities so that the affected local prefectural yamen or provincial administration commissioners can use the money to buy seeds from the neighboring provinces with bumper harvests. This is a major issue concerning the meals of hundreds of thousands of people. So, how would they dare to act rashly and touch the existing money in the state treasury? Moreover, since these people are expanding their lands against the law, they should be found guilty and punished according to the law if the matter of illegal occupation of the public ditches was to be investigated and pursued. The imperial court has not even punished them. So how can they dig into the coffers to give them money instead? If they don't run through this matter clearly, then our Chief Surveillance Bureau will have to impeach their Ministry of Revenue in the future. That's why everyone is in a spot. Yu Xiaozai had the ability to calm people down. When those slightly accented words left his mouth, even the most major of issues could wait. What he said was the truth, not because he was taking sides with anyone. The problem was precisely what he had said. The locality's plowing and planting season in spring directly concerned Dajo's course of action this year. The army provisions of two major strategic frontier lands depended on the grain harvests of Jueshi's 13 cities and Hajo's front line, so no one dared to be slipshod. This was their number one priority. What could they do? Forcibly going ahead with the demolition would rouse public wrath. Half of the men from the Imperial Army were currently from military households in Kuru. There weren't many of them who lived in Donglong Street, but there weren't just a few either. When Hai Liangyi entrusted this matter to the Imperial Army, he was in fact entrusting it to Xiao Qie, because once this matter was handed over to the 8 great training divisions, then there would be no consideration of any compromise. Han Jin would directly call for the place to be leveled outright. But there was no way they could simply overlook the potential danger that could arise as a result of this. He had meant for Xiao Qie to think of a way. Xiao Qie bandaged the area between his thumb and index finger tightly. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a man walking over in the rain. Xin Zichuan cupped his hands in greeting to them and said, "Just as I've guessed. All the gentlemen are here. How's the progress for the public ditches?" "It's a tough one to deal with." Xinyu let out a long sigh. "We can't very well just tear them down. Ultimately, what makes it hard for the Ministry of Revenue is that they can't figure out the expense quota for the upcoming spring plow." Although Shen Zichuan looked calm, his cheeks were tinged with red. He looked at the rain and said, "This account can actually be estimated. This untalented one has seen the Imperial Bodyguard's records archives, so I have some insights regarding it. Would the Viceroy mind hearing what I have to say?" Xiao Qie stared at him and said, "Judge, please go ahead and voice it." Shen Zichuan thought for a moment, then said, "Last year, when the new emperor ascended the throne, there was general amnesty granted to various lands. Consequently, Jueshi was exempted from 30% taxes. They had a bumper year last year, other than Huaizhou and Danzhou of Zhongbua, both of which reported damages caused by disasters. The others all had no problem. Viceroy, Danzhou is hard-pressed for food this year. The prefectural yamen will definitely have to buy grains from Tsizhou, whose granaries are filled to the brim. There was heavy snow at the start of the year, with the snow in Zhongbo blanketing all the houses. Didn't the hereditary prince set aside 40,000 taels from Libei armored cavalry's military funds this year for Tsizhou so that they would have enough for aid relief? You can get Tsizhou to repay this favor now. Ask the hereditary prince to send a letter to Tsizhou's prefectural prefect, Zhou Gui, and get him to give a rebate for the grains he sells to Danzhou based on that 40,000 taels. That way, the Ministry of Revenue will be able to save on their allocation of funds to Tsizhou and use that money for the current house demolition subsidies." Yu Xiaozai pondered over it again and said, "But the matter of illegally occupying public ditches is still a crime if it were to be pursued further. The Ministry of Revenue can't do it, right?" "The illegal occupation of public ditches is indeed punishable by the law, but special times require special treatment. We can't just follow the set rules and apply the same old rigid rules to the situation every time." Shin Zichuan paused for a moment. "The imperial court can't meet the disaster victims, so this subsidy is a kindness, an act of imperial magnanimity. It's most appropriate for His Excellency Tsin to be the one to step forth and discuss this matter. The Ministry of Revenue is really not that hard-hearted either. As long as it isn't wrong, the account is clear, and the money is sufficient, they are sure to proceed right at once." The inspection was just around the corner, and the assessments and evaluations were related to the promotion of personnel from the various bureaus. Everyone would be more than willing to get an outstanding. So, as long as it was reasonable enough, they would certainly be willing to do it. Let's talk about Tsizhou again. Shin Zichuan looked at Xiao Qie. Zhongbo wants to construct the former city this year. Although we still don't know which excellency will be assigned, it is still going to be an expense to deploy manpower when the time comes. The viceroy is in Tsijo's favor because of the matter this time. When the time to construct the former city, you can tag that manpower expenditure on those whose houses were demolished today, and let the various households allocate manpower to Tsijo for about a month or so to provide manual labor with the imperial army escorting them. It can also be considered a punishment for illegally occupying the public ditches. These 5 taels of silver won't be delayed or owed. The ones issuing them and the ones receiving them can all do so with a peace of mind. Not only that, with this matter, Tsijo would also shift from being indebted to Li Bei to a relationship of mutual help and assistance. As long as Zhou Guo was not a fool, he would understand this to be an opportunity to make friends. As soon as the words left Xin Zhechuan's mouth, Yu Xiaozai shook open the straw raincoat and draped it over Tsinyu. Xin Yu was going to do it right away. He strode forward and patted Xin Zhechuan's shoulder heavily and said, "Your Excellency the Judge, time is pressing, so I won't say more. Once this is over, I, Tsinyu, shall prepare some simple meal with wine in my humble abode and respectfully await your visit." He put on his bamboo hat and left with Yu Xiaozai. "How is it going in the palace?" Xiao Qie grasped hold of Xin Zhechuan's wrists. Tantai, who made as if to speak, but stopped and said nothing. Xin Zhechuan, backhandedly, hooked the waist token on his waist and looked at it for a moment before saying, "The Empress Dowager has summoned the top ministers of the various bureaus, ready to settle accounts with them. It's just as well you aren't among them. The public ditches have to be dredged as soon as possible. There are some remarks made out of courtesy earlier, but you have to understand that if you still don't unclog the ditches these few days, then you will be called to account." It was inappropriate for Xiao Qie to touch Shen Zichuan again as both men stood at the spot. But when he saw Shen Zichuan getting doused with the rainwater until he looked visibly sick, he said, "The Secretariat Elder told you to keep a watch in the palace, so go back. You just need to sit in the office to drink a cup of hot tea with your eyes on the door." "That's Han Cheng's job." Shen Zichuan turned his head. "It worries me that Shifu is at Zhao Zui Temple. There's no time to lose. Go about your work first. I have to follow the men from the Ministry of Revenue and handle the aid reliefs for the disaster victims behind the scenes." Xiao Qie still wanted to say something, but Han Jin at the other end was already lifting his shoes and calling out to him. So Xiao Qie could only release his hands and retreated a few steps to turn around and leave with Tantai Hu and Qinyang in tow. Xin Zichuan had a splitting headache, although the pouring rain cleared up his mind a little. He turned around to call out to Gu Qingqing and brought him towards the low-lying area. Dredging the public ditches was not an easy task. The work was dirty and tiring. The men from the Ministry of Revenue even had to change their shoes and lift their robes when they went into the water. Those on the job were all cowering under the awning, not even wanting to get wet. In any case, this was a task Hai Liangyi gave to the Ministry of Works and the Imperial Army. They were merely here to assist. When Shen Zichuan arrived, he saw that there were not even enough of those gathered to count with all his 10 fingers. He knew that those at the bottom ladder of the Ministry of Revenue, who were used to muddle along, were the most slippery. Unless they had something to gain, they could not be ordered about. Gu Qingqing asked, "It's about to be dark soon. Why are there so few people?" Fawning and bowing to Shen Zichuan in subservience, the official invited him for a seat and said, "We couldn't get them all here. The Imperial Army ahead of us didn't finish digging, did they? It's not too late to call for more people tomorrow morning, once they are done digging tonight. No rush. Your Excellency, come and sit. Look at how soaked you are. Have this cup of hot tea. At least warm yourself up. Don't let yourself get frozen." Xin Zichuan did not move. He looked at the awning and smiled. "Did you set this up yourself? Good job." That official held out the tea and grinned from ear to ear. "Of course. Everyone has been so busy. Who'd be worrying about us? We could only build it ourselves." His voice trailed off. The imperial bodyguards stood solemnly behind Xin Zichuan, and watched him without so much a smile. Shin Zichuan wasn't too bad as he received the tea and took a sip. The official toadied up to him. "This is fine tea from Hezhou, especially steeped for your excellency." Shen Zichuan flipped his wrist and splashed the tea all over his face. The official yelled in shock and backed off. Shen Zichuan tapped on the bottom of the upside-down teacup with his fingertips and cleared the cup of the tea leaves, all the while with the smile still on his face. Amidst the downpour, his smiling face was even more luscious and pleasing to the eyes. "As for this tea," Shen Zichuan spoke gently, "consider it a toast from me to you. Why didn't you drink it?" The official hastily wiped the tea leaves off his face in a fluster and said, "Tea too quick. When the King of Hell calls for you, it won't do for you not to respond quickly." Throwing aside the teacup, Shen Zichuan said, "The Grand Secretary gave strict orders to the imperial bodyguards to supervise and oversee the matter of aid relief. I reckon the order of immediate execution hanging around your neck isn't as tight as we'd like. You must drink up all this tea that I've splashed on the ground. Since you can't receive it standing, allow me to send you on your way so you can finish the drink when you're 6 feet under." The official kneeled to the floor in a panic and said, "Why, Your Excellency, how can you do this?" "At any rate, this humble subordinate is a 6th-grade official of the imperial court. How can you execute as you please? The imperial prison has never taken in anyone below 4th grade." Gu Qingqing lifted the hem of his robe and kicked him into the water puddle. "If the judge has ordered you to drink, then drink you must. You can decide whether you'd like to drink it alive or drink it in the underworld when you are dead." The official rolled into the water. Seeing Shen Zichuan staring at him with his hand on his blade, he immediately cupped the water in his hands and stuffed it into his mouth, crying, "I will drink it! I will drink it!" The surrounding men standing and sitting in various postures, jesting and clowning around, all quietly stood to stand well-mannerly at the side. Shin Zichuan swept a glance at them and said, "Can this task be done immediately?" Everyone answered in unison, "We are at Your Excellency, the judge's disposal." "I'm just a mere supervisor and inspector. What would I know about the ins and outs of things?" Shin Zichuan took out the blue handkerchief to wipe his hands and said with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to put the various gentlemen at my disposal. Us imperial bodyguards will just follow you gentlemen. So shall we go?" Who would still dare to remain behind? That official trembled as he tried to come up as well. Shin Zichuan glanced at him, and he retreated and stammered, Your Excellency, we're on this street." Shin Zichuan said soothingly before leaving, "Drink it all up before you come over." The sky had already completely darkened, but the rain still showed no signs of stopping. No matter how imposing and awe-inspiring the imperial bodyguards were, they also had to enter the water and soak in it until they reeked all over. Feeling the world spinning, when he got up, Shen Zichuan braced himself with a hand on a public ditch plank and composed himself for a moment. Everyone around him was busying around, so no one noticed it. Only Gu Qingqing hurriedly tried to persuade him in a whisper, "There's no hurry for now. It's fine to rest for a moment." Shin Zichuan forced a smile, feeling as if he must not open his mouth. The taste of nausea was already pushing up against his throat. Bracing himself against the plank, he went up and felt around for a water bag under the partially collapsed humble abode. There was a sudden weight on his back as someone covered up Shin Zichuan's head. Shen Zichuan was still crouching, and the obstruction before him was lifted once again. Xiao Jie gasped for breath as he suddenly burrowed his way in and stuffed the still warm lunchbox to him. The next moment he burrowed his way out and lifted his foot to leave. Shin Zichuan pushed aside the overcoat that was covering his head. That man who had already taken a few steps away returned the way he came. He stepped on the collapsed debris and crouched down to cup Shin Zichuan's face in his palms, then kissed him hard. After he was done kissing, he rubbed Shin Zichuan's cheeks vigorously. Rainwater poured noisily. Xiao Jie was panting hard. He looked at Shun Zichuan under the dimness for a split second. Without saying a word, he turned and ran. He flipped over with agility and vigor, putting on the dirty, wet robe hanging over the crook of his arm again as he sped off into the alley. If it weren't for time constraints. Xiao Chiet tugged at his collars as he made his way across the ruins, stepping on the filth as he hurried over to where the Imperial army was. He cursed. Damn it!